Chapter 1, A Lucky Start to the Game. 10 consecutive draws. Holy cow! Lin Yan woke up and found himself lying in a hotel bed, and the scene in front of him was incredibly erotic. In his arms lay a stunningly beautiful girl with a face that could bring disaster to a country and its people, and a charming and voluptuous figure. Of course, none of that was the point. The point was that Lin Yan and the girl in his arms were now stark naked. Frank and open. The two of them were so tightly together. The girl's eyes were lightly closed and her breathing was even, so she obviously hadn't woken up yet. Did I just, with my senior? Lin Yan looked blankly at the girl in his arms. No, now she was a woman, his woman. The hangover from the night before made his memory a little hazy, so Lin Yan gave his head a hard knot to try to remember what had happened yesterday. To say that he had completely blacked out and didn't even know that he had done it would be pure nonsense. Yesterday, he witnessed his girlfriend of 3 years cheating on him, and in a fit of anger, he broke up with her. Devastated, he went out drinking alone to get drunk. Halfway through the drink, his senior suddenly came over and said that he looked lonely drinking alone and that she wanted to drink with him. As they drank, he got drunk first, but the schoolmate who was drinking with him didn't seem drunk at all. He vaguely remembered that after getting drunk, the schoolmate took him to a nearby hotel to rest and stayed to take care of him. At this time, under the influence of alcohol, as soon as he reached the edge of the bed, he pounced on the schoolmate and then started kissing her wildly, taking off her clothes. Sigh. Lin Yan, who finally figured out what happened, let out a cold breath. Since he started school, his senior has always taken good care of him. She even came to keep him company after he got dumped. And now he's actually ruined her innocence in a daze. What should he do? His senior is Mu Bingyao, a student at Zhonghai University like him, 1 year above him, and now in her senior year. Mu Bingyao is a famous and cold-looking beauty queen at Zhonghai University. Since her freshman year, she has continuously dominated the Zhonghai University beauty queen list, topping it for 4 years. Not only that, Lin Yan heard that Mu Bingyao is also a wealthy young lady with an extraordinary value, a true beauty with a rich family. And it is not an exaggeration to say that she has suitors all the way around Zhonghai University 3 times. Among them are no shortage of super-rich second generation. However, Mu Bingyao has always been indifferent to this, and she doesn't pay any attention to the opposite sex. This is where the name cold and aloof school flower comes from. Lin Yan is not afraid of Mu Bingyao's suitors causing him trouble, but he is mainly not sure what Mu Bingyao herself thinks. If Mu Bingyao doesn't mind, and wants him to take charge, he will definitely not refuse. He is just afraid that she won't want to, and that would be more troublesome. If Mu Bingyao wants to sue him, he might even be held legally responsible. After all, he remembers that last night, he ignored Mu Bingyao's resistance and directly took her there and then. Sigh. Just as Lin Yan felt at a loss, a crisp voice sounded in his head. Ding, the host has successfully won the school beauty, the system of the godly magnate is activating. Current progress 0%? Current progress 100%. Damn, a system? Hearing the voice in his head, Lin Yan was shocked. As someone who likes to read online novels, he naturally knew what a system represented, and he never thought that something like this would happen to him. Why did it feel like the rewards from this system were so similar to the advertisements for a certain game of the godly magnate? The system is here? Yes, host. Can the system introduce you to your functions? This system is the life god system, aiming to make the host the strongest god. Since this is the host's first binding, the system will automatically issue the following rewards to the host. Ding, the novice gift package is being distributed, and the host will receive a free lucky 10 draw ticket. This 10 draw must get a reward worth more than 10 billion. The system will occasionally issue various tasks, and the host will receive rewards for completing them, including but not limited to lucky draw tickets. The system will also give the host an additional chance to enter the general draw every day. Lin Yan's eyes widened, and he was both shocked and overjoyed. This is truly a godlike system. It immediately gives you 10 consecutive draws, and each one is guaranteed to be worth at least 10 billion. That's 10 billion. Lin Yan never thought in his life that he would have so much money. And there are also daily lucky draws, quests and rewards. This is so cool. System, basic operation, do not sit. Warm reminder, the host currently has a lucky 10 draw ticket, do you want to use it now? Of course I want to use it. Lin Yan said without hesitation. He was originally worried that if Mu Bingyao wanted him to be responsible, could he give her happiness? Now that's not a problem at all. Ding, the lottery is being drawn for the host. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won 50 million renminbi in cash. Holy shit. The first thing that came up was a 50 million deposit. Lin Yan was full of excitement, and a series of system prompts kept coming, leaving him in a state of continuous shock. Ding, the lottery is being drawn for the host. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won 50 million renminbi in cash. Ding, the host is currently being raffled. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won a cash deposit of 50 million renminbi. Ding, the host is currently being raffled. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won a cash deposit of 50 million renminbi. Ding, the host is currently being raffled. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won a deposit of 100 million renminbi. Ding, the host is currently being raffled. Congratulations, host, you have successfully won a deposit of 100 million renminbi. Ding, the host is currently drawing a prize for you. Congratulations, you have successfully won a deposit of 1 billion RMB. Ding, the host is currently drawing a prize for you. Congratulations, you have successfully won a Porsche 911 GT1 98 road version, limited to 1 unit worldwide, valued at 80 million RMB. Ding, the host is currently drawing a prize for you. Congratulations, you have successfully won top-level supercar driving skills. Ding, the lucky draw is currently being conducted for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining full ownership of the Kyushu Hotel. The estimated value of this reward is 30 billion. 10 consecutive sounds were like 10 thunderbolts. Lin Yan froze for a moment. When he came back to his senses, all he could see in his eyes was shock. Gong dong. Lin Yan swallowed, finally calming down and accepting the fact that he was now worth tens of billions. Host, the lucky 10 consecutive draws have been completed. Do you wish to collect your reward now? Collect. Lin Yan did not hesitate. The reward would only be completely considered his after he received it into his own hands. Ding, the top supercar driving skills are being distributed. As the system's voice fell, Lin Yan felt a moment of trance. Countless driving skills appeared in his mind. In just a short moment, he had gone from being a novice who had just gotten his license and had not touched a car many times, to a veteran driver with years of experience. Ding, the lucky 10 consecutive draws this time have earned the host a total of 1.4 billion renminbi in deposits. It has all been transferred to the host's account. The relevant documents for the transfer of equity in the Kyushu Hotel have been added to the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. The Porsche 911 GT1-98 road version is parked in space 18 in the hotel parking lot, and the car key is in the host's clothes pocket. Just then, Lin Yan received a text message on his phone. Your savings card account with the last digit 9563, on August 18, 927, was renewed for 140 billion renminbi, and the transaction number balance is 140 billion 5,307 renminbi and 60 cents. China Merchants Bank. The money has arrived. When he saw the moment the money arrived, Lin Yan became calmer. He had read so many system articles in the past, and now it was his turn. It was time to act calmly. This was all trivial. He now had absolute confidence that he could give Mu Bingyao happiness. Ooh. With a movement from Lin Yan, the schoolgirl in his arms was awakened by his noise and let out a slight ooh sound. Her eyes, like stars, slowly opened. You're awake, schoolgirl. Lin Yan suddenly felt a little embarrassed looking at the beauty in his arms. Mu Bingyao nodded slightly with a blush on her face, as if she were humming, The beauty's eyes were wandering, and she could vividly recall everything that had happened last night. At this moment, she simply did not dare to look Lin Yan in the eye. Looking at the delicious-looking Mu Bingyao, Lin Yan felt his blood rise and his scalp go numb. Senior, I was drunk yesterday and didn't feel much. Since it's still early, why don't we do it again? This was both Lin Yan's true inner thoughts and a test of Mu Bingyao's attitude. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingyao's face turned almost red, as if she could drip water. She quickly pulled up the quilt to cover her face, and the whole person dove into the quilt, so that Lin Yan would not have the opportunity to casually admire her again. Just as Lin Yan felt regret, an inaudible sound came from under the quilt. Chapter 2, the 80 million yuan Porsche supercar. An exciting battle that lasted 3 hours. After it was over. When Lin Yan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, Mu Bingyao was already dressed and sitting on the sofa. This made him feel a bit sorry that he didn't get to see that erotic scene. There was only one small sofa in the room, and after Mu Bingyao sat down, there was only a partial seat left. Lin Yan politely walked over and sat down next to her. The two were very close to each other, almost touching, and in such a hotel room with a large bed, the two had just had that kind of relationship, and the air became ambiguous for a while. Ahem, senior, last night Lin Yan didn't know where to start. What happened last night was that he, the beast, took the lead, and he was very afraid that he would hurt the senior who had always taken good care of him. Lin Yan, what happened last night was an accident. It wasn't just your fault. I'm also responsible. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Mu Bingyao interrupted Lin Yan's words halfway through, unconsciously breaking her delicate, pale fingers while keeping her head down so that no one could see the expression on her face. Lin Yan looked at the bright red rose on the white sheet and was absolutely certain that last night was still Mu Bingyao's first time. Senior. Lin Yan called out to her softly, reached out his large hand, gently pinched her chin and lifted it, making Mu Bingyao's eyes meet his own. In your mind, am I the kind of scumbag who won't take responsibility if I turn my head away? Mu Bingyao lowered her eyes. No, I just don't want to make things difficult for you because of me. You can't force relationships, and I don't want an accident to come and kidnap you and force you to do things you don't want to do. If you don't want to be responsible, I won't blame you. Looking at Mu Bingyao in front of him, with her head bowed, a complex expression on her face, her lips pursed tightly, and listening to her words from the bottom of her heart, how could Lin Yan still not understand what she meant? Lin Yan slowly reached around Mu Bingyao's back, took her slender waist, which was as soft as if it had no bones, in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her sensuous red lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Both of them were breathing heavily. Senior, be my girlfriend. Although I know this is a bit of a jerk, after all, I only broke up with my ex-girlfriend yesterday. Lin Yan looked at the beautiful woman next to him, her expression unusually serious. Puff. Mu Bingyao smiled flirtatiously. Where else would you confess to a girl like this? You've taken all the advantage. Air. Upon hearing Mu Bingyao's words, Lin Yan was a little embarrassed. Are you really not forcing yourself? Lin Yan nodded seriously. You really don't have confidence in your own charm, do you? When I figured out what happened last night, I was worried that you wouldn't look down on me, and I was even worried that you would get angry and call the police to arrest me. I was even more worried that my unconscious actions would hurt you. Mu Bingyao leaned lightly against Lin Yan's chest, twisted her body, and found a more comfortable position. Just as he was getting a little anxious, the beauty in his arms finally gave him an answer. I promise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but show a happy expression on his face, and once again bowed his head, giving Mu Bingyao a breathless long kiss. After confirming the relationship, the two went to the hotel restaurant together for breakfast. With Mu Bingyao's appearance, she instantly becomes the focus of attention wherever she goes. It's almost lunchtime, and the men and women dining in the hall are basically in pairs. Even though they have girlfriends by their sides, those guys can't help but steal glances at her from time to time. The two of them ignore these stares. As the campus beauty queen of Shanghai University, Mu Bingyao doesn't like being the center of attention, but she is used to it because she is just too good at it. What are you doing this afternoon, senior? The cafeteria is self-service. Lin Yan took his food, found a seat, and asked while eating. Compared to Lin Yan's boisterous eating style, Mu Bingyao is much more ladylike, chewing slowly. I have an important class this afternoon, so I need to go back to school. Then I'll give you a ride. Okay. Mu Bingyao thought that when Lin Yan said he would take her back, he meant that the two of them would take a taxi together. Do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Mu Bingyao asked in return. Well, I don't have any classes this afternoon, so I plan to go out and explore. Mu Bingyao still had classes in the afternoon, so Lin Yan took her back first. As for himself, he had already missed his morning class, and he happened to have no classes in the afternoon, so he decided to go take a look at the hotel industry he had just acquired. After lunch, Lin Yan took Mu Bingyao straight to the open-air parking lot located on the side of the hotel. Although she wasn't sure why Lin Yan had brought her to the parking lot instead of to the hotel entrance to take a taxi, she followed him silently without saying a word. The parking lot was not big, and after a little while of wandering around, the two of them found number 18 in Zone B, where his Porsche 911 GT1 98 Roadster was parked. When the two of them arrived, there were still a dozen people surrounding the car taking pictures. They looked at the cool-looking supercar with awestruck eyes, marveling. But these people were all standing far away taking pictures, and none of them dared to get close to the car, for fear that they might accidentally scratch it and lose their Porsche 911. This silver shape is so cool. If I could have a car like this in my life, I would be satisfied. Hey, buddy, you're in a good position, so give me some room so I can take a few pictures too, okay? Don't worry, just wait a bit, I'll take a couple more shots and then you can have your turn. Hubby, what kind of car is this? It's so beautiful, let's buy one too, and forget about that BMW 7 Series. The moment he saw the car, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. It's no wonder it's a top luxury car, it really is beautiful. The styling is really cool. It's full of a sense of technology and full of carbon fiber. Silver paint, streamlined body, huge jet plane tail. At first glance, Lin Yan fell in love with it. He now had a beautiful car and a beautiful woman. Overnight, he had gone from the depths of a broken heart to the pinnacle of life. Life is always full of ups and downs. Mu Bingyao also saw the car and couldn't help but show surprise on her face, especially when she noticed the car's license plate. Hi A88888. This license plate number is really something. This is a special license plate, definitely not something that ordinary people can get their hands on at the vehicle registration office. Even if you have the money, you can't necessarily get it if you want to pay for it. This kind of license plate with a special meaning is often a symbol of status and the standard for successful people. Only very famous local entrepreneurs with connections can get their hands on one. I wonder whose car this is, and why it's parked here. Lin Yan took the shiny silver Porsche standard car key out of his pocket and took the lead towards the car. He walked over to the driver's door and pressed the key lightly. The headlights lit up, like the eyes of a blue dragon, and the horn sounded crisply. The butterfly doors then lifted. At this moment, the crowd around him, clicking away with their cameras, fell silent. Senior, what are you doing standing there? Get in the car. After opening the door, Lin Yan realized that Mu Bingyao was still standing in the same place and had not followed. He opened the passenger door for her and called out to her at the same time. Lin Yan got into the driver's seat and immediately felt like the whole person was almost sinking in, and it felt incredibly comfortable. They say that sports cars are uncomfortable to sit in, but with the price tag on it, it has to be comfortable even if it's not. Mu Bingyao didn't come back to her senses until Lin Yan called out to her, and she slowly walked over and got into the passenger seat. This sports car is yours? Mu Bingyao was still dumbfounded and couldn't believe it until she sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche. Mu Bingyao widened her beautiful eyes and looked at her junior with curiosity. Mu Bingyao and Lin Yan met in his first year of school and both served in the student union. Her feelings for Lin Yan began with his good looks and talent, and after long-term contact, she was attracted to him. The two had known each other for 3 years, and Mu Bingyao remembered Lin Yan once telling her that he was from a rural background and she had seen him work hard and study hard during weekends in the past. How could he suddenly afford to drive such a sports car? When she first saw this sports car, she thought Lin Yan was taking her for a ride, but she never expected that he would actually take her for a ride in it. Although Mu Bingyao didn't know much about sports cars and didn't recognize the supercar, she was not unaware of its value. However, she still recognized the Porsche logo. In her impression, Porsche sports cars are very expensive, with the lowest price being close to 1 million. Especially the 911 series, the price is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Not to mention a college student who has not graduated and comes from an ordinary family. It must be mine, otherwise I wouldn't be able to open the door and let you sit in. Lin Yan said with a smile. Lin Yan, didn't you used to say that you were from a rural background? You often went part-time on weekends to earn living expenses, so how did you end up driving a sports car? Mu Bingyao was full of question marks in her head, and she really couldn't figure out what was going on. Looking at Mu Bingyao, who looked a little confused and slightly cute, Lin Yan reached out and scratched his nose. Actually, I just wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person, so I hid my identity. As a result, I didn't expect to be mocked for being poor and cheated on. Lin Yan sighed, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm showing my hand. In fact, I'm a second-generation rich kid. Regarding my identity, I'll explain to you later, okay? I just can't believe it. After all, there is such a big difference between you now and before. You don't need to explain anything to me. No matter what your identity is, I'm in love with you, and since you're going to take responsibility, you have to do it until the end. Mu Bingyao shook her head and laughed lightly. She didn't care what kind of background Lin Yan had, whether he was an ordinary person or a rich second generation, she didn't care. Don't worry, senior. You're already on my boat, so even if you want to get off now, there's no way. Stop being so flirty and hurry up and drive, we're going to be late for class. Mu Bingyao's face flushed, and she obviously heard the unspoken meaning in Lin Yan's words. Although it was the first time she was driving a sports car, thanks to the top-level supercar driving skills rewarded by the system, Lin Yanyan got the hang of it easily. When her hands touched the steering wheel, a familiar feeling welled up in her heart. When she pressed the accelerator, the Porsche roared like a monster. Such a powerful wave made Mu Bingyao a little scared, and she subconsciously fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yan glanced at Mu Bingyao. Mu Bingyao noticed Lin Yan's gaze and blushed slightly. She naturally knew what Lin Yan was looking at. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Even so, he withdrew his gaze. After Lin Yan drove away, the people taking photos finally came back to their senses, and they were shocked and jealous. Why? How come someone so young can drive a supercar? And not only that, but he has such a beautiful female companion. It's not fair. Lin Yan drove the Porsche at full speed. The car was like a dazzling laser light, and wherever it went, it instantly became the focus of everyone. This is what we call street stunning. Damn, what a cool Porsche. Pfft, it's just a Porsche, at most 2 or 3 million, what's the big deal? Why is the air so sour? The point is not the Porsche, it's the woman in the passenger seat, right? She's so pretty. Damn, I found out, this supercar is a Porsche 911 GT1-98 road version, there's only one in the world, priced at least 80 million. A young man with a cell phone exclaimed in shock. That fast? Is that the speed of the internet users? Love it, love it. 80 million? A car? Crazy. With this kind of money, you can buy a villa, but just one car, that's a waste. Pfft, do you think people who can afford this car lack a villa? Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 3, Kyushu Hotel. The Porsche drove along the city streets, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. Amid the envy of the crowd, it soon arrived at Zhonghai University. Lin Yan parked the car at the school gate. Class is about to start, I'll go to the classroom first, I'll contact you tonight, come pick me up. Before getting out of the car, Mu Bingyao gave Lin Yan a light kiss on the cheek before pushing the door down. Lin Yan touched the spot on his face where the wet feeling remained, and thought to himself, what a nagging little demon. There weren't many students at the school gate at this hour, but when they saw the Porsche, they all looked surprised, and at the same time guessed. Which rich second generation is here to woo girls at school again? I wonder which department flower or school flower he's after this time. When they saw Mu Bingyao get out of the passenger seat, they were even more surprised and could hardly keep their legs together. What did they see? The famous school beauty Mu Bingyao actually got out of a sports car they had never seen before. Did the cold and beautiful girl, the innocent school beauty Mu Bingyao, who had rejected countless suitors and sent all the rich second generation back home empty-handed, actually fall for someone? This was big news. Soon, some well-wishers uploaded what had just happened to the campus forum and post bar of Shanghai University, and even edited a series of eye-catching headlines. Someone else happened to film the moment Mu Bingyao got out of the car, and that was also uploaded online. Shock. Mu Bingyao, the top-ranked campus beauty, was seen sitting in the passenger seat of a supercar belonging to a mysterious second-generation rich man. Who is this person? Revealed. The sports car that picked up campus beauty Mu Bingyao is actually worth 80 million renminbi, the Porsche 911 GT1-98 road version, which is only available in one unit worldwide. According to reliable sources, Mu Bingyao, the school beauty, stayed out all night and was seen this afternoon with the 80 million supercar. Mu Bingyao, the cold and aloof school beauty who was said to be the most difficult to get in the history of Shanghai University, has already been taken? Rumors dispelled. Mu Bingyao has successfully proven that she is not gay. Revealed. A top second-generation rich kid with abilities far exceeding the average second-generation rich kid. With his own strength, he outshines all the second-generation rich kids at Shanghai University and wins Mu Bingyao's heart. Although it caused a huge stir on the campus network, the two parties involved knew nothing about it. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't care. After saying goodbye to Mu Bingyao, Lin Yan sat in the car and pondered. Ring ring ring. At this time, Lin Yan's phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar phone number. Hello? Lin Yan answered the phone. All he heard on the other end of the line was a male voice in a cautious tone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lin Yan froze for a moment, and then said, No, you have the wrong number. Wrong number? The other person was taken aback, and then quickly took the phone away from his ear. A low murmur came from the other end of the line. Is this the right number? Excuse me, Are you Mr. Lin Yan? The other person put the phone back to his ear. Yes, this is Lin Yan. Hello, Mr. Lin Yan. Mr. Lin, this is Du Wenlong, the general manager of the Kyushu Hotel. Since all the shares of the hotel have been transferred to your name, I have specially called to ask for your instructions. Or when are you free, come to the hotel for a visit, so that I can report to you the current situation of the hotel. After confirming Lin Yan's identity, Du Wenlong's attitude became even more respectful. Okay, just as I was about to go there now, I will call you when I arrive. Very good, Mr. Lin, are you driving here? Yes, why? Can I ask, what is your license plate number? I will immediately go and instruct the security guards to greet you as soon as they see you. CA88888. After Lin Yan hung up the phone, he turned the car around and drove towards the Kyushu Hotel. On the other side, Kyushu Hotel. Inside the general manager's office. Seeing the phone get hung up, Du Wenlong also wiped the cold sweat from his face. This morning, he suddenly received news that the Kyushu Hotel had a new owner, and he also received some brief information about the new owner. According to the information, the new owner is a student who has not yet graduated from university. It is clear that the new owner is probably the son of a rich family, but it is not clear what his temper is like. After receiving the news, Du Wenlong immediately compiled all the information about the hotel and made preparations. Then chose a time period that should not disturb the other party and called. That was just now. Du Wenlong let out a sigh of relief, immediately got up, left the office quickly, and gathered the managers and supervisors of each department of the hotel to give orders. All departments must be on their toes. General Manager Lin is coming over soon. Make sure you do your jobs well. Cleaning staff, go over the hygiene again, make sure every corner of our hotel is spotless. Security guards, go to the hotel entrance immediately to welcome General Manager Lin, and report back as soon as you see General Manager Lin's car. On the first day of the new boss's inspection, no one can let me down, or they will be held responsible for the consequences. Yes. For a while, the entire hotel became busier than ever. Lin Yan drove alone to the Kyushu Hotel. The Kyushu Hotel is a top luxury hotel that is known to everyone in Zhonghai City. As one of only 2 six-star hotels in the country, it is also the most luxurious and most expensive hotel in Zhonghai, without a doubt. Many celebrities in Zhonghai have held their weddings here, which shows just how luxurious it is. Gatherings and parties of the upper class in Zhonghai are all held here. It is also a mecca for internet celebrities to check in, and many people come from afar to spend a few thousand yuan on a meal at the hotel just to check in. You can't just come to the Kyushu Hotel if you want to eat there, you have to make a reservation in advance. Sometimes the reservation can even be made weeks in advance, because there are just too many people who want to come. In the past, when passing by such places, Lin Yan could only look at them from afar and was not qualified to go in and eat. His ex-girlfriend once said that she dreamed of having a meal there. Unexpectedly, now, the Kyushu Hotel has become his own. Along the way, with the courteous yielding of other drivers, Lin Yan arrived at the Kyushu Hotel without any obstacles. As soon as Lin Yan's car stopped in front of the hotel, the security guard came up to him, opened the driver's door for him, and bowed, saying, "Mr. Lin." "Thank you." Lin Yan nodded in thanks. This action immediately flattered the security guard. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. This is what I should do." Looking at the background of Lin Yan's departure, the security guard was very shocked. The new owner of the hotel is so young and so amiable. After handing the car over to the security guard to park, Lin Yan walked towards the hotel. When Lin Yan walked into the hotel lobby, he was once again amazed by the hotel's luxury. The decor was like a palace, and there were more than a dozen welcoming maids standing at the door alone. And the appearance of each maid was quite superior, and the cheongsam they wore to welcome guests had a special charm. Suddenly, Lin Yan heard a somewhat familiar voice in his ear, and he looked over. It really was an old acquaintance. It was his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Bingbing, whom he had just broken up with yesterday. Lin Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to run into her here. Next to her was a man with an ordinary appearance, but who was dressed very fashionably. "Jianjun, thank you for taking me here to eat. I have always dreamed of coming to the Kyushu Hotel once, and now you have finally helped me fulfill this wish. Don't be polite, you are my woman now, and it is all I should do, as long as you are tonight, hee." The man called Jianjun, whose full name is Huang Jianjun, is also a student at Zhonghai University. His family owns a company that mainly supplies goods, and he is a rich second generation at school. Before he graduated, his family gave him a BMW 5 Series worth more than 500,000 yuan. Zhou Bingbing and Huang Jianjun met 2 days ago at a bar near the university. As soon as they met, Huang Jianjun took a fancy to Zhou Bingbing, who was not bad-looking, and that night he paid for all the drinks at the bar for a group of girls from their dormitory. Zhou Bingbing was also overjoyed when she saw Huang Jianjun's generosity. The two of them could be said to have hit it off immediately. Nonsense, Gigi is bad, I love you to death. It's no big deal, although the Kyushu hotel is very expensive, but with my wealth, it's no problem to occasionally take you here to spend. Honey, if only I had met you sooner. Zhou Bingbing said coquettishly, putting her arm around Huang Jianjun's. It doesn't matter, now that we're together, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Come, I'll take you to the next show. Naughty Zhou Bingbing pretended to be coy and twisted her waist. Ha ha ha. Huang Jianjun laughed loudly, took her and was about to walk out, and turned around just in time to see Lin Yan walking into the lobby. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Zhou Bingbing, who had been a little girl, instantly changed her expression and was full of disgust. Lin Yan, why are you here? Are you following me? I already told him yesterday that it was completely over between them, but he still followed me here. He's really persistent. And as Zhou Bingbing shouted this, many people looked over here as well. The next scene that happened made them exclaim, big surprise. Follow you? Lin Yan rolled his eyes. He really didn't know where this woman got this kind of confidence. Ever since he saw through this woman, Lin Yan has never had the slightest good impression of her. This isn't your home, I can come and go as I please, what do you care? Zhou Bingbing seemed to have not heard, and questioned, didn't I already make it very clear to you yesterday? You really have no self-awareness at all. It's impossible for us, I hope you won't come after me anymore, you should give up. Huang Jianjun put his arm around Zhou Bingbing's waist, which was just the right size, and looked at Lin Yan and said teasingly. Lin Yan, right? Bingbing told me about you, but from now on, Bingbing is my woman. I hope you don't have to harass her anymore. Zhou Bingbing also agreed, I know you are unwilling, and you even came here to find me on purpose. Then I will make things clear to you. The life I want you can't give it to me at all. Please don't harass me anymore in the future. It's over between us. You'd better give up and leave quickly. Why should I go? Lin Yan stood there, speechless, listening to the two of them blather on. Who told you that I came here to find you? Zhou Bingbing sneered, haha. You didn't come to find me, so you came here to eat, right? Is that not allowed? Upon hearing this, Zhou Bingbing laughed disdainfully, Lin Yan, open your eyes and take a good look. This is the Kyushu Hotel, the most luxurious and top-notch hotel in Shanghai City. A casual meal here costs 4 digits, a place that a poor student like you can't afford to come to. Bingbing, don't say that. Maybe the person really came here to eat. Huang Jianjun said this, but the mocking look on his face was obvious. Lin Yan, my brother, my family has a supply contract with the Kyushu Hotel, and I know the manager here. If you want to eat, I can talk to the manager and give you a 10% discount. Huang Jianjun said with a hypocritical face. In fact, his family's company is only a very small supplier to the Kyushu Hotel. It is because of this relationship that his father is eligible for a 10% discount at the hotel, not even himself. Talking to the manager will get a discount, he is completely full of shit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was taken aback. He was originally wondering how to teach these two pretentious goods a lesson, but... Good guy. He actually blew his own cover. Just then, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps, and a dozen men and women in black suits came quickly from afar. It was the senior management of the hotel from various departments who had been notified by the security guard that President Lin had arrived and had quickly rushed over. See, the man leading the way is Du Wenlong, the general manager of Kyushu Hotel. My father knows him, and our family's cooperation is with him. Huang Jianjun's eyes lit up when he saw Du Wenlong, and he straightened his clothes a bit before walking towards Du Wenlong. Uncle Du. But as Huang Jianjun was about to say hello, he was pulled away by the security chief who was following him. Get out of the way. Huang Jianjun was stunned. They had just met and were quite polite, but why did they suddenly turn their faces away? Passing Huang Jianjun and Zhou Bingbing, Du Wenlong and the others stood in front of Lin Yan and bent their waists to 90 degrees. Welcome, President Lin, to the hotel inspection. Chapter 4, A Sword in a Loving Mother's Hands. As Du Wenlong and the others bowed, the entire audience fell silent. Dead silent. What? What's going on? I thought this guy was just a poor student. How did he suddenly become the CEO? Inspecting the hotel. Good grief. Where's the poor student? This is obviously the owner of the Kyushu Hotel. The owner of the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai. Poor? So Shanghai is that poor? As the saying goes, the bigger the crowd, the louder the noise. The onlookers certainly felt that the bigger the melon, the sweeter it is. It was delicious. Except for Zhou Bingbing and Huang Jianjun, who were stunned, the onlookers were just stunned for a moment and then became excited again. They secretly sighed, such a wonderful thing, but there is no popcorn. Huang Jianjun, who had just been arrogant, instantly turned pale. Large drops of sweat kept emerging from his forehead and running down his pale face. His family's company completely depends on its partnership with the Kyushu Hotel for survival, but now he has offended the owner of the Kyushu Hotel. This matter is even more serious than if he had slapped his father in the face. Because the Kyushu Hotel is completely his grandfather. Huang Jianjun's vision went dark, and he let out a cry of "it's over," and almost fainted. With great difficulty, he suppressed the urge to faint, and without thinking, Huang Jianjun made a sliding tackle and fell in front of Lin Yan. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin's father, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin's father. I was wrong, I didn't know who you were, you're a great man, forgive me, I'm nothing, let me go. Huang Jianjun, who was lying on the ground, clung to Lin Yan's trouser leg and wailed. He had just been arrogant, and now he was in a sorry state. Lin Yan, who was talking to Du Wenlong, looked down and frowned, throw him out. Hearing this, Du Wenlong immediately waved his hand, security, where is the security? Get him out of here. The security team leader standing nearby personally took charge, dragging Huang Jianjun out by the arm. After the place finally quieted down, Du Wenlong looked back at Lin Yan. Lin, do you think we should go to the office first? We'll report to you on the work and the current situation of the hotel. Let's go. Starting today, we're family, so you don't need to be so formal. Yes, Mr. Lin is right. Lin Yan's words shocked the hotel's senior management but also relieved them. It seems that this new boss is not difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, the person who fully acquired the Kyushu Hotel was actually a college student, and he was so amiable and didn't have the arrogance of a young person at all. Escorted by a group of hotel executives, Lin Yan left the scene. This left the onlookers feeling a little unsatisfied, but then they brightened up again when they noticed that there was still another party involved. Lin Yan is actually the boss Lin? He is actually the owner of the Kyushu Hotel? Even now, Zhou Bingbing is still so surprised that she can't keep her legs together. Isn't he from a rural background? How could he be the owner of the Kyushu Hotel? The daily revenue of the Kyushu Hotel alone is hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. He is actually the owner of the Kyushu Hotel. This is a real big shot. It is not comparable to a small supplier like Huang Jianjun's family. At this moment, Zhou Bingbing felt like a sand sculpture, or a super big one. She actually missed the opportunity to marry into a real big family for the sake of Huang Jianjun. No, Lin Yan will definitely forgive me. We have been together for so long, he must still have feelings for me. If I can get back together with him, then I can still marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. When she came to her senses, there was no longer any trace of Lin Yan. On the other side, Lin Yan and the others arrived at the office on the top floor of the hotel's 52nd floor. This is the chairman's office reserved for him by the hotel, and it is also connected to a presidential suite next door. Lin Yan stood next to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, from which he could overlook the entire Kyushu Hotel. After surveying the area, he nodded with satisfaction. The Kyushu Hotel is much larger than he had imagined. President Lin, here are the hotel's financial statements for this quarter, as well as statistics on recent expenditures, including the hotel's plans for the next 6 months. Please take a look. Lin Yan's brows jumped when he saw the pile of documents on the table. Not to mention that he didn't understand them at all, even if a professional came, they could not be finished reading them in a short time. Pretending to be serious, he sat down behind the desk and picked up a document and flipped through it. President Lin, coffee. The female executive in a black OL suit personally brewed a cup of coffee and handed it over with both hands. Lin Yan took the coffee and closed the file in his hand. I won't read these things in detail. How was the hotel's model originally and how will it be in the future? Lin Yan said indifferently while drinking coffee. Since the hotel is paying you, you have to perform as you should. Of course, as long as you do a good job, what should be given to you will only increase and never decrease. Lin Yan doesn't know hotel management, and he's not interested in managing it. He lets his subordinates do the work, and he just sits back and waits to get paid. Isn't that great? Hearing this, the executives, who had been nervous, immediately declared, "We will never let you down, Mr. Lin. Well, just go back to what you were doing, there's no need to gather around here." Lin Yan dismissed the others, leaving only Du Wenlong behind. "Do you know the person who just left, Huang Jianjun?" Lin Yan sipped his coffee and said casually, but Du Wenlong's cold sweat was running down his face. General Manager Lin, Huang Jianjun's father, Huang Tao, is a small supplier of the hotel. I have met him a few times, but I don't know him well. Hearing this, Du Wenlong hurriedly shook his head to distance himself from the relationship, his heart racing with cold sweat. Well, since he is a small supplier, it shouldn't be a problem to replace him, right? No problem at all, I'll deal with this right away. In Shanghai, countless suppliers would kill for the chance to work with Kyushu Hotel, and these suppliers would be happy to see their competitors dead. Just replace one small supplier, and another will immediately take its place. As if that wasn't enough, Du Wenlong continued, not only that, if Kyushu Hotel were to spread the word, the Huang family's company would immediately be boycotted in this industry. Well, in that case, let's do as you say. Lin Yan nodded blandly. He was never a generous person, and since he had offended him, he had to be prepared for retaliation. On the other side, Huang Tao, who had just returned home, suddenly received an urgent phone call from the company secretary. Why did Kyushu Hotel suddenly terminate our cooperation? What? That bastard Huang Jianjun has offended the owner of Kyushu Hotel? When Huang Tao heard the secretary say that his son had publicly mocked the owner of Kyushu Hotel in Kyushu Hotel, he went blind and almost fainted. Damn it, bastard, I should have shot the bastard on the wall. In a rage, Huang Tao didn't listen to what the secretary said next, and slammed the phone on the ground, breaking it into pieces. Creak. Just then, the door opened from the outside, and Huang Jianjun, covered in dust, returned. How dare you come back? Look at what you've done. Suddenly, Huang Tao, who was filled with rage and had nowhere to vent it, took off his belt and gave Huang Jianjun, who had just entered the room and did not realize the seriousness of the situation, a flogging. Dad, stop, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Inside the house, Huang Jianjun's screams of pain and a crackling sound of flogging could be heard, along with Huang Tao's furious curses. It was a miserable sight. After all, he was getting old. After half an hour of beating, Huang Tao was tired. Just when he couldn't beat anymore, the door was opened again. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Huang Tao's wife, who had just returned, looked at her panting husband and her son with a swollen face. She still didn't know what had happened. It's not you who has raised a good son. Our family has been ruined by him. Huang Tao gritted his teeth and panted heavily while retelling what his son had done. After listening to her husband's words, Huang Tao's wife was silent for a while. Not to mention Huang Tao, even she as a mother regretted why she gave birth to this son in the first place. Hubby, lend me your belt for a while, you rest for a while, I'll continue after you're done. Huang Jianjun, who had just been able to catch his breath, once again welcomed the mother's brutal attack. That day, the screams that sounded in the house never stopped for a moment. Lin Yan spent the afternoon at the Kyushu Hotel. In the evening, he was in his office, enjoying a massage from the hotel staff, when a message from Mu Bingyao popped up on his WeChat. Mu Bingyao, where are you? I'm almost done with class, come pick me up, petite face JPG. Lin Yan, okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. Chapter 5 Is This Heaven? After receiving the message, Lin Yan got up and prepared to go back to school to pick up Mu Bingyao. Nice technique, I'll let Du Wenlong know and have him raise your salary. Before leaving, Lin Yan turned back to the girl who had given him a massage all afternoon and said. The girl's face showed joy, thank you, Mr. Lin. When Lin Yan returned to school, Mu Bingyao was already waiting at the entrance to the school. It was just after class, and the school gate was full of students coming and going. In full view of everyone, Mu Bingyao, shocking countless pairs of eyes, pulled open the passenger seat of the Porsche and got in. No. My goddess. Don't you go up there. Oh no, I didn't think the rumors were true, that the school beauty queen had been taken. Bastard, I'm going to fight you for my goddess. Humph, but she's always pretending to be high and mighty. She saw the rich kid in the luxury car and immediately started flirting with him. Exactly, I always said that those girls who look prettier are just waiting for a good offer. Shut up, you fat cow, don't don't insult the goddess. You little loser, how dare you insult me, you want to die. In the Porsche. Sorry, senior, there was a bit of traffic, I'm a bit late. That's fine, I just got out of class too. After getting in the car, Mu Bingyao pulled the seatbelt over her shoulders and fastened it. As she did so, her hair floated gently, and a faint, sweet fragrance drifted over. Senior, where are we going now? Lin Yan asked. Mu Bingyao glanced at the growing crowd of onlookers nearby. Let's get out of here first, go to the nearby food street and get something to eat, I'm hungry. When she said she was hungry, Mu Bingyao pouted her lips and turned her face towards Lin Yan. Good boy. Lin Yan inwardly exclaimed, good boy, and this expression melted his heart. His nose almost started bleeding. Cough cough, let's go first. Afraid to look any longer, Lin Yan quickly started the car and drove off. Near the school was a snack street, and in order to avoid attracting attention, Lin Yan and Mu Bingyao chose to walk in. Both sides of the snack street were lined with all kinds of delicious food. This snack street is famous throughout Shanghai. Not only do students from the nearby university town come back, but there is also a lot of foot traffic from tourists on weekdays. What do you want to eat, senior? I'll go buy it for you. I want to eat everything. JPG. Okay, then buy it all, take whatever you want. In the past, when Lin Yan and his roommate came to the snack street to drink and eat barbecue, he had to consider the price every time he took something, and sometimes a string of 15 yuan chicken wings could dissuade him. Now that he is rich, he doesn't have to worry about these trivial matters. The snack street is always bustling with people, and with a beautiful woman like Mu Bingyao, Lin Yan naturally attracts the envious glances of countless men. You are the only one who stands out? Here, I bought some grilled kidney beans, you eat more. At this time, Mu Bingyao sprinted back from a stall, holding several large kidney beans in her hands. Seeing the large kidneys in Mu Bingyao's hands, Lin Yan's face suddenly turned black. After taking the skewer, Lin Yan took a vicious bite. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Air. Mu Bingyao blinked her eyes, and then reacted, her white pretty face quickly climbing up with 2 streaks of rosy red. I didn't mean it that way, I was afraid that you were last night and this morning. It would be too tiring for so long. Lin Yan didn't listen to her explanation. Humph, I don't care, you just wait tonight. My wound is still not healed yet. Mu Bingyao bit her lips and said with a grievance. Okay, I'll mark it down this time and make it up to you next time. Humph, stingy. The two of them wandered around the snack street for most of the day, and after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they went to the nearby park and didn't return to school until late. Just as Mu Bingyao had said, her body was still unable to bear it, and there was definitely no way she could help him satisfy his lust tonight. After all, yesterday was the first time, and Lin Yan's fighting power was too fierce, plus the lack of restraint in the morning. She was barely able to come to class this afternoon. Lin Yan was a little disappointed, but he couldn't force her. Besides, there would be time and opportunities in the future. I'm going up, so get some rest early, good night. The girl is downstairs. Mu Bingyao gave Lin Yan a parting kiss before waving and going upstairs. Boys' dormitory, 605. This is a 4-person bedroom. But only 2 people are living here right now. Although the other 2 beds have beddings on them, no one is sleeping there anymore. Because after these 2 guys got girlfriends, they left the group and rented a place with their girlfriends. Before, when he was dating Zhou Bingbing, he had the idea of moving out with her, but she refused, and since he was financially limited at the time, renting a place was a big burden, so he didn't push it. There are some single rooms near the university town that are rented exclusively to college students. The monthly rent is not too expensive. If you go to a hotel too often, renting a room will be more cost-effective. It is also safer and more hygienic. Most importantly, it provides privacy, which satisfies couples in the heat of love, who can't wait to be together and never be apart. Many couples who have reached this stage and have some financial means will choose to rent a place outside, which is quite common. Lin Yan returned to the dormitory. When he opened the door, he found that Zhang Ming was the only one playing games in the dormitory. King of Glory. It seems that I need to find a time to buy a house near the school and move out with my schoolmate. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yan's thoughts started to run wild again. He doesn't mind living in the dormitory, but there is no privacy. Lin Yan wants to spend time with Mu Bingyao. The 2 of them will move out together and buy a house somewhere, and then. But they need to discuss this with Mu Bingyao first. You're back? You didn't come home last night, and you skipped class this morning. Did something happen? Jiang Ming looked up when he heard the door open. Lin Yan hadn't told the others about his breakup with Zhou Bingbing. The four of them were still on good terms, and even the two who lived outside came back to the dorms from time to play games and have meals together. It's fine. I accidentally drank too much at the bar, so I went to a hotel and slept for the night. When I woke up, it was already noon. You went drinking by yourself? That's not being a good friend. I got in the mood, and when I wanted to call you guys, I was already drunk. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes, obviously not believing Lin Yan's nonsense, but he didn't ask anymore. Because he was alive. He immediately looked back and got back to work. Lin Yan walked over and took a look. Good stuff. 0 out of 5. Damn, shit, is this armor out to get me? Before long, Jiang Ming's phone screen went black and white again. Lin Yan watched Jiang Ming's actions for a while, and subconsciously ran his hand along his chin, exclaiming, "You're 100 li. No wonder you majored in the art of tracing." Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, then tell me how to play. How else can you play, with your hands? Lin Yan shrugged and said matter-of-factly. No wonder you're so bad at it, you've been playing with your feet the whole time. Jiang Ming, get out of here, it's just that I lost a level last time, and you've been holding a grudge for so long? Lin Yan nodded as if it were only natural. As for that, Jiang Ming. Lin Yan occasionally plays the game of King of Glory, but not much, maybe a few dozen games per season, to get a star rating. The first 2 weeks, Jiang Ming was on his knees, begging Lin Yan to take him on a few games, and Lin Yan agreed. Once he entered the game, Lin Yan realized that Jiang Ming's consecutive kneeling was not without reason. Lin Yan played the role of the jungler, and just after he had finished buffing the blue buff, Bailey sent him a blood gift. In less than 4 minutes, the bottom lane outer tower was gone. He was pitted by Jiang Ming and suffered 5 consecutive kneelings, dropping from star 3 to star 4. What does it mean to be ridiculously bad at something? This is ridiculously bad at something. After a few words of mutual criticism, Lin Yan rolled over and went to bed. As a night owl, the time was still early for him. Holding his phone, he started browsing on the bed. Picking up his phone, Lin Yan opened the online shopping platform first. He just saw Jiang Ming playing games, and he remembered that his computer had some problems and broke, so he couldn't play games for a few days. He didn't have the money to repair it before, and now he didn't bother to repair it. Naturally, he would just replace it with a new one when he had the money. The top model. His current laptop is too low-end and has serious lag, making every game session a pain. Searching the ROG official website, Lin Yan quickly determined his goal. You're the one. The latest ROG model, the Iceblade 5, top model, priced at 49,999 yuan. One step to the top. Lin Yan has long been interested in this series of laptops from ROG, and now finally has the opportunity to buy it. Without any consultation, Lin Yan placed the order and paid. According to the speed of the Dog East logistics, if it's fast, you should be able to get it tomorrow afternoon, or the day after at the latest. After thinking about it, since the computer has been replaced, I might as well get a new phone. Lin Yan's phone is still a 1,000 yuan machine bought 3 years ago, and now even opening WeChat takes half a day to respond. Place another order, Huawei Mate 40 RS Porsche Edition, price, 12,998 yuan. Suddenly Lin Yan felt a sudden thirst. He had eaten too much skewers at the snack street before, and didn't drink much water. After searching a bit, he realized that the water he bought before was finished. The bed in the dormitory is the type with a bed on top and a desk underneath. Lin Yan leaned over the edge of the bed and looked at Jiang Ming, who was still playing games below, and said, "Jiang Ming, can you go buy me a bottle of water? It's not convenient for me to change my clothes." What are you thinking about? Didn't you say last time that Shishi's new skin, Yulong Qingying, is very good looking? I even added it to my wish list, do you want it or not? Jiang Ming didn't know what he meant, and without looking back, he said, "Poor, no money, no. If you go down and buy me a bottle of water, I'll give you a ride." Swish. Jiang Ming, who was once again staring at a black and white screen, suddenly stood up and looked at him suspiciously. Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Transfer the money. If you're serious, I'll hang up and go buy it for you right now. Cough cough, it's not good to make you lose points by hanging up, so should I just forget it? Lin Yan pretended to be serious. Jiang Ming said with disdain, I've already knelt 9 times, what's one more star? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan simply transferred the money directly. After sending it, he bought the skin himself, and used the rest of the money to buy me 2 Cokes, something tasty. Zhang Ming clicked open the WeChat red envelope suspiciously. 200 yuan. He was instantly dumbfounded. Holy shit, are you serious? Lin Yan, you've struck it rich? Alright, hurry up, I'm dying of thirst, are you buying or not? If not, just give me my money back. Lin Yan didn't explain, and casually waved his hand. Wait a minute, I'll go buy it right now. After saying that, Zhang Ming really hung up directly and rushed downstairs. Lin Yan lay on the bed and called up the system. Host, Lin Yan. Number of daily ordinary lucky draws, 1 to 1. Current task, none. Hey, there's still a lucky draw? System, I want to enter the lucky draw. This morning, after the lucky 10 consecutive draws, Lin Yan forgot that there was still a chance to enter the normal lucky draw. Ding, the lucky draw is being conducted for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 1 million virtual spending funds. Virtual spending funds, this fund can only be used for online virtual spending. Lin Yan. Virtual funds? 1 million? Lin Yan was surprised and a little disappointed at the same time. The rewards from the normal lottery and the lucky draw were obviously not in the same league. Of course, it was also possible that he had just had a really bad hand this time. He hadn't triggered a system mission in a day, and he didn't know what the system's criteria for issuing missions were. From this comparison, Lin Yan had even higher expectations for missions and mission rewards. If he wanted to try the Heart Cloud 10 in a row lottery again, he would have to complete the missions issued by the system first. At this time, the dormitory door opened, and Zhang Ming returned carrying a bag. Here's the Coke you wanted, and I bought you some food on the way back, 2 bags of Lay's potato chips and 2 bags of Hawthorn tablets. Thanks. That night, Lin Yan lay on his bed, reading a novel, brushing his teeth, drinking Coke, eating potato chips, and chewing Hawthorn tablets. He felt like a happy immortal. He was so happy that he didn't want to go back to reality. Is this heaven? Chapter 6, The Mission is Here. In the middle of the night, Lin Yan kept reading the novel until the early morning, and he was preparing to use tomorrow's lottery before going to sleep. Ding, the lottery is being drawn for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 10 million virtual spending funds. Lin Yan, who had been watching the time, conducted the lottery just after midnight, and the reward was again virtual funds. However, the amount has increased tenfold. The system is forcing me to become an internet god. Lin Yan was still lamenting when the system's voice sounded again. Ding, detected that the host has more than 10 million virtual funds, issuing system task, become an online anchor. Task. He paused for a moment. Just now, Lin Yan was still thinking about getting a task, and now the task came. But the content of this task. He had never been involved in the industry of online anchors, and at most, he would occasionally watch live broadcasts during the week. Zhang Ming, do you know how to do a live broadcast? Lin Yan once again poked his head out from the bed and asked Zhang Ming, who was still playing games. Live broadcast? How would I know about that? I don't even watch live broadcasts very often. Lin Yan wasn't surprised by this answer. Do you know anyone who is an anchor? No, maybe someone in my class has been an anchor, but I guess they were just small, unreliable anchors. Why do you ask? You don't want to do a live broadcast, do you? Well, I have thought about it. Zhang Ming looked back at Lin Yan in surprise. I only know that each platform has different features for live streaming, and it depends on which platform you go to live stream on, or what type of live streaming content you want to do. Zhang Ming casually said something without saying anything more, because he was alive again. Lin Yan nodded silently, thinking that it made sense. The system did not restrict him to a certain platform or what type of content to do, obviously giving him the freedom to do whatever he wanted. After thinking for a while, Lin Yan picked up his phone again. He went to the homepage of the Shark app. Anyway, let's register an Anchor account first. The threshold for registering an Anchor is very low, with almost no restrictions. After a bit of fiddling, Lin Yan quickly registered successfully. Is Anchor LD, if I can talk, I'll publish a book. Ding, congratulations, the host has successfully registered as an online anchor and received a reward, Xingyi Mutual Entertainment. Follow-up task, complete your first live broadcast. Lin Yan was taken aback. The name Xingyi Mutual Entertainment seemed to have been heard somewhere before. He quickly looked it up online and quickly found the result. Register to become an anchor and get a live streaming guild for free? The system is awesome. Lin Yan was secretly shocked. This Xingyi Mutual Entertainment is precisely one of the anchor guilds of the Shark live streaming platform. And this guild is not small in scale, with hundreds of entertainment anchors and game anchors under its banner. There are even big anchors from the first and second tiers. After roughly looking at the information about Xingyi Mutual Entertainment, it was getting late, so Lin Yan was going to go to bed first. He would think about starting a broadcast tomorrow after the computer arrived. The next day, as soon as the alarm clock went off, he woke up. He had just finished washing up and was about to go to class when a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yan? Yes, what is it? Hello, Mr. Lin, this is Sun Hong, the manager of the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. I was notified last night that you had bought Xingyi Mutual Entertainment, so I'm calling to ask if you have any instructions or needs? I don't have any instructions. I don't usually get involved in guild affairs. It will be the same as it was before. You manage the guild well, and I won't ask any questions. I'll just take the guild's dividends. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the guild and live up to your trust. Oh, yes. Just before hanging up, Lin Yan suddenly remembered, I registered an anchor account and will broadcast live at that time, so I might as well hang it under the guild banner. The person on the other end of the line paused for a moment before hastily saying, don't worry, I will definitely arrange it so that the resources will be biased towards you. When I start broadcasting, just give me a random recommendation slot, and there is no need to use the guild's operating funds to give me gifts. Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild Base. Inside the office. Looking at the phone in his hand that had been hung up, Sun Hong wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his face. He didn't expect the new boss's voice to sound so young, and he should be the eldest son of some family. Last night, Sun Hong suddenly received a phone call from his former boss, informing him that the owner of the guild had been replaced and giving him the new boss's phone number. At the time, Sun Hong was puzzled. Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild is one of the top guilds on the platform, and the company's annual profits are quite high. Why sell it? His former boss told him, the other party offered me a price I couldn't refuse. This price is more than Xingyi Mutual Entertainment could earn in 10 years. The other party is obviously not short of money. They probably bought the guild just for fun. You better watch out. For the rest of the night, Sun Hong speculated about why the new boss had bought the guild. From the phone call just now, Sun Hong was basically certain the new boss wanted to be an anchor for fun, so he bought a guild on the side. The current bigwigs are really awesome, spending over 1 billion yuan to buy a guild just to play as an anchor. This is really outrageous, such a large sum of money, I would never dare to think about it in my life. But obviously this kind of thing is none of his business, he just needs to do his own job well. At least he won't lose his job as manager. Someone come. Sun Hong shouted out into the office, and soon his assistant pushed the door open. Manager Sun. Notify all guild managers that there will be a meeting in half an hour, and also inform them that the guild owner has changed. Assistant. The assistant had a shocked expression on her face. She obviously hadn't recovered from the shock of this amazing piece of information either. The other side. The bottom of the boys' dormitory. Not far from the entrance to the dormitory building, there was a woman looking left and right, carrying breakfast. Zhou Bingbing, who had resolved yesterday to find Lin Yan to reconcile, ended up waiting outside the hotel all afternoon without seeing him come out, so she had to go back to school first. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing Zhou Bingbing did was re-add Lin Yan to WeChat, but she couldn't get a response from him. Fortunately, Zhou Bingbing knew that Lin Yan had a class this morning. So she waited here early, waiting for Lin Yan to come out. She wanted to beg him to forgive her and reconcile their relationship. To show her sincerity, she even specially prepared breakfast. Zhou Bingbing thought to herself. In the past, Lin Yan always brought her breakfast, but this time she was the one apologizing by bringing him breakfast. She was sure he would forgive her. In her impression, girls could be seen everywhere downstairs in the girls' dormitory, bringing breakfast to their goddesses, but there were almost no girls waiting downstairs in the boys' dormitory to bring breakfast to the boys. Now that she had gone to such lengths to give Lin Yan face, there was no reason for him not to forgive her, right? Just then, Lin Yan and his roommate happened to walk out of the hallway. Chapter 7. Forget it, the game is more important. Hey, Lin Yan, look, isn't that Zhou Bingbing? As soon as he came out, Zhang Ming saw Zhou Bingbing and immediately gave Lin Yan an ambiguous expression. When he saw the breakfast in Zhou Bingbing's hand, he was even more surprised. The sun is rising in the west, she actually brought you breakfast? In his impression, Lin Yan's girlfriend is not like such a sensible person. Obviously not. What? Zhang Ming was taken aback and didn't understand what he meant. I broke up with her. Lin Yan also didn't expect to run into Zhou Bingbing here, so he explained to Zhang Ming about his breakup with Zhou Bingbing, so as to avoid any misunderstandings between them in the future. Zhang Ming was very indignant to learn that his best friend had actually been cheated on. And the look in his eyes towards Zhou Bingbing suddenly changed. Stupid bitch. Never mind her, it's still early, let's go to the canteen for breakfast first. Lin Yan casually glanced at her and ignored her. From the moment they broke up, the two had been from two different worlds. Whether Zhou Bingbing lived or died had nothing to do with him. Lin Yan, good morning. Just as the two were about to ignore Zhou Bingbing and leave, the other party walked over. Lin Yan chose to ignore this woman directly and continued walking. Lin Yan, wait. For me, I brought you breakfast. Zhou Bingbing trotted up and stopped in front of Lin Yan. She had waited a long time for Lin Yan, so she couldn't let him go just like that. Lin Yan frowned at Zhou Bingbing, who was blocking his way. He really didn't expect this woman to be so shameless. We've already broken up, so why are you still here? You should give Huang Jianjun your breakfast, I'm not worthy of it. Lin Yan coldly said this and was about to walk around this woman. Wait. Zhou Bingbing stopped Lin Yan again. Lin Yan, please listen to my explanation. I have broken up with Huang Jianjun, I have nothing to do with him now, let's get back together. Lin Yan laughed angrily, he had really never met such a shameless person. What kind of person does he, Lin Yan, take him to be? Can he come and go as he pleases? Can he have sex whenever he wants? Zhou Bingbing, I never realized that you were such a shameless woman, you were the one who said you wanted to break up in the first place, and now you are the one who wants to get back together. Who do you think you are? Do you think your surname is Wan? Lin Yan said unceremoniously, he really didn't know how he was blind and would look at her. However, Zhou Bingbing not only was not discouraged, but instead grabbed Lin Yan's arm and put on a coquettish pose. Lin Yan begged you to forgive me, the reason I would cheat on Huang Jianjun is because I love you. This sentence not only confused the crowd around them, but also Lin Yan. What do you mean? You cheated on me and you say that it's because you love me? I didn't think I was skilled enough, so I deliberately cheated on Huang Jianjun to practice my skills and serve you well in the future. The crowd around them was struck by lightning. It's just outrageous. Opened the door, and I found Outrageous holding a horse. You're the most outrageous. Get out. Lin Yan rudely shook off Zhou Bingbing's hand and turned to leave. He was completely unable to control himself around this woman. Lin Yan, wait. Ah. Zhou Bingbing saw this and hurriedly tried to chase after him, but as a result, she tripped and fell directly to the ground. Serves you right. You brought this on yourself. I've never seen such a shameless person before, and today I've learned a valuable lesson. The crowd of onlookers not only did not pity her, but instead spoke mockingly. Zhang Ming gave her a cold stare and was about to catch up to Lin Yan, but the next scene that happened made him pause. Then came the dumbfounded look, as if he had seen a ghost. Of course, it wasn't just him. The crowd around him, who had been jeering, suddenly fell silent. They stared wide-eyed. Lin Yan, who had shaken his hand and left, had his mood for breakfast completely ruined and walked quickly towards the classroom. Just then, a pleasant voice came from the side. What's wrong? Why do you look so upset? It was like a clear spring or a secluded valley, soothing his troubled heart. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan's originally dark face instantly revealed a smile. When he looked up, he was suddenly stunned, standing there motionless. He saw a graceful and charming girl walking over in the distance. She was wearing a long white dress that revealed her towering breasts, and her eyes were even more charming than peaches, very seductive. Her skin was as white as snow, her small cherry lips outlined a beautiful curve. What a woman of stunning beauty! What is the rascal looking at? Mu Bingyao's face, as white as the bright moon, flushed with a rosy hue. She was shy when she was looked at by Lin Yan's hot gaze. Senior, why are you here? Lin Yan withdrew his gaze, swallowed, and then looked at the beauty in front of him again and whispered. You have a class this morning, I brought you breakfast. Mu Bingyao extended her slender hand and shook the breakfast she was holding on her white, delicate fingers. Lin Yan's heart warmed, as this was the first time a girl had ever brought him breakfast. While he was moved, Lin Yan reached over and put his arm around Mu Bingyao's slender waist. Mu Bingyao whispered in his arms, "Someone's watching." "It's okay, I'll take you somewhere else." "No, after I deliver your breakfast, I need to go back and get some sleep." Lin Yan then noticed the slightly distressed expression on Mu Bingyao's face. "Senior, did you stay up late last night?" "No, I didn't. I just didn't get enough rest, and I accidentally hurt my wound." "It hurts so much." Mu Bingyao's voice became quieter and quieter, until it was almost inaudible. "Rascal, what are you laughing at?" "Cough cough, nothing, I'm not laughing, I'm just embarrassed." Lin Yan pretended to cough twice. "I don't believe you, I'm leaving." "I'll walk you back." "No need, you'll be late for class." "It's okay, walking you back is more important than class." Mu Bingyao's heart warmed, and she didn't refuse anymore, allowing Lin Yan to accompany her back to the bottom of the girls' dormitory, leaving the onlookers in disarray in the wind. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Am I seeing things? Am I blind? Was that Mu Bingyao just now? Ah, goddess, my goddess, why is she here, and hugging with Lin Shui? Could it be that she and Lin Shui? Shut up, it's impossible, it's not scientific. How could the cool school flower be subdued? How could she be with another man? I know, Lin Yan must be Mu Shuewa's younger brother, they are brother and sister, let's not think badly. But they have the same surname Mu and Lin, right? Shut up. Zhou Bingbing, who was lying on the ground, was also shocked. This is impossible. If Lin Yan and Mu Bingyao are together, then she, Zhou Bingbing, will never have a chance. Her dream of marrying into a wealthy family has been shattered. She can't accept it, she just can't accept it. It's fake, it must be fake. Lin Yan must have arranged this to test my resolve. Yes, that's right, it must be like this. Zhou Bingbing, who thought she had figured everything out, saw light return to her eyes. This must be a scene Lin Yan has arranged to test her. As long as she continues to act, she will definitely win his forgiveness. Lin Yan was unaware of the reactions of the others. After returning Mu Bingyao to the dormitory, he went directly to the classroom and ate the breakfast that Mu Bingyao had brought him. The 2 morning calculus classes passed quickly as he dozed off. Halfway through the class, Zhang Ming, who had rushed to the classroom, furiously pursued him, asking what his relationship was with Mu Bingyao. "Lin Yan, tell me, what is your relationship with Mu's school beauty? You didn't really get her, did you?" Worried about being mobbed, Zhang Ming kept his voice down so that only the two of them could hear. Well, Lin Yan didn't hide it and admitted it with a straight face. Although he had expected it, when he heard his best friend admit it himself, Zhang Ming still couldn't believe it. Zhang Ming immediately embraced Lin Yan's shoulders and said excitedly, "Can you teach me a couple of tricks? I don't dare to hope for a girlfriend on the level of a school beauty, but it would be enough for me to win the flower of our class." Lin Yan looked at his unkempt appearance. Plus the dark circles under his eyes from staying up late playing games, he yawned sleepily from time to time. Looking at him with an expectant expression as he stretched his neck, Lin Yan said helplessly, "I'm afraid this is going to be difficult." "It's okay, you can say it, but it's fine." "Okay, I'll say it. First, you need to quit gaming, and second." Lin Yan just opened his mouth, but was interrupted halfway through. "Forget it, you don't need to say it. I don't think a girlfriend is right for me. I prefer to be single." Zhang Ming looked dejected. When it came to choosing between his girlfriend and gaming, he still felt that gaming was more important. Lin Yan. Chapter 8, The Head Anchor. Zui Xianlu is a famous high-end restaurant near Shanghai University. Inside the private room, all the decorations are antique, and there is a faint sandalwood fragrance in the air, which is pleasant to the body and mind. The sound of a guqin player playing in the restaurant echoes around the rafters. After finishing the morning class, Lin Yan asked Mu Bingyao to go to this restaurant for dinner together. "Sir and madam, enjoy your meal." The waiter set the food on the table and left. "Senior, you said you had something to do this afternoon?" Mu Yang nodded, "I have to go back to the company this afternoon." Lin Yan looked puzzled and said, "Back to the company?" Although there are few courses for seniors, it is not time for students to leave school and work until they have graduated. Mu Yang explained, "It is my family's company. Since there are not many courses for seniors, my mother asked me to go back and help manage the company together. I just started recently, so there is still a lot for me to learn." Mu Bingyao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I should have spent more time with you." She had just spent 2 days with Lin Yan, and they were in the throes of a passionate romance, but she had to go back to help out in the family business and couldn't spend more time with him. That's okay, but you have to work hard, big sister. If I can't find a job after graduation, I'll go to your place and get a job there, Lin Yan said half-jokingly. Mu Bingyao covered her mouth and smiled. Although she was not sure how wealthy her junior was, she was sure that he was extraordinary. Not to mention the expensive supercar, just the meal in front of them would cost tens of thousands of dollars. How could he possibly worry about finding a job? Good, if that really happens, my junior can come to me at any time, I will support you. Mu Bingyao said with a smile. But, her beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Yan, are you really not angry? Lin Yan paused for a moment while eating, and laughed, angry? No, why would I be angry? But I do feel a little regret. Mu Bingyao let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that she would give Lin Yan a bad impression. This was her first time dating a guy, so she was quite cautious. It seemed that Lin Yan had seen through Mu Bingyao's thoughts, so he reached out and took her in his arms to reassure her. Mu Bingyao was unreservedly embraced by him, and she wriggled around to find a more comfortable position. Ah, don't be naughty. Mu Bingyao suddenly felt a pair of mischievous hands. If I'm to blame, it's because you, senior, are too charming. If I don't do anything else, I'll become a saint. Rascal. Ah, pinch me lightly. The two of them just had a moment of tenderness, until Mu Bingyao blushed and panted before they stopped. Senior, your company is based in Shanghai, right? Mu Bingyao buried her face in his arms and nodded gently. Yes, it's on Shanghai Financial Street. Then I can go see you anytime, right? Well, yes, but don't do that again next time. I'll come back to school to see you even if I'm on break. Lin Yan couldn't help but reach out and twist her face, as she looked so cute with her teeth bared. Then it's settled. Stop pinching. The other side. The Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild base, inside the meeting room. Guild manager Sun Hong sat at the top of the meeting table, with his desktop overflowing with documents and data. Below, the room was full of people. These were the senior management of the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild, along with some of the guild's major anchors. Since they had been called in suddenly, they didn't know what was going on yet, and were talking amongst themselves. Okay, everyone is here, so stop talking and calm down. Sun Hong scanned the noisy crowd and shouted. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone straightened up and their expressions became serious. Although it was unclear what the purpose of this meeting was, everyone present was a core figure in the guild, and they had obviously been called together for something important. That's right, the reason we've called everyone here is to notify and discuss a few things. Sun Hong spoke again. First, last night, our guild was fully acquired, which means, the owner of the guild has now changed. Wow! The meeting room, which had just quieted down, suddenly resounded with a burst of uproar, and everyone instantly became agitated. What? What's going on? How was the guild, which was doing so well, acquired? Manager Sun, could it be that the guild's financial chain has a problem? The guild will probably be disbanded, right? What about our contracts and the benefits we were originally promised? Everyone instantly became nervous. Changing the owner of the guild is a big deal. Everyone here is an important member of the guild, all of them rely on the guild for a living, and their fate is all in the hands of the guild owner. With a change of owner, no one knows what will happen next. This is especially true for anchors who have signed a dead contract with the guild and have been supported solely by the guild. On the surface, they look glamorous and successful, but in reality, their fate is completely in the hands of the guild. There are also anchors who want to cooperate deeply with the guild. They are all worried inside. What kind of attitude will their new boss have towards them? Will the promised support resources be changed? Manager Sun, my previous boss promised me that the guild would help me with the annual event this year. Will this event still go ahead? Zhao Yi asked Sun Hong nervously. Zhao Yi, also known as Wilderness, is one of the 300-level top anchors of the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. The maximum level on the Shark Live streaming platform is 100, and there are only a few dozen anchors at the maximum level on the entire platform. It is not easy for an anchor to reach the maximum level. They need to receive 23 million renminbi worth of gifts and rewards before they can reach level 100. Only the most popular anchors can do this. Zhao Yi is one of them. But he is not satisfied with this. He wants to climb even higher and become a top anchor. The Shark platform has given him this opportunity. By participating in activities held on the platform and ranking high, he can get traffic bonuses, recommended slots, and various rewards. For example, a 5-digit room number. The biggest event on the Shark platform every year is the annual host competition at the end of each year. In addition to the champion, the top 10 peak hosts will also be selected. Each of the 10 selected hosts will receive a 5-digit room number, a lot of traffic support, and a homepage recommendation position. As an annual event where all platform hosts compete, it is naturally very difficult to be selected as one of the top 10 peak hosts. The way to be selected as one of the top 10 peak hosts. During the annual event, the top 10 anchors are selected based on the total value of the gifts and rewards they receive. In previous years, the lowest gift reward for any of the top 10 anchors was more than 10 million renminbi. The top 10 anchors are the real head anchors of the Shark Live platform. Each of them has terrifying energy and a fan base, and they themselves represent traffic and have a strong ability to attract money. Zhao Yi participated in the annual event at the end of each year on the Shark platform alone last year. Due to his limited personal financial strength and lack of popularity, he was ultimately not selected. He was still 400 W gifts short of the 10th place. He spent millions of dollars for this annual event, but in the end he was not selected. Even for a broadcaster of his level, it was a major blow. So this year, he contacted the former boss of the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. After he agreed to sacrifice part of his profits in exchange, the former boss agreed that the guild would contribute part of the funding to help him win this year's annual event and secure a spot among the top 10 peak anchors. It was almost the end of the year, and the annual event would soon begin. However, the guild suddenly changed bosses at this time, and Zhao Yi was very anxious. If the current boss was unwilling to contribute to help him win the annual event, with his own strength, the result this year would still be the same as last year. Chapter 9: Buying a House. Zhao Yi's nervousness was clearly visible on his face. He put his hands on the edge of the table and leaned forward. Sun Hong was, after all, the manager of a guild, and he could tell at a glance what Zhao Yi was worried about. After all, it was the top streamer in the guild and a major earner. Sun Hong could ignore the problems of other people, but Zhao Yi still needed him to reassure him. Zhao Yi was relieved. The guild promised to help you fight the annual event, and they will not go back on their word. The conditions will remain as we previously negotiated. Sun Hong said, the guild will help you secure a spot among the top 10 top anchors, and the 5-digit room number will be yours. However, for the next 2 years, the guild will take an additional 10% of the gift income from your broadcasts. The guild's help with the annual event remains unchanged, and Zhao Yi's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, can be put down again. Zhao Yi said gratefully, thank you, Manager Sun, and thank you, boss. The end of the year is approaching, and the annual competition will begin soon. Zhao Yi made a promise to his fans during the live broadcast in advance, saying that he would definitely enter the competition again this year, and this time, not only would he enter, he would definitely win one of the top 10 places. This was mainly to warm up the crowd and at the same time rally the support of his fan group and big brothers in his live broadcast room. If his fan group was strong enough, the help from individual votes would be very considerable. With his fans helping out, he might be able to get hundreds of thousands or even millions of votes just from individual votes. However, everything has its drawbacks. If he loses the competition, fails to make the top 10, and fails to fulfill his promise to his fans, he will immediately be attacked by the group. As the saying goes, where there is a lot of popularity, there is a lot of trouble. In his position as a major anchor, any little thing can become a target for others to attack. Under the deliberate guidance of people with ulterior motives, no one can tell who is right and who is wrong. His fans will think that he is cheating for money and tricking everyone into sending gifts. All kinds of conspiracy theories will follow, and the live broadcast room will be full of abuse. This scene played out once again at the end of last year. After that, there was a massive exodus of fans. If this happens again this year, his live streaming career may be over. The taunts of his haters, the attacks of the paid trolls, and the disappointment of his fans, none of this can he bear again. Bang bang. Sun Hong pounded the table hard to indicate silence. I know what everyone is worried about, and you can all rest assured. There is nothing wrong with the guild itself, and there is no problem with the funds. Our boss has bought Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild at full price, at twice the price. With the support of the boss, it is impossible for the guild funds to go wrong. The guild will not be disbanded because of this, so everyone does not need to worry. The various managers of the guild were suddenly relieved. As long as the guild does not lack money and will not be disbanded, then they will not lose their jobs, and they have nothing to worry about. Manager son, what about us anchors? Does the boss have any requests? A female anchor stood up and asked in the crowd. The boss will not interfere with the guild's affairs. It will remain the same as it was before. As long as you can still create value for the guild and make money for it, there is no need to worry about support. You will get the same as promised, and things will remain as they are. Sun Hong moved over what Lin Yan had told him, word for word. Upon hearing this, all the anchors, including Zhao Yi, let out a sigh of relief. As long as things remain the same, this is the best news for them at the moment. There is another matter of greater importance, which is the sole focus of this meeting. Sun Hong scanned the crowd and his expression became serious. Although the guild's new boss will not have a significant impact on you for the time being, the next matter is very important and even concerns your future. You are all anchors, and you all have ambitions in your hearts. You want to become famous and make money. Whether you can receive more support in the future and climb to a higher position depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. The crowd, who had just let out a sigh of relief, had not yet recovered when they were stimulated by Sun Hong's words and their hearts tightened again. At the same time, they were very curious about what Sun Hong was going to say and what the opportunity was. How could they get more support and climb to a higher position? People go high, water flows low. If there is such an opportunity, who wouldn't want to seize it? As long as they are given such an opportunity, everyone here will definitely hold on tight and never let go. Cough cough. Sun Hong coughed a few times, and then briefly explained that Lin Yan was going to prepare for a live broadcast and hang the live broadcast account under the guild's banner. Silence. How rich does one have to be able to do this? It's not much more than just having a lot of money to spend. As major broadcasters in the live streaming world, they naturally know. In the eyes of some people, it seems to be more high-end, but in fact, it is all an illusion created by the big broadcasters. Otherwise, they would not be mocked as internet beggars, and many people look down on the profession of internet broadcasters. They are even attacked by a large number of haters every day, which is simply intolerable for ordinary people. These people are old pros. As long as they can make money, they don't care what you say. But can someone who can spend billions of dollars to buy a guild be short of money? Manager son, are you serious or not? Yes. Manager son, the new boss is actually going to be an anchor? Sun Hong was not at all surprised by their surprise. At first, when he heard Lin Yan say that he wanted to be an anchor, he had the same expression. Of course it's true. The boss's account has already been registered, and I personally linked the account to the guild half an hour ago. Manager son, does the boss have any instructions? What do we need to do? No, the boss has no instructions, but just because the boss doesn't say anything doesn't mean we can just sit around doing nothing. You should understand what I mean, right? After you get back, everyone should pay attention to the boss's account and keep an eye on the boss's broadcasts. I don't need to tell you what to do when the time comes, do I? You are all anchors, and no one in this industry knows better than you. As long as you can satisfy the boss, you will get the guild support you want and all kinds of benefits. Manager son, don't worry, we understand. Afternoon. Lin Yan and Mu Bingyao parted ways. Mu Bingyao took the driver's car back to the company. Lin Yan suddenly had free time and didn't know what to do. Let's go look at some nearby houses. Although the plan to live together with Mu Bingyao had aborted, Lin Yan still felt that it was inconvenient to be a boarding student due to the system mission, so he was still preparing to buy a house outside. With money on hand, it's much easier to do whatever you want. Just buy a house and live in it for now. The system mission is activated, so maybe I'll be rewarded with a villa at any time. Driving a Porsche 911 GT 1-98, and following the guidance of the Chieta map, Lin Yan quickly arrived at a real estate sales center. Zhanghai No. 1 community is one of the top wealthy areas in Zhanghai City. All the houses for sale here are luxury mansions, and they are very famous even throughout Zhanghai City. Likewise, the houses here are also among the most expensive in Zhanghai City. Last year, in the general environment of a sluggish economy and a sharp drop in housing prices across the country, the housing prices of Zhanghai No. 1 remained firm, basically not falling at all, and even increasing a little for a period of time. The selling price of each house in Zhanghai No. 1 is no lower than 10 million yuan. This is truly a gathering place for the rich. Of course, what Lin Yan is most satisfied with is its very good location. It is built by the sea. The scenery is beautiful. With its beautiful mountains and water, and plenty of pretty girls, anyone who lives here is a true celebrity. Now that I'm rich, it's not too much to ask to live in a sea view apartment and look out at the sea, is it? Chapter 10 Shanghai number 1. Boom. A low engine sound, like a warhorse galloping on the battlefield. With the sound of the brakes, Lin Yan, in the envious eyes of passers-by, parked the sports car steadily in the parking space outside the sales office. When they saw Lin Yan get off the sports car, the original envy in their eyes immediately turned into deep jealousy. If the person getting off the sports car was a middle-aged greasy man, the passers-by wouldn't feel too much. There are many rich people in Shanghai. But why is this guy so young? And so handsome? Young, handsome, and driving a sports car, the standard rich and handsome guy. The passers-by instantly felt unbalanced. So angry. It was lunchtime, and the sales ladies in the sales office took advantage of the fact that there were no customers to rest or eat. When they heard the roar of the engine belonging to the sports car, they subconsciously looked up and just happened to see the silver Porsche sports car stop not far away. Everyone's eyes lit up, and like cats that smell fish, they scrambled to greet him. But as they hurried to the door, ready to welcome him, they suddenly felt their feet come to a halt. Oh, they were too late. Why was Mu personally greeting him? A saleswoman was already standing by the door of the Porsche to greet him, so they could only helplessly grumble and retreat. This customer in the sports car obviously had great potential, but someone else beat them to it. Their rule here is that, except for customers who have made an appointment with the salesperson in advance, whoever is received first by a customer who has not made an appointment directly at the store is whoever is received first, and malicious competition for customers is prohibited. Lin Yan had just parked his car and opened the door when he noticed a mature beauty in her late 20s or early 30s. Dressed in a black uniform, the beautiful woman with a slender figure was already waiting respectfully on the side, with a standard smile on her somewhat charming face. It's no wonder that this is a luxury residential area. The service starts as soon as you get out of the car. What shocked Lin Yan the most was the sales lady's figure and appearance. She had a beautiful face, a slender and delicate body, and every expression showed her charming demeanor, yet she was dignified. Her black skirt was wrapped around her short skirt, and she was wearing black stockings and high heels on her slender legs, perfectly outlining her plump figure and making people unable to take their eyes off her. This is a beauty with a face that starts at 95 points and a body that is 99 points. She is a rare beauty who would be afraid to be proud if she were 1 point less. Lin Yan noticed a small staff badge hanging from the top of her extraordinary left peak. Sales Supervisor, Mu Shui. When Mu Shui saw Lin Yan, although her face did not show any emotion, her heart was secretly shocked. So young and handsome. The reason she was standing here was because she had seen the license plate number hanging on Lin Yan's sports car. Hi 888888. The person who can have this license plate number is definitely not an ordinary person. Mu Shui was worried that the other sales lady would not receive him well, causing dissatisfaction, so she came in person to receive him. After all, if you accidentally offend such a big shot, the consequences will be unimaginable once they get angry. Otherwise, as a sales supervisor, she normally does not need to personally receive customers. However, she did not expect that the other person was actually such a young, handsome, and charming young man. Sir, welcome to Shanghai number 1. Looking at the beautiful woman in uniform slightly bowing in front of her, Lin Yan felt a little regret. She was dressed too warmly, not at all cool. He was unable to see the peaks and ravines of the snow-capped mountains. Mu Shui straightened up and turned her gaze to Lin Yan. Sir, I am Mu Shui, the sales supervisor of the Shanghai number 1 sales office. How may I help you? Lin Yan withdrew the admiring gaze she had been casting at her and said nonchalantly, I've come to see the room. Okay, sir, please follow me, I'll give you a tour. Mu Shui led Lin Yan towards the sales center. May I ask your surname, sir? How should I address you? Pushing open the door, Mu Shui led Lin Yan into a VIP reception room before asking again. My humble name is Lin, just call me Lin Yan. Lin Yan casually said indifferently, not being flattered or condescending because of the other person's polite and respectful attitude. Mr. Lin Yan, please sit down first. Wait a moment, I'll have someone pour you a cup of tea. Mu Shui made a gesture of invitation. After Lin Yan sat down, she turned to the door, called out to a sales lady to prepare the tea, and then took out some information from a bookshelf by the wall. In a short while, a sales lady placed a cup of tea on the table in front of him. Enjoy your tea, sir. After saying that, she retreated. Lin Yan had just lifted his teacup to take a sip when Mu Shui walked over with a few brochures and sat down across from him. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Yan, for keeping you waiting. The young man in front of her, although young, was not even as old as her, but his every move was extraordinary. Just now, while she was looking for information, she secretly looked up the Porsche and discovered that it was actually a Porsche 911 GT 1-98 worth nearly 100 million. Together with the license plate with the CA88888, its identity must be noble, and she dared not be rude. Mr. Lin Yan, let me first introduce to you the properties currently on sale at Zhanghai No. 1, is that okay? Her voice was naturally a little flirtatious, with a careful tone that exuded a different kind of charm. Lin Yan nodded, He had only heard of the houses here and knew nothing about them, so it would be good to have someone introduce them first. The luxury homes in Zhanghai No. 1 are mainly high-rise mansions, divided into large flat floors, apartments and duplexes. The luxury homes here are all built by the sea, and you can enjoy the beautiful beach and ocean from your home. Zhanghai No. 1 is deep in the city but hidden from it. In the community, there is the Ulazi Hotel, Xinyue Concert Hall, and a helipad. Not far away is a commercial shopping center, making it a veritable luxury residential area. There are currently 3 high-rise luxury buildings for sale, namely Center A and T1 and B2 in the north and south districts. Center A is the main tower building of Zhanghai No. 1. The houses here are the most luxurious mansions in Zhanghai No. 1. They adopt the standard of 3 elevators and 1 large flat floor, with an area of 400 to 500 square meters per household. They are all top-of-the-line luxury decorations, with an average price of more than 190,000 yuan per square meter. Building T1 is a high-end complex building. This building is 66 floors tall and is filled with finely decorated apartments. It is equipped with 5 elevators. There are currently 8 units still for sale, such as this one on the 55th floor, 458 square meters, 6 bedrooms and 3 living rooms. Mu Shui handed the brochure to Lin Yan, and pointed at the photos with her slender fingers. It contains descriptions of various luxury properties. Looking at the pictures, each house looks particularly exquisite. Mu Shui flips through the pages for him while non-stop giving a detailed introduction. There are quite a few properties on sale, and Mu Shui is worried that if she goes into too much detail, Lin Yan will become impatient. She mainly picks out the key points and features and gives a brief introduction. After flipping to the last page of the brochure, Mu Shui hesitates for a moment before cautiously asking again, Mr. Lin Yan, what is your approximate budget? What type of house do you like? Lin Yan said lightly, I don't have a price in mind, but I do have one requirement, it must be fully furnished and ready for me to move in today. If I'm satisfied, I can sign the contract on the spot and pay the full price. Since I've decided to buy a house, the sooner the better. I don't want to waste any time. What? You want to move in today, sign the contract on the spot, and pay the full price? Mu Shui was taken aback, followed by a feeling of joy. Although she knew that the young man in front of her was worth a lot of money, she didn't expect him to be so decisive. You have to know that each luxury home in Zhanghai No. 1 is not cheap, none of them are less than 50 million yuan. And the luxury homes that she just introduced to Lin Yan are all priced at more than 80 million yuan. The cheaper ones have long since been sold, and the rest are all expensive ones that ordinary rich people can't afford. Paying the full amount means taking out 80 million yuan all at once. For such expensive houses, there are very few people who decide to buy them outright after seeing them for the first time. Luxury houses are not like cabbages on the roadside that you can buy whenever you want. For a moment, Mu Shui's smile was respectful but also a little enthusiastic. If this becomes a single order, she can earn a lot of pocket money again. Mr. Lin Yan, which house are you more satisfied with? I will give you a detailed introduction, and we can also go to see the house at any time. Mu Shui immediately promised with all sincerity. And, as long as you give the nod, you can rest assured about the paperwork. I will get it done for you today. Lin Yan took the brochure introducing the large floor plans in Building A of the center, flipped through it a few times, and pointed to a few of the houses on it. I prefer these houses in Building A of the center. Mu Shui then went over every detail of the luxury houses Lin Yan had pointed out. Well, that's about it for now. Let's go straight there and take a look. Let's start with this one. After listening to the detailed introduction, Lin Yan had made up his mind. The luxury mansion he liked was located on the 32nd floor of Central Building A, with a floor area of 520 square meters. Judging from the pictures, the decoration style of this luxury mansion was very good, just what Lin Yan had in mind. So he wanted to go and take a look at the site to see the environment and overall layout. P.S. Many thanks to Xiao Haishan from Dingbian City, Su Kei from the Zhaotian gang, and Bai Yan for their rewards. Many thanks to all the readers for reading and bookmarking the article. Many thanks to everyone for following the story and clicking the More button at the end of the article to speed up the updates. Chapter 11, I'll Buy You Dinner. As one of the top luxury housing areas, Shanghai No. 1 has magnificent appearances and a sense of advanced technology in every building. Mu Shui, who thought Lin Yan was extraordinary, skipped the capital verification process and called 2 saleswomen to accompany Lin Yan to view the property. Surrounded by 3 uniformed ladies, the group arrived at the Central A building of Shanghai No. 1. Walking into the welcoming lobby of the Central A building, the lobby alone was magnificent. The marble floor, carefully polished by top domestic craftsmen, made everything extremely luxurious. With a light sound, the elevator arrived on the 32nd floor. A3201. Opening the door, they walked through the entrance and entered the living room. Lin Yan walked in front, Mu Shui followed him, a body position behind, and the other 2 sales ladies followed closely behind. The first thing that caught their eyes was an oversized viewing floor-to-ceiling window. The spacious living room measured more than 100 square meters. The simple yet elegant interior decoration was filled with an elegant artistic conception. Lin Yan looked around, taking in the mansion. As his gaze moved, Mu Shui, who was standing nearby, very cooperatively explained to him. Mr. Lin Yan, this mansion has 2 living rooms, each with a different style of decoration. The front room is classic and ancient, with an elegant artistic style, while the back room is magnificent and luxurious, with a high-end luxury style. And because it is located on the upper floors, the lighting and views are perfect. Not only can you get a panoramic view of the bustling Wanguochangshi Liangchang, but you can also take in the relaxing seaside scenery. With Mu Shui's introduction in company, Lin Yan quickly looked over the entire house. Standing in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Yan was looking out at the sea. The blue sea and sky, and the beautiful women on the beach could all be seen from here. The 3 beauties waited quietly behind him, their hands folded in front of them. Mu Shui spoke softly only after the young man by the window made a move. Mr. Lin Yan, are you satisfied with this house? This house comes fully furnished, so you can move in right away. And the property management at Shanghai No. 1 can provide you with top-notch service and do their best to meet your needs. Well, it's okay. Lin Yan nodded. After looking at the overall layout and decor of the room, Lin Yan was very satisfied with this luxury home. The decoration is luxurious beyond compare, worthy of the name of the top luxury decoration. The entire room is dominated by the 3 colors black, white, and brown. There are 2 living rooms with different styles, 3 master bedrooms, a study, a tea room, a kitchen, a chess and card room, a video game room, a cloakroom, a maid's room, a large balcony. A wide variety of facilities and equipment are available. All the designs for the decorations and renovations were created by top international designers. And it is said that the renovation cost nearly 30 million renminbi. Hearing this figure alone can give a feeling of silent luxury. Lin Yan remained calm on the surface, but was truly shocked inside. So, are you going to buy this one, or take a look at it? What is the price of this luxury home? This luxury home has a total area of 520 square meters. If you pay the full price, I can give you the best price, 135 million renminbi. For 99% of the world's population, 135 million yuan is an unreachable figure. Even the average rich person would be shocked to hear it. Throughout the world, those who can live in mansions worth hundreds of millions of yuan are all super rich people worth billions of yuan. 135 million yuan? Lin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Mu Shui explained with a sneer, because the decoration of this mansion was all done by internationally renowned designers, and even in the entire Shanghai No. 1, there are not many mansions that were personally designed by internationally renowned designers, so the price is slightly higher than the average. If you think it's expensive, there is another mansion in Building A with a similar decoration to this one. Although it is slightly inferior due to the size, the price is relatively cheaper. We can go and have a look. Mu Shui's words were interrupted by Lin Yan's waving hand. No need, price is not an issue, I'm more satisfied with this one, let's go with this one. If it's cheaper, how much cheaper can it be? Lin Yan doesn't lack tens of millions of yuan, after all, he has over 1 billion yuan in his pocket, and he's just worried about where to spend it. He won't hesitate to spend 100 million or 2 yuan on a luxury home. Since there are better options, naturally he will not choose the worst one on his own initiative, and besides, he happens to be satisfied with this house. Mr. Lin Yan, are you saying that you will buy this one? Well, you help me prepare the paperwork, the sooner the better, and just pay the full amount as we discussed before. Okay, Mr. Lin Yan, please wait a moment, I will take care of it for you right away. Mu Shui was both surprised and delighted, and after asking Lin Yan to wait for a moment, she immediately began preparing the various contracts. The other two saleswomen who were left behind didn't know much about Lin Yan's identity. When they heard that Lin Yan had decided to buy the mansion for the full price, they were completely stunned, their eyes wide and their mouths slightly open. A mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars was decided just by looking at it? This was the first time they had realized that selling luxury mansions could be so easy. This single order alone will result in millions in profits. It's so exciting. Such a handsome man who has made millions, they suddenly felt their hearts fluttering. Looking at Lin Yan again, their eyes shone with an ambiguous light, as if they wanted to be with Lin Yan immediately. They took the initiative to thrust out their towering breasts, and secretly pulled down their clothes in front of them, revealing a hint of whiteness. Lin Yan didn't even look at them, and directly sat on the sofa and waited. Although these two could be considered beautiful, they naturally paled in comparison to the charming Mu Shui. With money comes ease, and once the multi-billion-dollar order was confirmed, the entire sales department of Jianghai No. 1 immediately got to work. Lin Yan had just finished playing a couple of games when Mu Shui returned with a stack of contract documents and property ownership certificates. After signing the contract, making the full payment transfer, and entering his fingerprints and personal information into the property system, everything was complete. After the contract was put away, the other two sales ladies had been sent back to the sales office, and at this time there were only two people in the room, Lin Yan and Mu Shui. Mr. Lin Yan, do you think you need to ask the cleaning staff from the property management office to come over and clean up for you first? Mu Shui asked. Before all luxury homes are sold, the property management office will arrange for someone to clean them regularly, so the house is not dirty, and a little cleaning will be done quickly. Lin Yan nodded, okay, thank you. You're welcome. I'll call the property management right now and have them send someone over to clean the place up, so you can move in tonight as planned. After making the call, Mu Shui returned to Lin Yan's side, her delicate face wearing a charming smile. Mr. Lin Yan, to express my gratitude, may I invite you to dinner? Dinner? Oh, right. Mu Shui gave a flirtatious smile and whispered in his ear, this is the first time I've ever invited someone to dinner. You won't refuse me, will you, Lin Xiao? Mu Shui's title had changed. A rich young man like Lin Yan, who had a huge fortune and was extremely good-looking, could be said to be one in a million. Even she couldn't help but be a little moved, so she took the initiative to show her goodwill. Lin Yan opened his mouth, preparing to reply, when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 12 No effect on you. Ring ring ring. Lin Yan's phone rang, it was the boss's wife from his previous part-time job. Lin Yan, do you have time tomorrow? There is some work in the shop, if you are free tomorrow, come and do it? As soon as the call connected, Lin Yan heard Wang Lilun's voice. Auntie Wang, I'm sorry, there are a lot of classes at school recently, I'm afraid I won't have time to go there tomorrow. Lin Yan apologized. Of course, this was Lin Yan's excuse. He simply didn't need or want to work part-time anymore. If you have money, you should enjoy life. Working part-time is impossible. So he was going to just quit and never work part-time again. Lin Yan cleared his throat and made up a random excuse, Auntie Wang, I'm going to resign from my job with you. I'm going to be busy studying for the upcoming exams, so I won't have time. I won't be going to any part-time jobs after this. After a moment of silence, the other end of the line let out a sigh. Alas, that's fine. Schoolwork is more important. I'll transfer your last week's salary to you later. Also, remember to come by sometime to pick up the things you left behind when you were living here. Lin Yan did not sign any labor contract for this part-time job. He was told to go do the work when there was work, and if there was no work, there was no work. The salary was paid weekly. Okay, Auntie Wang, I'll come by your place to pick it up in a bit. After seeing Lin Yan hang up the phone, Mu Shui spoke up, Lin Xiao, if you're busy, you can go ahead, I'll keep an eye on the house until the cleaning staff come to clean it. Lin Yan nodded, then I'll trouble you. Mu Shui blinked, Lin Xiao, you're really not polite, can I add your contact information? When you have time, I'll ask you to dinner? A beautiful woman with top looks and figure asked him for WeChat and invited him to dinner, so of course Lin Yan wouldn't refuse. No problem. And don't call me Lin Xiao or Mr. Lin Yan, just call me Lin Yan. Okay. The two added each other on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. As Lin Yan left the mansion, he got into his sports car and drove to the place where he used to work part-time. A Chinese restaurant. Wang Lilan and her daughter were eating dinner while watching a popular TV series. Mom, is Lin Yan no longer working? The person speaking is Wang Lilan's daughter, Chen Lily, who has just been accepted to university this year and has chosen a local university. Chen Lily is quite attractive and gives the impression of being a sweet girl next door. Wang Lilan says, yes, he says he is busy with his studies and has no time. Lin Yan quit, and I really can't bear to let him go. It's not easy to find an employee who can work hard and efficiently like him. Mom, I told you not to always exploit Lin Yan, and look, now he's quit. Hearing her daughter's words, Wang Lilan instantly exploded, spewing out all kinds of complaints. What do you mean I exploit him? I pay him whatever he does, but in your mouth it's turned into this, making your mom sound like a shameless capitalist. Is that any way to talk to your mother? I'm your mother. Chen Lily immediately conceded and quickly changed the subject. I was wrong, Mom. Will Lin Yan come again? No, he's quit, so why would he? Oh, that's a shame. Hearing her daughter's words, Wang Lilan gave her a sideways glance. What do you want? Don't tell me you like him? He's so handsome, isn't it normal that I like him? If I didn't like him, you should be worried about whether there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. Chen Lily admitted nonchalantly. Wang Lilan bluntly hit back, no matter if there is a problem with your sexual orientation or not, I advise you to get a grip, it's impossible for you to be with him. Chen Lily was dissatisfied, why not? Lin Yan is not only good-looking, he is also motivated and a top student at Shanghai University. I think he is quite nice, and maybe he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, so I have a chance. What's the use of being handsome? You can't eat it. A high achiever will end up working for someone else, and his future is uncertain. Only little girls like you who haven't stepped out into society will like him. Wang Lilan said non-committally. With your appearance and our family's conditions, it won't be a problem for your mother to find you an heir to a listed company in the future. But if you stay with him, can he afford to buy you a wedding house? This will only delay you, and I will not agree to you being together. Chen Lily didn't say anything, as she felt that her mother had a point. The property prices in Shanghai were so expensive, easily tens of millions of yuan, and even if Lin Yan was a top student from Shanghai University, he would have to work for a few years to save up enough money for a down payment. And as a native of Shanghai, she definitely wouldn't want her and Lin Yan to go to some other small city to develop their career. Sigh. Her mother was right, and one still had to be realistic when it came to relationships. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Lily got up to open the door. Lin Yan, you're here. Yes, come and pack your things. Lin Yan nodded and then looked at Wang Lilan in the back and said hello, Auntie Wang. Wang Lilan walked over from behind. Lin Yan, have you eaten? Sit down and have a meal. In private, Wang Lilan didn't really think much of Lin Yan, but she still had to put on a show. No, I've already eaten. Okay, I'll transfer your salary to you later. Lily, go help your brother Lin Yan. Although she dislikes Lin Yan's poverty, he has helped her a lot, so she should still be polite and not be too indifferent. Besides, they have known each other for such a long time, and there is still some kind of feeling. Putting aside the issue of money, she thinks Lin Yan's character is still quite good. A good mom. Chen Lily readily agreed. Although she also felt that it was inappropriate to date Lin Yan, she could still be envious of his looks. Lin Yan, let's go, I'll help you pack. Chen Lily took the keys and led Lin Yan to the staff dormitory, where he would stay directly when working part-time in the middle of the night and on weekends. Packing up was quick, Lin Yan didn't have much stuff, just a few sets of clothes and daily necessities. After packing, Lin Yan was ready to go. Lin Yan, let me walk you out. Okay. Lin Yan pulled the suitcase with his clothes in it, and Chen Lily followed him, and the two of them walked to the door together. At this time, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the dining hall, taking pictures with their phones. Chen Lily also saw Wang Lilan in the crowd. Mom, what are you all doing here? Chen Lily squeezed into the crowd, and as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the silver sports car parked in front of her, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, what a cool sports car. Yes, this car must cost at least 3 or 4 million, right? Wang Lilan said. Both mother and daughter were car ignorant, and the only luxury cars they knew were Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. But from the looks of it, they knew it was a sports car and it definitely wasn't cheap. Mom, is the owner of this car eating at our restaurant? I don't know, I haven't seen anyone. Which rich person would come to our small restaurant to eat? Wang Lilan muttered. The Wang family's Chinese restaurant was neither large nor small, but it was located in a convenient place, and the people who came here to eat were usually ordinary people. Drip. Just then, the headlights of the Porsche suddenly flashed, as if the sleeping beast had opened its eyes and emitted an eerie light. Then, they saw Lin Yan walk over to the car, open the front trunk, put the suitcase in, and then open the car door. The silver doors on both sides slowly rose at the same time, showing their majestic, cool and domineering appearance. Auntie Wan, Lily, I'm leaving. Before leaving, Lin Yan turned around and said goodbye to the Wang family mother and daughter. He got into the driver's seat, started the car, and the car's engine instantly roared, before driving off. Wang Lilan. Chen Lily. The two of them didn't slowly come back to their senses until the taillights of the Porsche disappeared from view. Chen Lily took out her phone first. When she looked up the price of this Porsche, she let out a gasp. Shit, Mom. What? You're all grown up, but you still act like a child. It's just a sports car worth a few million. Wang Lilan scolded her disapprovingly. She had just told her daughter that Lin Yanxiong was poor, and now he had driven a sports car here, which was a bit embarrassing. No, Mom, look, this sports car isn't worth 3 or 4 million, it's worth 80 million. Wang Lily excitedly pointed at the phone in her hand. What? Zhang's mother snatched the phone away from her, looked at the number on the screen, and her eyes widened. It really was 80 million. No way. This kid is that rich? If he's that rich, why is he working part-time at my store? Chen Lily shrugged. Who knows, I heard that it's trendy for rich people like them to experience life. They're obviously rich, but they pretend to be poor, for the so-called experience of the hardships of life. Of course, it's also possible that the 3-year contract has expired. Wang Lilan. Mom, you said before that Lin Yan was poor and that you didn't want us to get together, but now it turns out that he's actually very rich, so can I go after him now? Put away your petty thoughts. Wang Lilan gave her a sideways glance. I originally thought that he wasn't good enough for you, but now it's you who aren't good enough for him. From the results point of view, it doesn't affect you, so you'd better just focus on your studies. Chen Lily. You really are my own mother. I just want to find you a wealthy husband. Although she thinks so, Chen Lily also knows that it is not easy to marry into a wealthy family. Her mother is still right. Just go study. On the other side, Lin Yan sent a message to Mu Shui and learned that the cleaning staff was still cleaning and it would take a while. Feeling that it was still early, Lin Yan decided to go to the mall and do some shopping as he had nothing to do. The mansion was fully furnished with furniture and appliances, but there were no quilts, pillows, or other personal items, so he needed to buy them himself. He also planned to buy some nice clothes, because now that he was rich, he needed to keep up with the times. The outfit of big underpants and flip-flops didn't feel right to him. So Lin Yan was going to buy some nice clothes, preferably handsome and expensive ones. Many thanks to the USIA A-degree Big Brother for the reward. Chapter 13, Temporary. Assignment. Zhonghai Yueheng International Shopping Mall. Located in the most prosperous core area of Zhonghai, it is known as one of the most successful commercial developments. This is a high-end department store that not only concentrates on well-known domestic first-tier brands. The 5-story shopping mall also gathers more than 100 well-known fashion and luxury brands from all over the world. Well-known fashion brands such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, and Chanel have flagship stores here. It has everything you could possibly want, including luxury goods, fashionable clothing, accessories and beauty products, as well as an international selection of restaurants. It is one of the world's top 10 famous international shopping malls. If you have the money, there is almost nothing you can't buy here. Lin Yan parked the car in the parking lot and walked out. In the meantime, he called Mu Shui again and proposed to change the condition of treating him to dinner to accompanying him to the mall. Lin Yan didn't know much about clothing or luxury goods, and he really didn't know what to buy if he wanted to look good. After all, the clothes he was wearing were all bought for 18 yuan each, with a buy one get one free deal and a 3 yuan cash rebate for good reviews. Therefore, he needed someone to be his shopping guide, at least someone who could tell him what brands were good and which brands were worth buying. As a salesperson in a luxury residential area, Mu Shui should know more or less about luxury clothing. Upon inquiry, it turned out that this was indeed the case. Do you want to buy clothes? I happen to know a bit about this, no problem, see you in a bit. Mu Shui readily agreed. After Lin Yan sent her his location on WeChat, he walked into the mall. He planned to first hang out near the entrance while waiting for Mu Shui to come over. As soon as he walked into the mall, a hair salon called Kramer Paris on the left caught his attention. It seems like a good idea to get a haircut first. Lin Yan had a sudden thought. He felt that the environment inside was quite nice, and it seemed to be an upscale hair salon. After thinking about it, he decided that just waiting around was not an option, so he walked in. "Hello sir, welcome to Soho Lewis Garment Image Design. How may I help you?" As soon as he entered the door, a sweet-looking girl at the reception desk smiled slightly at Lin Yan. "I would like to have a haircut, and I would like the chief hair designer in your salon to do it for me personally. Is that okay?" Lin Yan said. "Since I'm going to do it, I naturally want to do it the best way." "Yes, sir, but the price will be slightly higher." "As long as I'm satisfied, the price is not a problem. The appearance fee for the chief designer's personal appearance is naturally higher than the price for a designer." Lin Yan understood this principle when he made the request. "Sir, please follow me." The receptionist quickly bowed and gestured for him to follow her. Walking into a workroom, Lin Yan just sat down when an avant-garde and fashionable middle-aged man came running over. "Hello sir, I am Bod, the chief hair designer of this hair salon. What kind of hairstyle would you like?" Bod asked Lin Yan while preparing for the work. "Handsome," Lin Yan said concisely. "You are the designer, how should you design?" "You are professional, I just have one request, just design it as handsome as possible." Bod couldn't help but look at Lin Yan's appearance, and he thought to himself. "You are already so handsome, and you want to be even more handsome, is that even possible?" "No problem." As a designer, it is his mission to satisfy his customers' requests. Bod did not rush to get started, but instead carefully examined Lin Yan's face and overall image, while quickly constructing various plans in his mind. From time to time, he gestured with his hands, moving his hair slightly to compare. After more than 10 minutes, Bod had determined the most suitable plan in his mind and began to get started. His dexterous hands flipped quickly, and the extra stray hairs fell one after the other. Half an hour later. "Sir, what do you think of this style? If there is anything you don't like, we can make adjustments." Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. "Not bad, no need to make any changes." Compared to his original casual hairstyle, his current image was undoubtedly more handsome. Lin Yan's appearance was extremely good to begin with, and now with a new hairstyle, he looked even better than the readers. Before leaving, Bod gave him a bottle of shampoo and conditioner, both of which were high-end products. And the hairstyle he did this time cost a full 4 digits. It is simply unimaginable for ordinary people that cutting a hair can cost half a month's salary. Just after leaving the hair salon, Lin Yan received a call from Mu Shui. "You're here? Where are you? I'll come and pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan walked towards the outside of the mall. All the way to the east gate of the mall, Mu Shui saw Lin Yan walking towards her from afar. After just a short while apart, this guy has become even more handsome. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flickered lightly, and a smile appeared on her face as she walked towards him. Lin Yan also saw Mu Shui. At this time, Mu Shui had changed her clothes and was dressed very beautifully. She was wearing a pair of tight jeans on the bottom, which perfectly outlined her long, slender, and round long legs, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Her white sweater was held up high, and she was wearing a pale pink coat on the outside. Unfortunately, the Mariana Trench was still not revealed. At first glance, her charming sexiness complemented her elegant temperament, blending perfectly. Compared to the uniform temptation before, it is quite different. "Sorry, I was late because of traffic." Mu Shui came to Shan Lin Yan's house. She still smelled fresh from the shower, and a faint smile appeared on her charming and delicate face. Near the shopping mall, where people come and go, many passers-by had long noticed this exquisite beauty, Mu Shui. With her smile, everyone suddenly became infatuated. "Cough, it's okay, I just got here too." Lin Yan coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. He would never admit that he had also been caught staring. Mu Shui noticed Lin Yan's gaze, but instead of being angry, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth. She had carefully dressed up before going out. Mu Shui was not shy at all, and showed Lin Yan her charm. "Hee, Lin Yan, do you think I'm pretty?" She said this and turned around. Lin Yan, who felt a little guilty being stared at, could only nod, mm. At this moment, Mu Shui was a completely different person from the cautious Mu Shui from before at Zhanghai No. 1. Seeing Lin Yan nod, Mu Shui gently leaned in, extended her soft arm to hold his arm, and whispered in his ear, "I'm a little older than you, can I call you brother?" After saying that, she even winked at him, showing off her charm. Lin Yan. You already called me, does it matter if I say I mind? Lin Yan, Mu Shui took Lin Yan's arm and led him towards the mall. Let's go in first. Lin Yan's footsteps almost subconsciously followed Mu Shui. Facing this suddenly transformed character, mature, charming and proactive older sister, he really didn't know how to deal with it. The two entered the international mall side by side. When Lin Yan once again re-entered the mall, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, temporary mission triggered. Then a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the system interface popped up automatically. Temporary task, Yueheng International Shopping Mall Spending Plan. How can you not spend money when you come to a shopping mall that gathers the world's top luxury goods? Save your money for 3031? Please complete spending 10 million before leaving the international shopping mall. Task requirements, spend at least 10 million in Yueheng International Shopping Mall. Current completion, 3500/10 million. Validity period, before leaving the shopping mall. Reward, unknown mystery reward. Punishment, no reward. Chapter 14, Shopping. What's wrong? Mu Shui saw Lin Yan suddenly stop and turned to him with concerned eyes and asked. Lin Yan quickly scanned the task and then turned off the system interface, shaking his head nonchalantly, "It's fine." Looking at Mu Shui's profile, Lin Yan chuckled and said, "Let's go for a stroll." This time, Lin Yan took the initiative to lead her forward. With a task on his hands, Lin Yan's enthusiasm had increased considerably. "Which shop do you want to go to? What do you want to buy?" Mu Shui asked, following closely behind him and slightly tilting her head. Lin Yan thought for a moment and replied, "First, let's buy some daily necessities and bedding, then go buy a few sets of clothes, and then just wander around and see if there is anything we need." "Do you have any requirements for these things? Like brands or something?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and said half-jokingly, "No, to me all brands are the same, I just want to see if Mu Shui has any good recommendations." "Hee, since you trust my taste so much, I won't let you down." Mu Shui smiled sweetly, took his hand and walked in a certain direction. "Let's go upstairs first, and I'll help you pick out some nice clothes." "Okay." Following Mu Shui's lead, the two walked upstairs, leaving behind a group of envious passers-by. The food in their hands instantly lost its appeal. "I'm full, I don't even need to eat tonight. I'm obviously very handsome too, why aren't any pretty girls interested in me? Buddy, it's still daytime, don't fall asleep. Why is there such a big difference between us?" Not far away, a guy looked at the backs of Lin Yan and Mu Shui, and then looked at his short and chubby girlfriend. The strong contrast made him burst into tears. "Lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and I under the lemon tree. There are so many famous brand clothing stores to choose from in Yueheng International Mall." The two stopped in front of a richly decorated shop. Lin Yan looked up and saw the famous luxury brand Hermes. "Hello, welcome to the Hermes store, sir or madam, how may I help you?" As soon as they entered the store, a slim, pretty saleswoman with a smile came up to them. The saleswoman was very enthusiastic and didn't slack off at all because the two were dressed in ordinary clothes. After working in luxury sales for so many years, she had long since developed a sharp eye for people. From the moment the two entered the store, she immediately judged the consumption level of the two in front of her. Although they seemed to be dressed in ordinary clothes, they had extraordinary temperament. Their appearance was unmatched by ordinary people. Lin Yan casually scanned the store when he entered, his face expressionless, without any expression changes of surprise or shock. The sales lady knew that the young man standing in front of her was definitely not ordinary. Mu Shui spoke up, "We'd like to take a look at the men's clothing, preferably the new styles of this season." "Okay, please follow me." The saleswoman, Wei Wei, bowed and made a gesture to invite them to follow her. "These are our latest styles of the year, sir and madam." The saleswoman led the two to the clothing area, where they saw a wide variety of clothes of different types and styles. "Do you have any preferences or styles, sir?" The saleswoman turned to Lin Yan and smiled. Lin Yan thought for a moment, polo shirts, shirts and t-shirts, for pants, casual pants or jeans are fine, just wear whatever fits. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. This plain tone, not mentioning the price at all, it sounds like a wealthy person. "You sit for a while, I'll go pick out a few things for you." Before the saleswoman could say anything, Mu Shui spoke first. Lin Yan nodded, "Sir, please sit here for a while, I'll help you make a cup of coffee first." The saleswoman quickly asked him to sit down on the sofa next to her, then went to make a cup of coffee and brought it over. Lin Yan didn't sit for long before Mu Shui and the saleswoman behind her came to him with several sets of clothes in their hands. I feel good about this set of clothes, and I think it should fit you well. Why don't you try it on? Mu Shui took out one of the sets of clothes and put it in Lin Yan's hands. Sir, the fitting room is this way. The saleswoman pointed in a certain direction. Okay. Lin Yan took the clothes in his hands, got up, walked into the fitting room, and came out after changing his clothes in no time. Suddenly, both the saleswoman and Mu Shui, as well as the other female customers and female employees in the store, were dumbfounded. Some of them were so overwhelmed that they even drooled. Slobber. So handsome. Mom, I'm in love. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold to adorn, and people rely on clothes. Lin Yan, who had changed his clothes, immediately looked brand new, highlighting his peerless good looks even more. He had a sharp gaze and was handsome and stylish. If Lin Yan's looks were originally on the ceiling level, after changing into this outfit, they had directly broken through the ceiling. Well, not bad. Lin Yan looked in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and walked back to the sofa. At this time, Mu Shui, who was standing there, was already mesmerized. What are you looking at? Lin Yan called out to get her attention. Ah! Mu Shui's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly turned her back, afraid to let Lin Yan see her current appearance. Her heart was in a flurry. This is embarrassing. She had unconsciously been mesmerized, and he had noticed. Ah! Mu Shui, what on earth are you doing? She had almost thought of a name for the baby. Have you gone crazy? Mu Shui felt her face burning, as if it were covered in a thin layer of steam. Lin Yan looked at Mu Shui strangely, then turned to the saleswoman. I'm very satisfied with this dress, so I won't try on any of these clothes one by one. I'll take them all. Wrap them all up for me. Lin Yan pointed at the clothes in her hands. Ha! The saleswoman, who had just come back to her senses, was stunned again. Wrap them all up? She had more than 10 pieces of clothing in her hands, and each one cost tens of thousands of yuan. Wrapping them all up would cost at least more than 100,000 yuan. However, she quickly came back to her senses this time. At this moment, the saleswoman was extremely excited inside. She was now absolutely certain that this boy with an overly high appearance value in front of her must be some rich young master from Shanghai. She roughly calculated that these clothes would cost a total of more than 300,000 yuan. A big order, this is a big order. Thinking about the commission she could get, she became even more excited inside. Okay, no problem. Sir, please wait a moment, I will take care of it for you right away. The saleswoman quickly packed the clothes and hurriedly informed the store manager, who came over to serve the VIP. Mu Shui was also taken aback and quickly turned around again. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Lin Yan was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Huh? What do you mean? I'm buying clothes. I know you want to buy clothes, but there's no need to buy so many, and you bought them all without trying them on? Mu Shui was a little overwhelmed. She didn't pick so many clothes for Lin Yan to buy them all. Her original intention was to let Lin Yan try on each piece one by one, and then pick the best 2 or 3 to buy. Why did he suddenly decide to buy them all after trying on just one? Although she knew that Lin Yan was rich and could buy a 135 million yuan mansion, these few 100,000 yuan were probably nothing in his eyes. But she always felt that she had inadvertently taken advantage of Lin Yan and felt guilty. Just try one item, I trust your judgment. Lin Yan smiled lightly. Besides, since we've come all the way here, we might as well buy a few more if we like them, just in case. Buy only 2 or 3 items? That's impossible. He was also hoping to complete the temporary task of the system. The manager, who was quickly notified, quickly rushed over, personally poured tea for Chen Fong, and struck up a conversation. Mr. Lin, apart from clothes, do you need anything else? Chapter 15, 1 out of 2. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Zhao Yaowei, I am the manager of this store. A young woman in her 30s, dressed in sexy clothes, sat smiling on the sofa opposite Lin Yan, and personally brewed a cup of tea and served it to him. Mr. Lin, apart from clothes, do you need anything else? Lin Yan looked at Mu Shui. Mu Shui understood what he meant, their shoes are also quite good. I just picked clothes and didn't take shoes, so I can take a look again. Then help me choose a few more pairs, Lin Yan said to Mu Shui. Okay. This time, Mu Shui didn't pick too many, but chose 2 pairs of shoes that looked very nice. She was worried that if she picked too many, Lin Yan would buy them all if they didn't agree. Lin Yan tried them on, and they all fit well and were comfortable to wear, so he asked the saleswoman to wrap them up. "Mr. Lin, your package is ready. You have spent a total of 396,000 yuan this time. This is the best price we can offer you. Would you like to pay now, or take a look at it again?" The saleswoman said as she returned to him while Lin was having a cup of tea. Lin was not at all distressed by the fact that he had spent so much money on just a dozen or so clothes and shoes. On the contrary, he felt a burst of pressure. "Only 396,000 yuan, Lin muttered softly, his face showing a hint of disappointment. "Sigh. That's so little. How long do I have to shop until I spend 10 million and complete the task?" The sales lady's face was smiling, but in reality, she couldn't help but twitch twice. If it weren't for Mu Shui and the store manager being there, she would have jumped up and smashed him with her bear. "Only? Listen, are you talking sense? This is nearly 400,000, and I would have to work hard for 2 years to earn this." Lin Yan was thinking about whether to pay and leave and go look elsewhere, when suddenly his gaze caught, and he noticed a counter. There were all kinds of bags on the counter. The most important thing was the price tag on these bags, each of which was over 10,000 yuan. A flash of inspiration came to Lin Yan's mind. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to spend 10 million. If he wanted to complete the task, he could only spend abnormally. That is, impulsively. "Manager Zhao, you have someone help me wrap up all the bags in this cabinet." Lin Yan pointed to the counter not far away. Zhao Yaowei, who was pouring tea for him, shook her hand and didn't notice the overflowing tea. "Lin. Mr. Lin, you mean you want all these bags?" Zhao Yaowei was a little stunned. "Yes, I want them all." Lin Yan nodded and, after thinking for a moment, felt that it wasn't enough and added. "Also, I've thought about it and the clothes I just bought may not be enough. Could you ask someone to pack up one item of each style and color in the store for me?" When he said this, the whole room was shocked. Stunned. Petrified. Stiff. In particular, Zhao Yaowei, who was sitting opposite him, and the sales lady who was standing were both dumbfounded and completely stunned. However, soon, Zhao Yaowei was the first to react. Her smile became even more eager and attentive. Selling so many things would increase her sales quota by several million. "This is all performance. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, I will have someone pack it for you immediately, I will definitely provide you with the most attentive service." Zhao Yaowei stood up from the sofa and bowed, saying. Then she quickly ordered all the employees in the store to gather. The sales ladies in the store, who were not busy anymore, all went to pack clothes in bags, while Zhao Yaowei respectfully returned to Lin Yan's side to serve him tea. When Lin Yan wasn't looking, Zhao Yaowei imperceptibly replaced the original tea with a pot of the best tea in the store. "Mr. Lin, please take a rest for a while and drink some tea. It's hot." After filling the teacup, she handed it to him with utmost respect, leaning forward slightly to show a hint of snow-white cleavage. The company had originally assigned her a sales quota for the quarter, which she had yet to complete. With the end of the year fast approaching, she was in danger of not getting her bonus this year. As it turned out, Lin Yan's purchase directly helped her complete her sales quota, and even exceeded it by quite a bit. She should get at least 10% more in bonuses this year, right? She might even get a promotion next year. At this point, she could promise Lin Yan anything, not to mention making tea for him. But Lin Yan obviously wasn't interested in her, and she knew it. Besides, Lin Yan had Mu Shui by his side. Mu Shui, sitting next to Lin Yan, tugged at his clothes and whispered in his ear, "Don't spend so impulsively. You can't use all this." Mu Shui didn't know how to describe her current mood. She had originally thought that this was just an ordinary shopping spree, but Lin Yan's spending habits had refreshed her perspective. When she had bought a dozen outfits before, she had already thought that Lin Yan was impulsive enough, but this time it was even more extreme, taking over half of the store? Even if Mu Shui also had a small amount of assets, she could not imagine spending in this way. "It's okay, I'm not impulsive. Why don't you go and see if there's anything you like, and I'll pay for it together," Lin Yan said nonchalantly. Mu Shui gave him a dirty look. "I don't want it. I was supposed to treat you to dinner, but now you're shopping with me and trying to buy me things." "Forget it." Lin Yan didn't push. After 3 cups of tea, the saleswoman from earlier returned. Her face was full of a smile, and she was so eager to kneel down and call Lin Yan dad that she knew that all of the commission from this purchase would be counted against her. Even with the discount, there was a full 5.28 million yuan in sales. Sir, all the things you asked for are packed for you, and the total is 5.28 million renminbi, calculated at the store's best price. After she finished speaking, she stood quietly to the side. Lin Yan nodded, handed over a bank card, and said, "Swipe it." Zhao Yaowei took the card with both hands and swiped it lightly. Drip. Lin Yan entered the password and the payment was quickly completed. Zhao Yaowei respectfully handed the card back to him. Sir, there are 108 pieces of clothing in total, mainly this year's new styles. There are actually not many styles, a total of 32, but the color categories are very rich. There are also Hermes bags, 21 styles, including 2 limited platinum bags, plus 15 pairs of shoes, 6 belts, and 2 coin purses. Here is the list, please take a look. Zhao Yaowei handed him a long list while saying this. Lin Yan casually glanced at it and realized that the 2 limited edition platinum bags alone cost a full 1.5 million. The other things weren't as expensive, all between tens of thousands, mainly because there were so many of them. He was very satisfied. This way, half the task is complete, and a casual stroll should be enough to finish it. I wonder, what is the reward for the task? It's really exciting. You do have a delivery service here, right? Looking at the large pile of bags on the floor behind him, it would be too much trouble for him to take them back himself. Yes, Mr. Lin, just leave an address and I'll have someone deliver it to you right away, guaranteed to be delivered within the day. Zhao Yaowei quickly took a piece of paper and gave him the address to receive the goods. Lin Yan filled in the address on the slip, which was the Jianghai No. 1 luxury residence he had just bought today. Looking at the address filled in on it, Zhao Yaowei was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that a young man who could easily spend more than 5 million was living in the Jianghai No. 1 luxury residence. As far as she knows, the mansions in Jianghai No. 1, especially Building A in the center, are worth nearly 100 million each. People who can live in this place are either rich or noble. Even though she is the manager of a luxury goods store like Hermes, she will never be able to reach this level in her life. Mr. Lin, this is the VLP membership card for Hermes. You can enjoy the best discounts at Hermes stores around the world, and you can also customize your own Birkin or Kelly. Before leaving, Zhao Yaowei respectfully handed him a gold embossed card in both hands. Lin Yan reached out and took it. Thank you. You're too kind. Zhao Yaowei was flattered and kept shaking her head. Lin Yan was polite, but she didn't dare take this politeness as a blessing. Chapter 16, done. Let's go look at other places. Surrounded by Zhao Yaowei and a group of Hermes saleswomen, Lin Yan and Mu Shui walked out of the store. The two of them left the Hermes store with empty hands, and the clothes and bags will be delivered to Jianghai No. 1 by Zhao Yaowei's people. However, Lin Yan had already changed into a new outfit, the very Hermes he had just bought. Mu Shui was dumbfounded, wondering if she had heard wrong. You're going to buy more? Yes. But, you just spent over 5 million at Hermes. Halfway through her sentence, Mu Shui suddenly didn't know what to say. 5 million might be a lot for other people, but for the young man in front of her, it was probably nothing. Well, you're right, so let's spend another 5 million and make it an even 10 million. Mu Shui. Do you hear what you're saying? You make it sound like 5 million is the same as 500. Zhao Yaowei and the others, who had been standing behind him watching them leave, couldn't help but freeze as their enthusiastic smiles on their faces crumbled. 5 million, and then another 5 million? Zhao Yaowei wanted to rush up and pull Lin Yan back, but she didn't dare, and there was nothing else in her store that she could sell him. What would they buy now? Go buy bedding and household goods. Household goods are available at the shop and the property management office of Jianghai No. 1. I already asked the property management to deliver them to you when the cleaning staff came in the afternoon. Mu Shui followed him as they walked, saying. After thinking about it, she added. If you are missing anything, you can just ask the property management to send it over to you. Most of the common items are for people, and if they don't have it, they can go out and buy it for you. Of course you have to pay for it yourself. Oh. Lin Yan was taken aback. He hadn't thought of that. It was true that the property management in an upscale luxury residential area was attentive and thorough. Then go buy something else. Let's go and check out the bedding first. I know that the Royal Cover bedding series is quite good, I recommend it. An hour later. I have to say, shopping is really a physical activity, and after walking around for so long, I'm still a bit tired. Lin Yan took Mu Shui to shop at the major luxury goods stores in Yueheng International Mall. At Royal Cover, A. Luxury home textile brand, they spent 1.17 million yuan. In addition to the 4-piece bed set, there were also cushions, woolen bath towels, bathrobes, slippers, etc. At Chanel, they spent 2.56 million yuan. And then she spent 1.81 million at Gucci. After spending so much, apart from the clothes she wore, the other luxury items were mainly bags. There was no way around it, as all of these stores sold luxury goods. Among these items, bags were the most expensive. Apart from the 2 limited edition platinum Hermes bags, Lin Yan also bought a limited edition bag from Chanel for 550,000. During this process, Mu Shui's state of mind went from shock at first, to getting used to it, and then to numbness. The world of the rich is really incomprehensible. No, she herself is actually considered a little rich girl, and as a woman, but she has never spent money like Lin Yan, and she has never even heard of someone treating money like it's nothing. It's incomprehensible, really incomprehensible. In fact, at first Lin Yan was just trying to complete the task, but this kind of shopping method of buying whatever you see, without considering the price at all, it's actually surprisingly very enjoyable. No wonder those who suddenly become rich like this feeling of being a nouveau riche. Every time he finished shopping, he was warmly seen off by the managers and employees of the luxury goods stores. Those luxury goods stores that Lin Yan hadn't patronized were watching with red-rimmed eyes. They were jealous. They were really jealous. However, Lin Yan had no intention of continuing to spend. His task quota had already been reached. After he had spent 10 million, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host on a cumulative spending of 10.82 million renminbi, temporary task completed, rewards will now be distributed. Ding, congratulations to the host on receiving 10 times the rebate. Cash deposit of 108.2 million renminbi. Ding, congratulations to the host on receiving Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon Ref 6002G Men's Platinum Mechanical Watch. How to collect Patek Philippe flagship store in Yueheng International Shopping Mall. Holy cow! Not only has the money not gone down, it's gone up instead. And I like this watch. Lin Yan doesn't really know watches, but he happens to know this mechanical watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. This Patek Philippe Ref 6002G has a double-tone cathedral chime prose time and a tourbillon. It belongs to the King of the Hill category of Patek Philippe watches and is known as a wrist sculpture. The entire case is hand-carved from a single piece of artificial white gold, and more than 100 hours of labor were spent on this carving. There are 686 parts in this tiny watch, which is known as the most complicated Patek Philippe watch ever made. The value of this watch is now close to 20 million renminbi. And it is still in demand. It is no exaggeration to say that one of its platinum screws is equivalent to the salary of an ordinary person for several months. This platinum mechanical watch worth tens of millions of dollars is a watch that the rich dream of owning, and it is definitely a symbol of status and strength. The mobile phone text message rang, and without looking at it, he knew it was a reminder that the bank card had been credited. Let's go for a stroll again. Lin Yan, who was originally preparing to leave the mall, turned around without hesitation and walked towards the Patek Philippe flagship store. Mu Shui? No way. What do you want to buy now? Patek Philippe flagship store in Yueheng International Shopping Mall. Lin Yan and Mu Shui walked into the store together. When he saw Patek Philippe, Mu Shui's numb heart couldn't help but jump again. This is Patek Philippe. Any watch here is worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. Welcome to Patek Philippe. A sweet-looking saleswoman came over with a smile on her face and a slight bow. Lin Yan got straight to the point. Hello, I'm here to collect one of my watches. Okay, please give your name and contact information. Lin Yan, 186XXXXXXXX. Please wait a moment. The saleswoman walked over to the computer and performed some operations on it, when suddenly her eyes widened. The store's prized possession, the Patek Philippe Ref 6002G Men's Platinum Mechanical Watch, was suddenly displayed as having been sold. And the buyer was the customer in front of her, who claimed to be Lin Yan. This is a 20 million watch. How can such a young boy afford such an expensive watch? If he is a second-generation rich, then the background behind him must be terrifying. He must be able to afford a 20 million watch, and he must come from a large conglomerate worth at least 100 billion. He is definitely a top second-generation rich kid from China. The saleswoman at the counter panicked and quickly bowed again, this time bowing 90 degrees. Mr. Lin Yan, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. This mechanical watch you purchased is too valuable, I am not authorized to handle it, I will go and ask our manager to come and serve you. She said this and hurriedly ran to the back of the store. Lin Yan was really worried, she was wearing high heels, would she fall if she ran like that? Chapter 17 6002G. Looking at the saleswoman leaving, Mu Shui wore a puzzled expression. You ordered a watch from them before, and now you're here to pick it up? Yes, Lin Yan said. Are you buying another watch? Lin Yan was first taken aback, then he reacted, and couldn't help but laugh. No, I'm just picking up a watch. Mu Shui felt inexplicably relieved. She was really afraid that Lin Yan had come to place an order, but it seems that he didn't, he just came to pick up a watch. Since it was just to pick up a watch, there shouldn't be any more surprises, right? At the same time, she was secretly curious about what kind of watch he had ordered. Judging from his wealth and the reaction of the saleslady. Well, based on his spending power, it is likely to be a watch worth 5 million. Thinking about Lin Yan's spending habits, she silently doubled the estimated price. Many billionaires with a net worth of billions wear watches worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mu Shui felt that her guess was very high, and she was definitely wrong this time. While they were talking, a man in a suit quickly jogged over. He was the manager of Patek Philippe. Hearing the saleswoman's announcement, he did not dare to be negligent and hurried over. Hello, Mr. Lin Yan, I am the manager of Patek Philippe, Zhang Defu. From a distance, Zhang Defu raised his right hand and stretched it out long, ready to shake Lin Yan's hand at any time. Some customers in the store who knew Zhang Defu were surprised. Zhang Defu is the manager of Patek Philippe, a well-known figure in the entire Shanghai, and knows many wealthy businessmen. Now he is acting humble, what big shot is coming? Then they saw Zhang Defu walk up to a young man and woman. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who is smiling at you. The other party was so polite, so he couldn't be too indifferent. He took a step forward and shook Zhang Defu's hand. Hello, Manager Zhang. I just received a notice from the board of directors that this Patek Philippe Ref. 6002G Platinum mechanical watch has been transferred to you. I was about to call you, but I didn't expect you to come to the store. Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I just came over. I also need to trouble you, Mr. Lin Yan, to verify your identity through the system. We have a fingerprint verification system here. Although I know that the other party's identity is extraordinary, this rigorous attitude is still indispensable. After all, it's a 20 million watch, you can't just report your name and phone number and take it away, otherwise what's the point? Okay. Lin Yan nodded and agreed. He had never had his fingerprints verified at Patek Philippe, but he trusted that the system would take care of it for him. The manager quickly took out a fingerprint recognition device and Lin Yan gently pressed his index finger on it. Drip. A crisp prompt sounded. Recognition successful, identity, Mr. Lin Yan. Mr. Lin Yan, I'm sorry, please forgive our neglect. After the successful identification, Zhang Defu became more and more respectful, inviting Lin Yan to the VIP room so that he could entertain him. No, I still have things to do later, I'll just pick up a watch and leave. Lin Yan declined, as he was a little tired after a busy afternoon and was ready to go back early to rest. Okay. Lin Yan refused, and Zhang Defu did not dare to insist. Mr. Lin Yan, I will go get the watch for you now. With that, Zhang Defu turned around and walked behind an exquisite counter. That counter was located in the most central and eye-catching position in the store. Zhang Defu took out the perfectly protected 20 million yuan Patek Philippe Ref. 6002G Platinum mechanical watch from the counter. He opened the box to display the mechanical watch inside. When the box opened, the attention of everyone around was immediately attracted. Huh, did I see it right, was that just the Patek Philippe Ref? 6002G? It really is. Isn't this Patek Philippe's signature piece? Why is it out? Did it get sold? How could it? This watch sells for 20 million yuan. Who can afford it? Could it be that this young man bought the Patek Philippe Ref? 6002G? No wonder Manager Zhang is acting like this. Since Zhang Defu and Lin Yan were not speaking loudly, they did not hear what the two of them had just said. As Patek Philippe customers, they of course know the store's prized possession. It can be said that the Patek Philippe Ref. 6002G is their ultimate dream, but due to their limited means, they simply cannot afford it. There are even some watch enthusiasts who come here every week just to catch a glimpse of it. ignoring the surrounding customers who are shocked and uncertain. Zhang Difu respectfully handed the watch box in his hand to Lin Yan. "Mr. Lin Yan, please allow me to put it on for you." "Okay." Lin Yan did not refuse. Zhang Difu put on the white gloves carefully and skillfully helped him put it on. Suddenly, Lin Yan's aura seemed to be different. It was upgraded again by a few grades. Finally, there was a trace of the demeanor of a handsome guy who still reads books and waits for more. Looking at the exquisite watch on his wrist, Lin Yan was very satisfied. It was worthy of being called a sculpture on the wrist. The carved case and the blue perpetual calendar dial were like a delicate work of art. He gently pushed the minute repeater pusher on the side of the watch. Suddenly, a clear, pure, melodious and resounding bell sound echoed in the store and rang in everyone's ears. "Listen. This is the sound of 20 million. The saleswomen at the counters in the store stared at Lin Yan with starry eyes. "My goodness, he is really handsome. This sound is also so beautiful. Which rich young master is he? I really want to marry him." "Don't be silly, rich people all pay attention to matching social status." "Who says so? There are also ugly ducklings that turn into white swans." The reason why the ugly duckling can turn into a white swan is because it originally has the lineage of a white swan, and its parents are also white swans. That's too discouraging. Looking at Lin Yan standing there, Mu Shui was again dumbfounded. Lin Yan did not make a purchase, but instead something even more shocking happened to her. She guessed that Lin Yan would order $1 million or more luxury watch, but she never expected it to be the 20 million yuan Patek Philippe Ref. 6002 G. That's the Patek Philippe Ref. 6002 G. A full 20 million yuan. The treasure of the Shanghai Patek Philippe flagship store. Now it's on Lin Yan's wrist. Mu Shui didn't know how to describe her current feelings. 20 million yuan is enough to buy a very nice house in Shanghai. Carrying a house around with you? You have to understand that a watch is different from a house or a car. It is not a necessity, and it is dispensable for anyone. Chapter 18: Preparing for the live broadcast. After leaving the Patek Philippe flagship store, Lin Yan and Mu Shui left the Yuehang National Shopping Mall directly and went to the parking lot. "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "Thanks, just take me home." "Get in." Lin Yan pressed the car key and opened the door, taking the lead and sitting in the driver's seat. After a slight hesitation, Mu Shui still walked over to the passenger seat, opened the door, bent down slightly, and stepped into the car with her slender thighs taking the lead. With her movements, her beautiful and plump figure was revealed. Her slender waist twisted, and the white knit shirt on her upper body undulated rhythmically, slightly trembling due to the movement. Her long legs, slightly raised, were encased in jeans that fit her slender legs tightly, outlining a seductive curve that was breathtaking. Just the act of getting into the car could exude such temptation, and she was nothing short of a demon. Unfortunately, Lin Yan, who was starting the car, did not see this scene. After getting into the car, Mu Shui sat a little stiffly in the passenger seat. This was the first time she had gotten into a car with a boy other than a family member. Although Mu Shui has a face that could enchant the world and a devilish figure that could ruin a country, she has never been a casual person. Being alone with a boy in such a small space for the first time, Mu Shui's heart was more or less nervous. Deep down, Mu Shui is actually a very conservative person. You can tell a little bit from her unexposed dressing style. She has countless suitors, but she is still a single woman. Mu Shui knows very well that those suitors only have a desire to conquer her. Simply put, they are attracted to her appearance and simply lust after her body, not truly liking her. Mu Shui has always kept her distance from such people, not giving them the slightest chance. Otherwise, she will be the one to suffer in the end. No woman would like to be with someone who is only interested in her body. This is obviously not what Mu Shui wants, and she would rather remain single forever. In the midst of her confused thoughts, the car started. Lin Yan turned his head and happened to see Mu Shui's nervous and apprehensive expression, and suddenly felt a little amused. "What's wrong with you? That wasn't how you acted when we first met in front of the mall. I still like it when you're unruly." Lin Yan imitated a certain funny movie he had seen before and joked. "Come on." Mu Shui gave a big disgusted look. Before, she dared to tease Lin Yan on her own initiative because she knew that in the public place of the shopping mall, Lin Yan would not do anything too much to her. But now in this small sports car, if the man next to her suddenly became aggressive and wanted to do something to her, she was afraid that she would find it hard to resist. However, after Lin Yan's interruption, she suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Fasten your seatbelt. Mu Shui then noticed that she had been so nervous after getting into the car that she had not even fastened her seatbelt. Mu Shui, who was about to fasten her seatbelt, noticed that Lin Yan's gaze was still here, and her face turned red as she said, "Turn your head away and drive quickly." "How can I drive without you fastening your seatbelt?" Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders and turned his head away with a carefree look. Mu Shui then turned her head and pulled the seatbelt over to fasten it, but she didn't notice that Lin Yan had adjusted the rearview mirror without changing his expression, and then adjusted it back. Tut tut. The seatbelt is bearing a load it shouldn't. After the car started, Lin Yan looked straight ahead and asked, "Where do you live?" Haixing Garden. Haixing Garden community was built 3 years ago. The community has beautiful greenery and pleasant scenery. It is a high-end community of China overseas, and although it is far inferior to Jianghai No. 1, it is also extraordinary. The people who live there are worth at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Many CEOs of China overseas listed companies live here. Lin Yan drove his Porsche all the way into the community without any problems. After entering the community, Lin Yan realized that the construction of this community was very good looking. He parked the Porsche under a building. This community looks pretty good, but the housing prices should not be cheap, right? SOSO. Compared to the luxury homes in Jianghai No. 1, the houses here can only be considered squatter huts. Mu Shui opened the car door and got ready to get off. "Thank you for bringing me back, goodbye." Mu Shui waved her hand. "Goodbye." Lin Yan looked at Mu Shui as she got out of the car, nodded, and then drove off. Mu Shui, however, stood there quietly, watching him leave. She gazed at the Porsche sports car as it gradually receded into the distance, and her gaze did not waver until it disappeared from view. This man, who had made a favorable impression on her, was indeed different from the others. He was obviously rich and well off, and extraordinarily good looking, but he treated people with kindness and did not look down on others. Most importantly, there was not so much desire in his gaze, but more of a simple admiration. Even when she deliberately teased him, he still did not do anything inappropriate. Mu Shui admitted that this was the first time she had felt her heart stir for a man. Moreover, she was not young anymore, and it was time to get married, and her family was pressuring her to do so. It was time to think about it. It was just that she was a little young. Sigh. I don't know if he will dislike her. For the first time, Mu Shui felt at a loss because she cared about what a man thought of her. When Lin Yan returned to the Jianghai No. 1 mansion again, it was already evening. After that, he received 2 consecutive phone calls. One was from the property management company, who called to confirm with him that the delivery people from major luxury goods stores such as Hermes had already arrived. After Lin Yan confirmed the identity of the person, the property management company immediately sent someone to deliver the goods to him with the delivery people. Seeing that he had bought so many things, the property management office specially arranged for 2 capable property management staff to help him pack. A large pile of clothes and bags suddenly filled the walk-in closet. "Mr. Lin, we have helped you organize it, so we will leave first." "Okay, thank you." After all, they came to help, so Lin Yan did not hesitate to give them a tip before leaving. After taking the money, the 2 property management staff thanked him repeatedly and left happily. After that, there was a phone call from JD Logistics, and the laptop and mobile phone he bought last night were delivered. Lin Yan went back to the school to sign for the delivery and took the things back to the Jianghai No. 1 mansion. The computer was in his hands. Lin Yan was ready to start the live broadcast. System tasks still need to be completed as soon as possible. Especially after completing a temporary task in the afternoon, the reward was incredibly tempting. Over 100 million renminbi, plus 6,002 G worth 20 million. And the last time, just for registering an Anchor account, he was rewarded with a live broadcast guild. After completing this live broadcast debut task, he wondered what kind of reward he would get. But before that, he needed to reward his own stomach. After wandering around all afternoon, he was hungry. He picked up the phone next to him, pressed a number, and dialed. "Hello, Do One Long? This is Lin always. What can I do for you?" "Have someone make me dinner and deliver it to Jianghai No. 1. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll make the arrangements right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan sent Du Wenlong the specific address on WeChat. There were no ingredients at home, and he was too lazy to cook, so he just asked the Kyushu Hotel to deliver it to him, since it was all his anyway. Looks like I need to find a babysitter sometime, otherwise with such a big house, it'll kill me to clean it all by myself. Lin Yan thought to himself as he unpacked the laptop. Chapter 19, Live Broadcast begins. 7 p.m. After dinner, Lin Yan had downloaded the game and live broadcast software on his computer. He wasted no time, and since he had nothing to do in the evening, he directly opened the downloaded live broadcast software to start the broadcast. The live broadcast begins. The host of the Dow investigation has started the live broadcast. The task can be completed when the number of viewers in the broadcast room is no less than 200,000. Current number of viewers, 0/2000000. Note, the host can increase popularity by attracting viewers, etc., to complete the task, but cheating is forbidden. 200,000 viewers watching at the same time? That doesn't seem very easy. Lin Yan smacked his lips as he read the pop-up system prompt. Although he didn't know much about the live streaming industry, 200,000 viewers would at least require a big host, right? The live streaming industry has a low barrier to entry. All you need is a mobile phone and a registered account. The difficulty lies in whether anyone will watch your broadcast. Viewing a live broadcast is about seeking novelty and entertainment, and you have to be able to attract them before they will be willing to watch your broadcast. Put simply, it's about a sense of novelty and a point of interest that can be used to break up the otherwise dull and boring life. Female anchors can still rely on their looks and sell sex, but male anchors can only rely on the content of their broadcasts. If there is not enough rich content to attract the audience, naturally they will not stay, and everything will be for nothing. Lin Yan first turned off the microphone in the broadcast room. Although no one was watching at the moment, he did it just in case. Then he took out his phone and made a call. The phone was quickly connected. "Boss, what can I do for you?" As soon as the phone was answered, Sun Hong's voice rang out. "I want to ask you something." "Okay, boss. I'm going to start a live broadcast now, and I want 200,000 people to watch it at the same time. Do you have any ideas?" Silence. Sun Hong, who was far away at the base of the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild, was shocked, and cold sweat was pouring down his head. 200,000 people watching at the same time? There are very few anchors in the entire live streaming industry who can achieve this level. An anchor who can have more than 10,000 viewers watching at the same time is considered a big anchor. Under normal circumstances, there are only a handful of top anchors on the entire Shark platform who can achieve 100,000 viewers watching at the same time, let alone 200,000. Among all the anchors under the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild, none of them can do it. Zhao Yi, the most popular one, has an average audience of about 80,000 to 90,000 people per broadcast. And no one will watch a new anchor's first broadcast. Dream on. Don't even think about it. It's not that easy to do a live broadcast. Sun Hong shouted inwardly, "Isn't this asking the impossible?" But he didn't dare say this out loud, not even to himself. "Boss. I'll find a way," Sun Hong said with a cold sweat. Lin Yan was a little curious. "How are you going to do it?" "Well." Sun Hong hesitated for a moment, but he didn't dare hide it. "Boss, it's difficult to get 200,000 people to watch a live broadcast at the same time the first time. Under normal circumstances, it's hard to do, but you can get the anchors in the guild to help drive traffic for you, which will increase a lot of popularity. Then you can spend some money and hire internet trolls. Even if all the anchors in the guild go down to attract traffic, Sun Hong can't guarantee that 200,000 people will enter Lin Yan's live broadcast room. That's why he wants to hire internet trolls." Before Sun Hong could finish speaking, Lin Yan understood. Attracting traffic is fine, but paying to hire internet trolls is just what the system calls cheating, right? "No way." Lin Yan frowned and interrupted without hesitation. "No internet trolls, I don't want any cheating. It has to be a normal live broadcast." After a moment's thought, he continued, "We can find a way to attract traffic, but we must never cheat." Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll contact the guild's top anchors and have them go to your broadcast room to attract traffic for you. I guarantee that you'll reach 200,000 viewers." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan was also a little helpless. He had originally thought that Sun Hong, as the guild manager, should have more or less a way to do it, but he didn't expect that he didn't have a good solution either. It seems that this task is not going to be easy to complete. Luckily, I have a live streaming guild that I can operate myself, otherwise this task really doesn't stand a chance. With the live streaming industry already saturated, it's very slow going for new anchors to develop without anyone to guide them in the early stages, and it takes a lot of time. And for someone like him, who needs 200,000 viewers to start, it's even unthinkable. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's play a game first and see if we can attract some people in. Once the guild is up and running and the traffic is flowing in, there should still be quite a few people. Once the popularity is up, we can figure out how to manipulate it to attract even more popularity. Yes, Lin Yan's original plan was to do game streaming. Streaming, League of Legends. Game streaming is considered to be a popular type of streaming for male anchors. Just take a look at the famous male anchors and you'll see that most of them are game anchors. And games are also what Lin Yan is best at. League of Legends is the game he has played the longest and is the best at among all the games he plays. Most importantly, League of Legends is currently one of the most popular games. Therefore, there are naturally a lot of viewers watching the live broadcast of this game. The live broadcasts on each live streaming platform are not quite the same. For example, on the Shark live streaming platform, the majority of viewers watching the live broadcast are still male, and most of these viewers love to play games, so there is a high degree of overlap. On the Shark live streaming platform, the gaming section is very popular, and the two highest rated sections are the League of Legends section and the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. These two sections also have the most popular anchors and are the most popular. Lin Yan's choice of League of Legends as the subject of his live broadcast was probably the best he could have made. On the other side of the world, Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. Sun Hong hung up the phone and shouted, "Someone. Manager Sunday." Soon, the assistant outside the office pushed the door open. "What does Manager Sun want?" "Hurry up and notify all the major anchors in the guild." "No, all anchors. Those not broadcasting should start immediately, and those already broadcasting should go to the boss's live broadcast room to check on him and drive traffic to him. No matter what, the viewers must be brought to the boss's live broadcast room." With Sun Hong's order, everyone immediately got to work. The anchors broadcasting from the guild base, those who had already gone off the air and were preparing to go back, were all called back. And those anchors broadcasting from home were also shocked when they received the notification. This was especially true for the small and medium-sized anchors who had not attended today's meeting. They had already gone off the air, and were suddenly forced to go back on. They were more or less dissatisfied. But as soon as they heard that they were actually going to attract traffic for the guild boss, their eyes immediately sparkled. The boss behind a major guild like Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild must be a billionaire. If they are lucky enough to climb up to him through this opportunity, it is self-evident what that means. Chapter 20, You're Making Me Look Stupid. A mid to high-end residential area in the imperial capital. In a room of over 100 square meters, a tall girl wearing a long white dress busily set up her live streaming equipment in her studio and began this impromptu broadcast. "Hello everyone." After the broadcast started, the girl greeted the camera. The girl speaking was Xiaoyuqi, with the anchor ID Xiaoxiaoqi, and she was a female anchor on the Shark platform. The main content of the live broadcast is the evaluation and unboxing of hunting-related products. She specializes in doing something weird and unusual to attract the audience. Basically, the people watching her live broadcast are young people with a sense of curiosity, who really like to see her tinker with strange things every time she broadcasts. By arousing the curiosity of the audience, she has gained a large number of followers. In addition, this group of users is very sticky, so although she has not become famous, she has no problem supporting herself through live broadcasts. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Qi? She's even doing a live stream? Xiao Qi, what interesting things are you going to show us today?" It looks like the background of this live stream is at home, so it seems like this time she'll be reviewing some weird and unusual little object. I remember the last time I reviewed the smart robot, it crashed, so I hope it doesn't crash this time. I still vividly remember the scene when it crashed last time, and Xiao Qi's expression was so funny. If she reviews C-Cup underwear this time, she'll definitely crash, and I guarantee you that her expression will be even more awesome. C-Cup, you're overestimating her, a B-Cup would be enough to make her crash. Stop it, I have a picture in my head. She's young but has her own airfield, which makes people drool with envy. Envy +1. Something's wrong with you. I feel like you're jealous of her flat screen. Seeing the sand sculpture water friends mouthing off and racing in the live broadcast room, Xiaoyuqi's expression did not change at all. It is very normal for the anchor to be teased by the water friends, and she is used to it. Today, I will not give you a product review, but I will take you to see something very interesting. Facing the camera, Xiaoyuqi looked mysteriously. She's not going to do a review? That's right, in the past, the live broadcast of the review would be announced a few days in advance. It seems that this time it will be an additional live broadcast of something else? What is it that is so mysterious? So this week's live evaluation will not be cancelled, will it? The curiosity of the netizens was suddenly piqued. The anchorperson is not doing the live evaluation, and there is an extra broadcast, which seems very interesting. Don't worry, this week's live evaluation will be broadcast as usual. Xiaoyuqi gave a brief explanation, then waved his hand, ready to take the netizens to the ward. Anchor room inspection refers to an anchor, usually a relatively famous one, going to another anchor's live broadcast room to watch the broadcast, accompanied by gift giving and interaction across space to create program effects. When a popular anchor goes on room inspection, his fans will also follow in large numbers to the anchor's live broadcast room being inspected, bringing popularity to the other party. It is also a common means for guilds to support new anchors and attract traffic for young anchors. Generally, when checking in on a broadcast, most male anchors go to the female anchor's broadcast room to check in. After all, there is no shortage of male fans among the live streaming audience. When they don't have any program effects of their own, taking the audience to the female anchor's broadcast room to check in is a common live streaming tactic that can create a good program effect if they happen to encounter a female anchor dancing. The female anchor checking in on the male anchor will not have much of an effect on the show, unless there are some special circumstances. The streamers are envious of the female anchor, but not the male anchor. We came to your live broadcast room to watch you, and you want to take us to see a man? What's the point? Really? Is that all? I thought there was something to it. What's the point of checking in on the room? It's not interesting. Is this what Xiaokiki is doing? Xiaoqiqi, you fallen, you actually want to take us to see a male anchor? It should be a diversion task arranged by the guild, but that's not interesting. Suddenly, the water friends in the live broadcast room became uninterested. What kind of world haven't the netizens of sand sculptures seen? As soon as they heard it was a room inspection, they instantly understood what was going on, a diversion broadcast. Generally speaking, the people being diverted are mostly small anchors, and most of them don't have much effect on the broadcast and aren't worth watching. Most people aren't interested in this kind of diversion broadcast. When they saw Xiaoyuqi, they clicked on the live broadcast room of a male game anchor, and then looked at the anchor's level, level 1. This is a complete newbie anchor, and the streamers felt even more confident that they had guessed correctly. This is really a traffic driving task. Quit, it's not interesting. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room had dropped, Xiaoyuqi hadn't said anything yet, but some of her diehard fans were already getting anxious for her. No way, what's the point of assigning this kind of task to the host of the review? The guild management is sick, shouldn't this kind of task be assigned to those entertaining female anchors? Xiaoqiqi, forget it, we're not going to attract any views, whoever wants to do it can do it. You're at least a level 90 big anchor, what would the guild dare to do to you? Yeah, Xiaoqiqi, don't do the room inspection, it's not going to work. Why don't you dance? We haven't seen you dance before. Although Xiaoyuqi is an evaluation anchor for the strange hunting category, the streamers in the live broadcast room don't just come to see the girl, but they are also not interested in the inspection. Hey, no, this anchor has some skills. Holy cow, this Yasuo has a quick reaction, he actually dodged the bullhead's Q flash, and countered with an EQ flash to blow up the shooter. Is this pro-level skill? This must be anticipation, not reaction. Whether it's anticipation or reaction, this wave of operation is a bit of a show, and I seem to be a little interested in watching it. Bullhead, you're making me look stupid. I beg you, Bullhead, the psychological shadow area. If you can talk, you can publish a book. I've never heard of this name, so I can be sure that it's a newcomer. The 5/0/2 Yasuo is not happy at all, you are not a truly happy wingman. Hasa. League of Legends, as a phenomenal game that once swept the world, has been played by too many players. Even though many people don't play it anymore, they still keep an eye on it. And many stream viewers in Xiaoyuqi's live broadcast room happen to be able to understand the live broadcast of this game. The stream viewers, who originally felt uninteresting and were preparing to leave, put their fingers on the fork, but suddenly paused again. With Lin Yan's amazing team battle, everyone who saw the scene let out a gasp. The original style of the barrage suddenly changed, and a barrage of exclamations and boasts rippled across the screen. At this time, Xiaoyuqi in front of the camera also smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, the best is yet to come. I said I would show you all the fun, and I definitely won't lie to you." Really? Although this anchor has good skills, it doesn't matter how good the game skills are, it's not going to be any fun. Yes, Zayou, don't just say anything to attract attention, or you'll get yourself into trouble. A die-hard fan expressed concern, worried that she was making false promises to attract attention, and if there was no excitement to come, she would be attacked by haters. Don't worry, when has Zayou ever been wrong? I promise that there will definitely be excitement. Although this is not a review broadcast, I guarantee that it won't be a flop. Xiaoyuqi looked confident and gave her word with conviction. Chapter 21, Are You Polite? Xiaoqiqi, tell us what kind of excitement it is. Yes, don't keep us in suspense. Everyone, calm down, don't worry, the excitement is of course only interesting if you see it for yourself, it's not interesting if you tell about it. Xiaoyuqi half-truthfully reassured the direct friends. You can go to the live broadcast room across the street and click to follow to support the new anchor. At the same time, show off your strength and help me complete this traffic driving task, or else the guild will deduct my salary next month. Facing the camera, Xiaoyuqi made a pitiful expression, which immediately aroused the protective instincts of many people in the live broadcast room. Alas, it's at least Zayou's first time doing a traffic driving task, so guys, we can't let Zayou lose face. You're right, let's go, let's click to follow. Let's go, guys, follow me. Could the host be bluffing? The viewer's emotions had just been aroused when someone jumped in to question it. Where did you get your wisdom from upstairs? Shut up, how dare you question Xiaoqiqi? Where is the room manager? Don't know how to do your job, right? Quickly block this guy to death. Where did you get that dog from, barking here? The viewers in the live broadcast room were suddenly dissatisfied and cursed directly on the pop-up screen. Bluffing? Ha ha. Xiaoyuqi happened to look up and saw this comment. She kept her composure on the surface, but a flash of disapproval crossed her mind. As a level 90 anchor, she had already joined the ranks of the big anchors, and she was also one of the anchors valued by the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. She knew everything about the change of boss in the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild, the identity of the anchor in her room, and the goal of 200,000 followers. A super tycoon who can shell out billions to buy Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild, how can he not be able to make a success of live streaming? Although Xiaoyuqi didn't understand why a super tycoon who could buy Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild would want to do something like live streaming, which obviously didn't fit his status. As the ceiling for strange live streaming, Xiaoyuqi was certain that what was unattainable for ordinary people was within the reach of a tycoon like Lin Yan. A mansion worth hundreds of millions of yuan, a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan, just taking out one of these can satisfy the vanity, curiosity, and desire for satisfaction of the audience in the live broadcast room. In real life I can't afford it, but in a live webcast I can take a look, can't I just have a taste? For a big shot of this caliber, it's really easy to come up with a live broadcast content that's super eye-catching. What's more, there's the entire Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild to help drive traffic, so there's no need to worry about no one watching. I have to say, Xiaoyuqi really has some real talent and is very accurate in her judgment to be able to achieve this level of live streaming just by relying on hunting for novelty and product reviews. To quote Xiaoyuqi's live streaming room's water friends in bantering, she could have just laid back and let her body do the talking, but instead she had to show her strength. Although the water friends found her flat-chested, they still admitted that Xiaoyuqi's appearance is quite striking. Ha! Xiaoyuqi, who is this new anchor? How come there are so many anchors attracting traffic for him at the same time? At this time, a water friend who had just returned from Lin Yan's live broadcast room said in shock on the screen. Seeing this comment, Xiaoyuqi smiled and did not reveal Lin Yan's identity. Instead, she continued to create a buzz and get more water friends to go to Lin Yan's live broadcast room. On the other side, when Lin Yan first started broadcasting, there were still 0 viewers. With Sun Hong's operation, most of the anchors under the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild had already started broadcasting, and they went to Lin Yan's live broadcast room to attract viewers as soon as possible. Suddenly, a large audience flooded into his broadcast room in a short period of time. These people all came from the broadcast rooms of various anchors to watch. At this time, the broadcast room of Lin Yan was filled with all kinds of screen refreshing. The army of the Huang family has arrived. The army of the Qi family has arrived. The army of the Yen family has arrived. These viewers who flooded into the broadcast room were also very surprised. They didn't know when they were just in the broadcast room of the anchor they supported. Once they arrived, they discovered that there were actually so many anchors simultaneously attracting traffic for a newcomer anchor. Who is this anchor? What a big show! Lin Yan quickly glanced at the live broadcast room's chat box, but before he could say anything, the team fight suddenly broke out again, and he had to get back to work. Anchor, this bullhead is targeting you, this is revenge. Holy cow, bullhead Q flash is empty again? You're killing me, bullhead flashing the floor twice in a row. Bullhead, not enough to show me once, but you come back for a second time? Bullhead, are you polite? Polite, are you bullhead? Polite bullhead, you are. Does Yasuo from 15/1/7 really exist? Oh no, brother Yasuo, please take off your mask. You're not the real Yasuo, you're Yanjen. 666, the barrage is more interesting than the live broadcast. This wave of team battles saw Lin Yan charging forward without fear, rushing straight to the back row. He predicted and dodged the control of the bullhead, and a gust of wind blew up the opposing side's double C. With equipment that transcends the timeline, he landed an instant kill on 2 people with a single or followed by a landing Q. The opposing team's entire team battle line collapsed. Seeing that the high ground had been broken, there was no hope of a comeback, so they simply surrendered. Game over. Lin Yan, who had exited the game interface, first glanced at the mission status. Current audience, 56,715/200,000. In less than half an hour, 50,000 people had flooded into the broadcast room, but after reaching this number, it stopped rising. This was absolutely a terrifying result for a new anchor, but it was still quite a way off from Lin Yan's task requirements. However, Lin Yan was not worried. While playing the game just now, he had come up with a few good ideas for creating a broadcast effect, and he was going to try them out now that the popularity was good. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Lin Yan greeted the audience in the live broadcast room. He didn't turn on the camera, but spoke into the microphone. The barrage in his live broadcast room first paused, and then suddenly exploded all at once, with dense barrage messages floating past on the screen. Holy shit! My ears are pregnant. Wow, the young man's voice is so nice to hear. I love it, the voice-activated party says that just this alone has already reached climax. The anchor has such a nice voice, he must be very handsome too, why doesn't he turn on the camera, let's show the sisters. Among the audience pouring in from major anchors, there are no shortage of young ladies. When they heard Lin Yan speak, they couldn't help but be infatuated. This voice is really nice, isn't it? This should be a sound card warrior, can just anyone's voice be so nice? There are naturally praises, but also doubts. Just because someone else's voice is nice, they're a sound card warrior? Is it really so hard to admit that someone else's voice is better than yours? That's really sour. Before Lin Yan could say anything, an audience member who couldn't stand it any longer stood up and spoke out. Thank you all for your praise, and thank you for speaking up for me. Don't be angry, don't let this little thing ruin your mood. The host has a great attitude. I love it, he's my husband and he's just different. From a certain sound control girl. Lin Yan smiled. Actually, it's normal for this water friend to have doubts, but the way you put it is low in emotional intelligence. You should use a high emotional intelligence way of putting it, for example. Anchor, you speak so nicely, the microphone must be very expensive, right? Chapter 22, Rookie of the Year Competition. Ha ha ha. 666,666. The anchor is really flirtatious, worthy of the name. If you can talk, you can publish a book. The talented anchor has followed me. I've learned nothing, I'll go find a young lady to play with right away. HXD, don't learn from this, it's easy to get a single. As Lin Yan and the water friends continued to interact, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to grow, and there were signs of a breakthrough in the 100,000 person popularity mark. Some of these viewers naturally came from the live broadcast rooms of the various anchors who had attracted traffic. The rest came because of Lin Yan's reputation. It is almost unheard of for a new anchor to be able to attract traffic for dozens of popular anchors at the same time. Naturally, enthusiastic netizens want to come and watch the fun. When there are a lot of people, it is easy to get into a rhythm, and there are attacks from haters and water armies. How can a new anchor be so arrogant? Doesn't he know to hold back a little? Does he really think he is someone? I looked it up, and these anchors attracting traffic are all from the Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. The Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild is really willing to spend money to promote newcomers. Willing to spend money? You're overestimating Xingyi Mutual Entertainment Guild. I think they're not willing to spend money. They want to promote newcomers but are not willing to spend money, so they let their anchors attract traffic, and they can take advantage of this opportunity to fleece their fans. Yes, on the last day of the Rookie of the Year competition, they actually resorted to such tactics. The poor anchors and poor guilds, if they can't afford it, don't participate in the event. It's really ugly to fleece the fans. Ha, even if you win the competition by such means, what glory is there? Trash anchor, trash guild. A few discordant comments crossed the screen, and the fans in the broadcast room were unhappy. At this time, Lin Yan had already gained a lot of fans, especially his voice, which made the sound control party unable to extricate themselves, and it was an even more powerful weapon for harvesting fans. These fans immediately retorted when they saw that someone had the nerve to smear Lin Yan. Isn't this the Anal Guild's dog? Couldn't help but jump out so quickly? They're really anxious. Can they not be anxious? I just took a quick look, and the new anchor that Anal Guild is promoting this time has been surpassed, falling from first place to second place. Ha ha. They're so grateful to me. They've been slashing leaks for a month, but they've actually been beaten down in one night, so it's no wonder they're jumping out of the walls in desperation. Sisters, charge! Take down the newcomer king for Brother Shu, and slap these black fans in the face. Lin Yan frowned as he watched the rhythm on the screen, and he was a little confused. What newcomer king? What first and second place? Ding dong. Boss, there is a newcomer king competition on the Shark platform recently, which lasts for a month. Today is the last day. All new anchors who started broadcasting within 3 months will automatically participate in this event. The first place will win the title of newcomer king, and the official side will also give some resources. How to win the event? Whoever receives the highest total value of gifts will rank higher. The Gildan anchors have just sent you some gifts, so your current ranking is first, pushing the rookie anchor of the Anal Guild, who was originally in first place, to second place. Looking at the message sent by Sun Hong on WeChat, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with a sudden realization, and he finally understood what had happened. The original first place was a rookie anchor supported by the Anal Guild, who must have wanted to win the title of Rookie of the Year. The other person had been preparing for a month, and the event was about to end. It looked like the newcomer title was about to be his. But suddenly, he was overtaken by a new anchor who had appeared for no reason, causing his fans to lose their temper and come to Lin Yan's live broadcast room to set the pace. Whether the other person had actively abetted or hinted to his fans was something Lin Yan did not know for the time being. The Newcomer King competition was one of the small warm-up events before the start of the annual event. Lin Yan looked for it on Shark Live. The Newcomer King competition homepage. He clicked on the leaderboard. First place, if you can talk, you can publish a book, total contribution, 21308522. Second place, Anal, Outdoor Super, total contribution, 17351239. Third place. The third place further down has a total contribution of 150W, and the fourth place has less than 20W total contribution, so it is obviously not a streamer supported by the guild. These contribution points are gifts that Lin Yan received while playing games. On the list, the contribution is calculated in the following way: a gift of 1 yuan rewards 10 points of contribution. In other words, in just a short while, Lin Yan received gifts worth 200,000 renminbi. This gift flow has already surpassed most of the anchors on Shark Live. After deducting the platform's share, there are still 100,000 yuan in hand. Although Lin Yan does not lack these 100,000 yuan at the moment, this is already the salary that most people can earn in a year. Everyone who sent gifts. Among them, one ID, Wilderness, has the most likes. On the daily contribution list in the broadcast room, Wilderness is in first place, with a whopping 1 million contribution points. During the time Lin Yan has been broadcasting, he has liked a total of 50 superfires, 100,000 yuan. Most of the other people's contribution points are around 20,000, which is the value of one superfire. Lin Yan knows that these people are all broadcasters in the guild. He was not yet arrogant enough to think that he could make passers-by give him so many gifts just after starting broadcasting. Boss, do you want to win this newcomer competition? This event is not big, you can win it with up to 500,000. If you want to win, I will go and give you gifts right away. Sun Hong sent another message to report the situation and seek his opinion. Usually, such events only gain momentum in the last few hours. Lin Yan is currently in first place, but if he doesn't continue to push, he will soon be surpassed. Lin Yan thought about it and replied, "Take it, you might as well take it, the guild doesn't need to give me gifts, I can just give myself gifts." Lin Yan replied casually, he wasn't really interested, but since he saw it, he might as well take it. After all, he still had more than 10 million virtual funds in his hands. He was going to create a small account himself and use that money to buy his way to the top, taking the newcomer king title while also creating a buzz and increasing the popularity of the live broadcast room, so as to complete the task. Okay, boss. Lin Yan told him not to do it, but Sun Hong didn't dare to really do nothing. After putting down his phone, he immediately called his assistant and contacted Zhao Yi and others, asking them to get some scattered votes for Lin Yan. Brother Shu, we won the Newcomer of the Year competition for you. This is the nickname that Lin Yan's new female fans gave him. The fans in the live broadcast room also vented their anger with the haters and vowed to help Lin Yan win the Newcomer King title and suppress the arrogance of the opponent. Yes, I've been unhappy with that Anal Guild for a long time, and I can't let them win the Newcomer King title. Everyone, charge. Brother Shu is already in first place, we just need to help him stay there. Everyone, there are free gifts and cards to be won. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched the discussion on the screen. Thank you all for your kindness. I do want to win this Rookie of the Year, but I'd rather let me do the competition myself, so I won't trouble you all to spend money. I'm already very grateful that you can come to my live broadcast room to support me. Look at the host's emotional intelligence. How many hosts can take the initiative to not accept gifts? Unlike some low-intelligence black fans, who will mindlessly slander. Brothers, this is called pattern. I typed pattern on the public screen. Wow, Brother Book is so gentle. Although I don't have money to send you a gift, for this comment, I'll give you some free glow sticks. Chapter 23 Script. Shen City. A bustling night market outside a university town. This is nighttime Shen City, the place with the highest footfall, with a large number of entertainment venues such as bars and cubby-ts nearby. The fatigue from work and study during the day can be released here to the fullest. On the streets full of people, you can see pretty college girls, white-collar women, mature women, and hunters looking for prey. A harsh brake noise sounded. Then an orange Lamborghini Huracan stopped in front of the bar. This level of supercar is not common, and this Lamborghini Huracan immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. With everyone's attention, the driver's seat opened, and a short and thin young man about 170 centimeters tall with a selfie stick in his hand got out. Family, last time I promised to take you out in a supercar to flirt with girls, and this time I finally have time to keep my promise. The skinny young man shouted into the camera of his phone. 666, Super Brother is awesome. Student girls. Super Brother, we want to see student girls. Educate the young people of today about what is mean by the social dangers. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. I will arrange it for everyone right away, so don't worry. The skinny young man shouted into the camera again. This person is the anchor, Anal, Outdoor Chow Chow, whose real name is Li Wenchao. He is a new outdoor anchor supported by the Anal Guild. His live broadcasts mainly focus on picking up and flirting with girls through various methods and means. Li Wenchao has an ordinary appearance, and it can even be said that he is a bit ugly. Under normal circumstances, this kind of appearance definitely does not please girls, and it is naturally more difficult to flirt with them. However, if he succeeds, the effect of the show will naturally be very good. Especially if he adds a little spicy content, his live audience will like it even more. Li Wenchao's way of flirting with girls every time he goes live. First, he uses his unremarkable appearance, coupled with a very ordinary, even a bit poor, status to approach the target girl, so that the girl looks down on him and acts aloof. Then he shows off his strength, shocking, stunning and making the girl regret it. His live audience loves it when these pretentious girls get their faces smashed, watching them go from disdain to actively falling in love. At this point, two assistants who had been waiting here for a long time walked over to him, nodded to him, and took over the live broadcast equipment, following Li Wenchao around and filming. Seeing his assistants nod, Li Wenchao understood that everything was ready. Yes, Li Wenchao's process of flirting with girls was all scripted, and the so-called target girls were just actors he had found in advance. He even rehearsed with these girls in advance to make his performance on the live stream seem more authentic. Hey, beautiful, how about having a drink together? After entering the bar, Li Wenchao quickly found his acting partner. He walked up to the girl while his assistant hid behind him to secretly broadcast the scene. Damn, this schoolgirl looks so pure this time, I really want to see her degenerate. Just want to see her degenerate? You guys are so bad, but I love it, ha. Soon everything played out according to the pre-planned scenario. The innocent girl glanced at Li Wenchao's appearance, and then combined with the street clothes he was wearing, she ignored his invitation and didn't even look at him. Li Wenchao, on the other hand, persevered and surrounded the innocent girl. After being nagged by Li Wenchao, the innocent girl impatiently ordered an expensive drink, hoping to scare him off with it. Naturally, Li Wenchao didn't hesitate to choose to pay the bill. The innocent girl showed a hint of surprise and finally agreed to have a drink with Li Wenchao. After chatting for a while, the innocent girl excused herself and said she needed to go back. Li Wenchao immediately said he had a car that could take her. The innocent girl was of course surprised again, and when she followed Li Wenchao out of the bar, she saw the orange Lamborghini Aventador. As she took pictures around the supercar, she saw Li Wenchao open the door of the Lamborghini. The innocent girl was finally shocked and immediately showed an expression of wetness. The innocent girl's originally cold expression disappeared, and she very enthusiastically leaned over to Li Wenchao's side, sweetly calling out his name. 666, what an innocent girl, not much more than that. Brother Chow is awesome. After the script was finished, Li Wenchao found two assistants again. How was the live broadcast just now? The audience in the broadcast room asked to see the girl passing by on the street, so Li Wenchao told his assistant to hold the phone and walk far away to broadcast live, while he took the opportunity to ask the other assistant. Brother Chow, the results are very good. I just received 2 superfires for rockets, 9 planes, and many card applications. Together with all the small gifts, there are almost 10,000 views. Upon hearing his assistant's words, Li Wenchao revealed a faint smile. I'll hold another lucky draw later, and with the funds the guild gave me, this time the Newcomer of the Year event will be a sure thing. Brother Chow, there's a problem, your ranking has been surpassed. At that moment, the assistant, who was holding a mobile phone and showing the audience in the live broadcast room a girl, ran all the way back, looking anxious. What? How is that possible? I just used the funds from the guild to self-promote 100 Super Fiery, didn't I? Li Wenchao's brows were knitted together. 100 Super Fires are 200,000, and this is the entire financial support the guild has given him, which he has to pay back in the future. Self-brushing 200,000, plus 190,000 rewards from fans, before and after more than 390,000. This is almost all he has for this newcomer competition. Who can actually surpass him? What's going on? I was just leading with nearly 100,000 gifts, who surpassed me? The Outdoor 778 of the Peacekeeping Guild? The anchor Li Wenchao was referring to, 778, was in 3rd place on the leaderboard. Li Wenchao knew that this newcomer anchor was also supported by a guild and was also determined to win this Rookie of the Year competition, and was his biggest competitor. But according to what Li Wenchao had learned, the Peacekeeping Guild would only give 778 a maximum of 100,000 yuan in financial support. Although the two had reaped similar numbers of fan rewards, 778 was unlikely to win this competition. Could it be that the Peacekeeping Guild had temporarily increased his financial support? No, it's not. Brother Chow's assistant quickly turned off the microphone in the broadcast room. It was the 2nd place finisher, the game streamer who just started streaming today. How is this possible? Li Wenchao couldn't believe it. You have to understand that although the game zone is popular, gifts and rewards in the game zone are a major drawback. The vast majority of game streamers have never received as many gifts and rewards as outdoor streamers and entertainment streamers. How could a newcomer game streamer receive so many gifts and rewards so quickly? Didn't I tell you guys to hire internet trolls to go to his broadcast room and create a buzz? How could someone else give him so many gifts? Brother Chow, we went to set the pace, but these gifts weren't from the fans, he gave them himself. Fuck. Li Wenchao cursed. How many more did he give? 200,000, and now he's surpassed us by about 50,000 gift contributions. Shit, didn't the Xingyi Guild already give him 200,000? They gave him another 200,000? That's 400,000, and they gave him 400,000 to win the Rookie of the Year? Are they crazy? He couldn't understand what the Xingyi Guild was thinking, spending 400,000 yuan on a new game host? Could he earn that much back? That's 400,000 yuan, not 40 yuan. The Annal Guild gave Li Wenchao 200,000 yuan in funding support because they saw his development potential and felt that he would be able to earn that money back quickly. And indeed, just a month after the broadcast started, Li Wenchao had already built up a live streaming audience, gained a loyal following, and received nearly 200,000 gifts and rewards. If he continues at this pace, he will win the title of Rookie of the Year, and with the platform's bonus resources, his popularity will continue to grow, and he will become the new moneymaker for Annal Guild. In just a few months, he will be able to earn back the 200,000 invested by the guild, and continue to make money for the guild in the future. After considering all these factors, the management of the Anal Guild decided to give him 200,000 yuan in funding support. So Li Wenchao couldn't understand why the Xingyi Guild would invest so much capital in a new game host. Isn't it afraid of losing money? The purpose of a guild's existence is to make money. If the boss of the Xingyi Guild knew that his subordinates were managing such a mess, wouldn't he tear their skin off? Many thanks to Yunzhou Qibing for the reward. Chapter 24, Giving Away Some Bags. Brother Chow, what should we do now? Asked the assistant nervously, holding up her phone. Don't worry, just go next to me and help me broadcast for a while, and at the same time explain to the audience. I'll go call Brother Wang. The Brother Wang that Li Wenchao mentioned was the senior management of the Anal Guild and also his boss. Hello, Brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chao. The call was quickly connected. Li Wenchao held the phone and walked over to the side, preparing to explain the situation to Brother Wang when the other party answered first. I know what you want to say. I know about the Xingyi Guild. Brother Wang said, this time the Xingyi Guild has come prepared. Brother Wang snorted, they haven't made a move in a month, and I thought they weren't training new people. I didn't expect them to save it for the final push. Brother Wang, even if they do this and win the title of Rookie of the Year, it's unlikely that they can make back all that money so quickly, isn't it? Li Wenchao asked, puzzled. I'm wondering too. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case. Brother Wang, who was on the other end of the phone, sounded puzzled too. This is something Brother Wang can't figure out either. You have to understand that 400,000 yuan is definitely not a small sum. As the manager of a guild, he knows the guild format very well. The goal of these guild owners behind the scenes is to make money, and under normal circumstances, they would never do a losing deal like this. Could it be that this new anchor is a relative of the owner or partner of the Xingyi Guild? Otherwise, he really can't figure out what Xingyi is doing this for. Brother Wang, what should I do now? My title as the new king is about to be taken away. Li Wenchao's anxious voice interrupted his thoughts and brought him back to reality. Don't worry, I will increase the funding on your side, and I will go online to give you gifts later. In order to create Li Wenchao, Brother Wang also contacted the people on the official side. As long as he can win the title of Rookie of the Year, he will continue to provide resources in the future to strive to make Li Wenchao the new big outdoor anchor. If he loses this competition and Li Wenchao fails to win the title of Rookie of the Year, it will have a great impact on his future development, and the guild will also be affected. The 200,000 yuan the guild gave him may take a long time to recoup, and if Li Wenchao suddenly loses popularity one day and the guild fails to recoup this money, it will suffer a huge loss. By then, he, as the guild manager, will have to pack up and go. There is no other way, so we can only increase the initial investment in Li Wenchao now. First, you create some show effects, then take the opportunity to draw 2 prize draws and fleece a bunch of people. After a pause, Brother Wang continued, when I'm ready, you go and talk to the anchor, find out his background, and give him a little pressure along the way, so that he knows when to quit. Okay. Zhanghai number 1, Lin Yan is still chatting with his fans, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. At the request of the vast majority of the audience, he did not start playing games again, and Lin Yan felt that the show effect of just playing games would be difficult to help him complete his task. Lin Yan took a moment to check the system's task progress. Current audience, 121,872/200,000. Pop-up comment. Brother Shu, there's a problem. It seems that the outdoor anchorman has it in for you. He's catching up to you now and will soon overtake you. Holy shit, no way, that was fast. I just came back from his broadcast room, and he just cheated on a wave of people. And he's about to do it again, it's really disgusting. Everyone, stay calm. It's been more than 2 hours. We must not be overtaken. Lin Yan, everyone, don't worry. If he gets ahead of me, I'll just play a little more. Lin Yan just created a new account, started an emperor in his own broadcast room, and then sent 100 hyperfires before stopping. Although these 100 hyperfires gave him a bit of popularity, the effect was not obvious. Coupled with the fact that it was so tiring to keep clicking, he paused for a while and continued to chat with his friends. On-screen comment. No way, Lin Gu, things like this change rapidly, and if you're not careful, you could easily crash. Yeah, Shu Gu, they're right, why don't you draw something too? As long as you don't cut too hard, we'll bear it this time. The fans in the live broadcast room didn't know the details of Lin Yan, and they felt that it was the limit for a new host like him to draw 100 rockets for himself. Draw some gifts? Lin Yan had a flash of inspiration when he saw this on-screen comment. Yes, I can draw prizes. Drawing prizes, drawing gifts, is a way for the Shark platform for the host and the audience to interact. There are two ways to draw prizes on the Shark platform. One is a free barrage draw, where you can participate in the draw by sending barrages. The other is a paid gift draw, where you need to send a specified gift to participate in the draw. As for the prizes, the host decides on their own, of course, and it needs to be agreed in advance. The Shark Super Administrator will supervise the host of the draw to see if they have given out the prizes. If an anchor draws a prize but does not give the prize to the winning viewer, resulting in a report, the Super Administrator will take action against the anchor, such as banning them. The lottery draw conducted by Li Wenchao is a paid lottery draw, because the value of the prizes set is far lower than the total value of the gifts given away by the audience when they participate in the lottery draw, and it has been jokingly referred to as cutting the leaks. But many Lu Baos are happy to take the bait. This water friend is right. I'll also hold a lucky draw to increase my popularity. But don't worry, I won't rip you off. This lucky draw will be a free one with on-screen comments. Lin Yan's purpose in holding a lucky draw is different from Li Wenchao's. He wants to attract popularity, so naturally he won't hold a paid lucky draw, only a free one. Prostitution for free is human nature. As long as the prize he gives away in the lottery is attractive enough, of high enough value, and free, there will definitely be a large number of netizens attracted by the news, coming to his live broadcast room to take part in the lottery. The barrage of comments. 66,666. Brother Shu is awesome. Is the anchor for real? Why don't I believe it? Shit, upstairs actually doesn't believe Brother Shu? Just now everyone was going to send Brother Shu a gift, but Brother Shu said no, and even gave himself 100 super fires. This is a male fan. Yes, whether it's true or not, you'll just have to keep watching to find out. Are you a troll, jumping in so quickly on purpose to set a tone? Lin Yan, tell me, what gift should I set up? Or what do you all want? I want Brother Shu's lullaby recording. Slurp. Crazy girl. But I want it too. You are despicable, disgusting, and you are not allowed to covet my husband. Shocked, did the husband party appear so quickly? Let's do this. Looking at the barrage of comments that were not getting anywhere, Lin Yan thought for a moment and said helplessly, I just happened to buy a lot of things today, and I can't use them myself, so I'll take them out and give them to everyone. Everyone just wait a moment for me, I'll go get them now. Soon Lin Yan returned with several Hermes and Chanel bags. In order to show the audience the bags, I turned on the camera this time. Chapter 25 Fake. He placed several Hermes and Chanel bags on the desktop of the computer. The bags were still in their boxes, and Lin Yan opened the box lids to reveal the bags inside. He then turned on the camera in the broadcast room, and immediately a small window appeared on the screen, enlarging it. The camera was an external one, and there was also a mouse button. Lin Yan bought it on his way home from picking up the delivery. The anchor has finally turned on the camera. Where is Brother Shu? The camera is on, why don't you show your face? Yes, Brother Book, come out quickly, you have such a nice voice, we are all curious what you look like. The camera lens was facing the other way, and only captured the appearance of the room. Lin Yan did not appear in the lens. I bought some bags today, and I just happened to bring them as a gift for everyone. Turning on the camera is to show you the bags. As for what I look like? Next time, for sure. The girl who draws it can use it herself, and if a guy draws it, he can give it to his girlfriend. Lin Yan's words quickly diverted the attention of the audience. What style of bag is it? We want to see. Wow, Brother Book has so quickly recognized the status of someone's girlfriend, and he's going to give them a bag. Wake up upstairs, don't dream. Lin Yan smiled, raised the camera, and was about to show the audience what the bags look like. Holy cow! This logo is Hermes? And this one here is Chanel? 6,666. Are you telling us that Shu Gu is going to give us these bags? These are designer brands. Are you sure we can get these for free? Shu Gu, you should just hold a lucky draw for a membership card, otherwise we won't be able to keep them. As the camera panned across the bags, the chat screen was suddenly full of exclamations. After showing the audience all the bags he had taken out, Lin Yan put the camera back in place. One of the viewers guessed correctly, these bags are the benefits I'm going to give away to everyone. Since these are benefits for everyone, how can I draw for them? They have to be free. Suddenly the chat bubble exploded again in the live broadcast room. The screen was full of 666, "I love you, brother Shu is awesome." On the other side, Li Wenchao was leaning against the Lamborghini he had rented. This Lamborghini was actually rented by Li Wenchao. He could of course not afford a supercar worth over 10 million yuan, but his fans in the live broadcast room did not know that this was a rented car. Li Wenchao has created the persona of a rich second-generation live streamer, so his fans all think that this supercar is his own. In order to rent this sports car and complete this live stream, he has gone to a lot of trouble. Next to him is a girl wearing a black chiffon dress. This girl is an actress that he flirted with during his last live stream, and Li Wenchao has invited her out again today for the sake of the show. And he is now shouting at the camera. "Family members, the second round of benefits for you has begun. There are only 8 minutes left until the end, and a mobile phone worth 10,000 yuan is just one step away. With just one card application, you can take it home with you. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can take it back to give to your parents or family. Family members, with just one card application, you can't lose, and you can't go wrong, but now you just need to do a little, and you can take home the latest 10,000 yuan worth of fruit mobile phone." Li Wenchao shouted to the streamers with emotion. At this time, Li Wenchao's live broadcast room was actually holding the second round of the lucky draw for an Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max. This is the latest and most expensive model in the current fruit series, and it costs a full 10,000 yuan. The lucky draw was still held by applying for a card, with a participation fee of 6 yuan per card. As soon as the lucky draw started, more than 3,000 people had already participated, and the number was still growing. With a series of shouts, the number of people participating in the lottery instantly exceeded 4,000. How can you win the lottery for just 6 yuan? It's all a setup. At this time, another message popped up on Li Wenchao's phone. "Brother Wang, I'm ready here, you can go to the link." Li Wenchao, "Okay, Brother Wang." Seeing that the momentum in the live broadcast room was almost there, Li Wenchao gave his assistant a wink, and then sent Lin Yan a link invitation. The invitation was quickly accepted. On the screen, the live broadcast was split in two. "Hey, buddy, you've been broadcasting for a long time, you're not unpopular, and you've received so many gifts, why don't you give your followers some benefits? This is not being generous, you don't value the audience that supports you at all." As soon as the screen popped up, Li Wenchao spoke first. "Who told you that I haven't prepared any benefits?" Lin Yan, who was about to hold a lottery for the audience on the other side, asked back in puzzlement. "Oh?" Li Wenchao froze for a moment. He was too busy cutting leeks when Lin Yan was showing fans the bags, so he didn't know anything about it. "What are you going to give the fans? You have so many viewers in your live broadcast room, so you shouldn't be able to give them something mediocre, right? Otherwise, you'd be letting all these viewers down." Li Wenchao deliberately set Lin Yan up to put pressure on him. "It's not bad, just a few Hermes and Chanel bags." Lin Yan adjusted the camera again, revealing the bags in the shot once more. Looking at the bags in the picture, Li Wenchao was first taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Brother, do you know how much an Hermes or Chanel bag costs?" "I know, just a few tens of thousands of dollars." The price of the bags in Lin Yan's hands are all above 30,000 and below 100,000. Li Wenchao's expression on his face was arrogant. "Just a few tens of thousands of dollars? How can you say that? Do you think you are like me, a second-generation rich kid who was bored and came to be an anchor?" Li Wenchao not only said this with his mouth, but also thought this in his heart. In his opinion, who among the real second-generation rich would be crazy enough to become an anchor? Li Wenchao shrugged his shoulders, with a hint of mockery on his face, and continued, "So how are you going to draw these bags? It's not going to be a plane involved in the lottery, is it?" "Of course not. Although I'm not a second-generation rich, I won't rip off the people who support me. The way I draw the lottery is to have a free pop-up lottery." Lin Yan said this with a hint of sarcasm. Li Wenchao didn't seem to catch the meaning, and he felt even more disdain in his heart. "Free? A bag costs tens of thousands of dollars, and there are so many bags here, at least hundreds of thousands, and you just give them away for free? Do you really think your family's money is just blowing in the wind?" If he wasn't completely sure just now, he can now be sure that these bags must be fake. "I'm saying that this is not kind of you. Even if it is a free draw, you can't trick the audience with fake products, can you? You are deceiving the audience's trust in you. What if the audience believes it? Your behavior is completely cheating the audience." Li Wenchao spoke with great righteousness, as if Lin Yan had really done something evil, and he was defending the unsuspecting audience. How could I give fake bags to my fans? The bags in my hands can't be real? Ha, tens of thousands of bags are given away for free? You're only fooling children with that. Lin Yan didn't argue with him, but directly took out the invoices and certificates and showed them. Looking at the complete invoices and certificates, Li Wenchao was suddenly shocked. Could these really be Hermes bags? Impossible, how could this be possible? He couldn't believe it in his heart. If these bags were real, these bags would be worth at least several 100,000 yuan combined. To give them away for free? Crazy. Chapter 26, Denial. When Lin Yan took out the invoices and certificates, Li Wenchao's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had specially researched the major luxury brands in order to perfect his image as a rich second generation, so he recognized that these invoices and certificates were all genuine. But how was this possible? Li Wenchao looked at the 8 bags in front of him, the 8 invoices, each of which stated that the bag was worth more than 30,000. He even saw the price of one bag, 83,000. Could it be that the Xingyi Guild, in order to promote this new anchor, not only gave him 400,000 gifts, but also prepared hundreds of thousands of luxury designer bags for him to give to the audience as benefits? What is the Xingyi Guild trying to do? Li Wenchao and Wang Gu, who was behind the other screen, felt like their worldview was in chaos. Pop, 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 this face is slapping loudly. Where are those idiots who just said fake goods? Why aren't they screaming now? Let's hear you scream a few more times for daddy? A liar and anchor who cuts leaks all day long actually dares to question someone else's gift of a fake product. Where did you get the nerve? He's just a small person. I think he's a rookie and he's about to lose the competition, so he deliberately came over to smear the other person. It's unbelievable that someone like him can be an anchor. The world is going downhill. Oh, definitely. After all, he's been cutting leaks for a month for this competition, so he definitely won't be willing to lose like this. Lin Yan's fans naturally firmly supported him, and even if he said that Lin Yan had brought out a fake, most of the audience did not choose to believe it. On the contrary, they believed Lin Yan even more. Those online army and black fans invited by Li Wenchao took the opportunity to wildly set the pace on the pop-up comments. The two sides argued and spat on the pop-up comments. Soon, the online army and black fans were permanently banned by Lin Yan's room managers, and slowly it quieted down and returned to normal discussion. These room managers were arranged by Sun Hong on his behalf in the guild, and they are very professional. Holy cow! I took a look, and the average price of the bags that Brother Shu took out is about 50,000 yuan. There are a total of 8 bags here, which is 400,000 yuan. Did you guys just notice the bags? Did no one notice how good Brother Shu's hands look? I saw them a long time ago. It's over. This time, it's my turn to climax as a hand control party. I'm so sore. Why are all the hands of a guy better looking than mine? On the other side, Li Wenchao watched as he rushed into his broadcast room and was subjected to wild abuse on the screen, his face turning green with anger. Room manager, block all these rhythm setters for me. Lin Yan looked at Li Wenchao, who was looking very uncomfortable, and shrugged. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll cut the mic, I still have to draw prizes for the audience here. Wait. All these invoices and certificates are fake. Li Wenchao looked as if he was in denial. He flatly denied the evidence that Lin Yan had produced. In this situation, he could only continue to smear Lin Yan's reputation. As long as he smeared Lin Yan's reputation thoroughly enough, Lin Yan would have no way to prove himself, and he could pass off the fake as the real thing. That would be the clincher. Li Wenchao's words made the audience in Lin Yan's broadcast room instantly erupt again. This time, they directly insulted his ancestors. Oh? You're saying that these invoices and certificates are fake? Lin Yan also didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless. Yes, they are fake. Heh, you didn't expect it, but I'm a VLP user of Hermes and Chanel. I know exactly what their genuine invoices and certificates look like, and you can't fool me with these fake things. Li Wenchao said with righteous indignation, audience, don't let him fool you, these things are completely fake. Bah, what evidence do you have that the invoices and certificates are fake? Disgusting, really disgusting, I've never seen such a shameless person before. The invoices were thrown in his face, and yet he can say that they are fake. How could he say such a thing? Naturally, the audience would not believe him just because of a few lies. Seeing the mockery on the screen, Li Wenchao was not at all panicked. In just a short while, he had come up with a new strategy, and he had a way to temporarily confirm that the invoices were fake. Most of the viewers watching the live broadcast were ordinary people, and only a small portion of them could actually afford to buy and know about Hermes and Chanel. His goal is to confuse the majority of the audience who don't know any better. Together with the rhythm set by the online army, these ignorant members of the audience will easily believe his words, and even if they don't believe it, they will be suspicious. Ha, evidence, I have several Hermes bags at home, but unfortunately I'm out right now. I'll show you what a real Hermes bag, certificate, and invoice look like when I get back. You think you can just show them to me? We'll see when you get them out. Don't worry. Li Wenchao paused for a moment, slowly turning the camera in his hands and pointing it at the Lamborghini Urus behind him. See this car? It's the latest top-of-the-line Lamborghini Urus, and it costs over 10 million yuan. I have several cars like this in my garage. A rich second generation like me has even bought Hermes limited edition platinum bags worth millions of dollars. How could I not have these bags that cost only a few tens of thousands of dollars? How could I not recognize whether these bags are real or fake? I just read that someone said I was deliberately smearing him because I was about to lose the Rookie of the Year competition. That's really ridiculous. Look at the current rankings, I'm in first place. And do you really think that I can't afford to pay for a small competition with my wealth? I just didn't want everyone to be deceived by him, so I came forward to expose him. Many people were shocked when they saw such an expensive supercar for the first time, and then they were envious. You don't know anything, you don't know the strength of Brother Chow. I have seen him drive no less than 3 supercars. Would someone like Brother Chow make empty promises? Someone with Brother Chow's status, would they need to compete with a small anchor like you? If Brother Chow wanted to win, it would be a matter of minutes, but it's only a few 100,000. With the deliberate guidance of a group of internet trolls and the valuable supercar, many people believed in Li Wenchao's self-admitted identity as a rich second generation. And with this belief, they could not help but also believe somewhat in what he said. After all, someone as rich as him could easily win the competition, so there was no need to tarnish his reputation by deliberately smearing and cheating, right? This is what Li Wenchao's goal is. Using the image of a rich second generation, he makes the audience think that he is very rich, that he knows these luxury brand bags, and that he will not deliberately smear Lin Yan because of the competition. This makes the audience unconsciously favor him. What he said can't be true. Don't believe what he's saying. I bought Hermes bags before, these bags are real. The anchor opposite is obviously deliberately smearing him. As he read the barrage of comments, Li Wenchao said to Lin Yan without hesitation, I didn't realize you were so well prepared, and you even arranged for someone to whitewash you. Li Wenchao had long known that among the many viewers, there might be 1 or 2 who really knew their stuff, and they might even stand up to defend Lin Yan. But as long as he labeled those who spoke out as whitewashers, the other viewers would remain skeptical. As for whether more people will come forward to vindicate Lin Yan or even overturn the verdict, Li Wenhua doesn't care at all. That's at least something for tomorrow. The Newcomer of the Year competition has long since ended. At that time, he will simply admit that he was wrong, that he missed it from across the screen. Admitting a mistake, downplaying a big deal and ignoring a small one, the internet has no memory anyway, and in a few days the matter will pass. It won't have any impact on him. As long as he discredits Lin Yan today and makes the audience remain suspicious, he will be successful. Chapter 27, Too Much Mental Filling In. Someone immediately came forward on the screen to challenge the person who had provided the proof. Are you trying to wash the floor? Hey bro, send me your group number, let's make money together. Are you kidding me? A newcomer in small anchor, giving away 400,000 yuan worth of bags, really thinking that everyone has a mine at home in the real world? What a show-off, and you've bought an Hermes bag. I've even said I bought an Hermes Himalayan Nile crocodile skin handbag. Most of these people are internet trolls, and a minority are mindless followers who just eat up the news. The Annal Club has gone all out this time, with numerous internet troll accounts, and it's impossible to block them all in a short time. Li Wenchao's words did have an effect. Apart from a few fans who firmly support Lin Yan, more viewers chose to remain silent and continue to watch. I'll arrange for someone to whitewash it? Lin Yan has really learned a lot today. As expected, if you don't care about losing face, you'll be invincible. Just because you drive a Lamborghini, you think you can prove that these bags are fake? If you were given a Lamborghini, you'd be the one calling the shots in the world? Brother Shu is right, we should hate this disgusting man to death. What kind of sick logic is that? Just because you're rich, you can prove that other people's things are fake? The fans immediately voiced their support for Lin Yan. You just started broadcasting tonight, and you've known the audience for less than a day. As the saying goes, if someone is overly attentive, they're either a scoundrel or a thief. Who would give such an expensive gift to someone they don't know? Li Wenchao continued to manipulate the audience's psychology. Knowing each other is a connection, regardless of the length of time. Lin Yan said, and in your eyes, a gift that may be expensive to you is very ordinary to me. What's so abnormal about giving it to everyone? Li Wenchao made an exaggerated expression on his face. Ordinary? Do you know that these bags together cost 400,000 yuan? You don't know what 400,000 yuan is, do you? It's the salary of an average person for 2 or 3 years. You're just a small anchor who has just started, and you're saying that this is ordinary? It's normal to give it away? It's only 400,000 yuan, but does that mean I can't be a rich person? Buddy, you're being really arrogant, saying that it's only 400,000 yuan? There are risks to being a show-off, and you need to be careful when entering the industry. Li Wenchao was convinced in his heart that a real rich man or a second-generation rich man would never stoop to being an anchor, something so demeaning. Li Wenchao patted the Lamborghini under him. Since you say you are a rich man, why don't you prove it? If you don't even care about 400,000 yuan, then you must also have this kind of supercar, so why don't you show it to everyone? He was certain that these bags were just something the Xingyi Guild had specially prepared for Lin Yan for the show. Then there was no way he could pull out a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan at the last minute. If he could take it out, he would broadcast himself eating it. Lin Yan glanced at the Lamborghini. This guy really is asking for it, just deciding that he can't take out a supercar? No need to go to all that trouble. Ha, I don't think you even have one, do you? You're just blowing your own trumpet, but you don't know that I'm the real deal. Hearing this, Li Wenchao yelled, and he felt even more that this was a sign of Lin Yan's frustration. The water army also jumped at every opportunity to mock, immediately saying, Your bluff has been called, hasn't it? You said you didn't care about the 400,000 yuan, but you can't even afford a supercar? You've unfriended me. You lied to the audience with fake goods just to brag. Ignoring the troll's comments, Lin Wenchao knew that arguing with them would lead nowhere. Didn't you say my bags were fake? If I can prove that they're real, doesn't that show that I'm really rich? I can easily give away gifts worth 400,000 yuan. On hearing this, Li Wenchao opened his mouth and tried to speak, but for a moment he couldn't find the words. He had already called the invoice and certificate fake, so could Lin Yan have come up with a new way of proving it in such a short time? How are you going to prove it? It's simple. I'll call the manager of the Hermes store next and have her testify on my behalf. Ignoring the shocked Li Wenchao, Lin Yan directly logged into WeChat on his computer and found Zhao Yaoi's WeChat, which he had just added that afternoon. Ding dong. A WeChat voice message tone sounded. The call was quickly connected, and then a voice with an elegant female accent rang in the ears of the countless viewers in the live broadcast room. Mr. Lin? It's me, Manager Zhao. Have you finished work yet? No, Mr. Lin, is there anything you need me for? On the other side, in the Hermes store. Zhao Yaoi held her phone against her face a little flushed, her heart pounding. Why did Mr. Lin call me at this late hour to ask if I had finished work? Is he trying to ask me out on a date? Could it be that he has fallen for me? If he really has fallen for me and wants to go out with me, what should I do? Should I say yes? But it's so late, if we go out now, will I still be able to go home afterwards? Could it be that he wants that? If he really makes that request, should I agree to it? If I agree to it directly, won't it seem like I'm too casual? While Zhao Yaoi was taking a brain supplement, Lin Yan's voice once again pulled her back to reality. Manager Zhao, it's like this, didn't I buy a few Hermes bags from your store today? Someone just questioned whether these bags are fake, and I hope you can help me prove it. Zhao Yaoi understood that Lin Yan was not interested in her at all, and her face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, no one could see her now. She almost misunderstood. After listening to what Lin Yan said, Zhao Yaoi frowned and was a little confused. Who dared to question this handsome and powerful tycoon? This was not acceptable. Lin Yan was her big client. Zhao Yaoi answered at the first opportunity, Of course there is no problem, Mr. Lin. How do you want me to prove it for you? I'm currently hosting a live broadcast, and the person questioning me is another anchor, so I want you to help me prove it to the audience in the live broadcast room. Zhao Yaoi. Live broadcast? Zhao Yai was stunned. He didn't hear it wrong. This person who spent tens of millions of dollars in the afternoon at several luxury goods stores in Yuehang International Mall and even took away the treasure of the Patek Philippe flagship store, the Ref. 6002G King of Watches, is actually an anchor? What is this? Zhao Yao knew exactly what had happened at Yuehang International Mall that afternoon. The first luxury store Lin Yan went to was Hermes, and he showed off his incredible wealth and generosity, so naturally this powerful tycoon attracted a lot of attention. Although she was stunned for a moment, Zhao Yao reacted quickly and immediately came back to her senses, agreeing, "Okay, Mr. Lin, you can switch to a video call now, and I will prove it to the audience in the live broadcast room." After obtaining Zhao Yao's consent, Lin Yan switched from an audio call to a video call, set up a linked microphone in the live broadcast room, and captured the WeChat screen. In the live broadcast room, a WeChat window soon appeared, showing the image of Zhao Yao, dressed in formal attire and with a dignified bearing. Chapter 28, Fleeing in Despair. Along with Zhao Yao, there was also an array of Hermes luxury goods behind her. Seeing this scene, there was no need for Zhao Yao to say anything. When the audience saw her wearing exclusive store manager clothes with the Hermes logo and the various Hermes luxury goods in the store behind her, everyone knew that this was really an Hermes store, and the bag in Lin Yan's hand was purchased this afternoon in this Hermes store, and it was all authentic. Suddenly, the barrage exploded. Holy shit! This is actually real. It really is an Hermes store, with so many Hermes bags and clothes that my eyes are dazzled. Slippery. Upstairs, is this a bag or a service? This is all money, walking RMB. I'm so jealous. A new anchor has so many expensive bags. This is a new viewer who has entered the live broadcast room to watch the fun. I'm so jealous I can't stand it. From what they're saying, it seems like these bags are meant for us? I told you Brother Book wouldn't lie, but you didn't believe me. Oh no, I guess I should call him Brother Lin now. The truth is out, and Brother Lin, whose heart is breaking from being doubted, needs a warm hug from me. Isn't the anchor on the other side going to apologize? Didn't he just swear that these bags were fake? Does he think he can get away with it without apologizing? It's really hard to dispel rumors with just your mouth. The female fans of Lin Yan, who had always believed him, were the happiest. They could finally let out a long breath of anger. They had been unhappy with the creepy guy on the other side for a long time. Zhao Yai couldn't see what was being said in the chat, but she still testified for Lin Yan. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, I am the manager of the Hermes flagship store in Yuehang International Shopping Mall, and I can testify that all the Hermes clothing and bags in Mr. Lin's hands are authentic Hermes products. Not only are they Hermes products, but all the other Chanel bags are also authentic. Mr. Lin bought them all at Yuehang International Shopping Mall this afternoon. If you don't believe me, I can go and ask the Chanel store manager to come here and testify together. I can guarantee that these are definitely not the fake products that some people are saying they are. Zhao Yao said resolutely. Her own major client was actually being questioned, and if this damaged the image of Hermes in Lin Yan's heart, that would be a great loss. Therefore, Zhao Yao wanted to make up for it as much as possible. Hearing Zhao Yao's words, the audience hurriedly said that it was not necessary, and having her testify was sufficient. They already believed completely. No. The manager of the Hermes store has come out to testify, and if anyone still doesn't believe it, they should just bury themselves. The wind in the comments suddenly changed again. Li Wenchao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How is this possible? In Li Wenchao's imagination, these bags should have been bought by the guild management and then delivered to Lin Yan. How could he possibly contact the manager of the Hermes store? Seeing Li Wenchao's blank expression, the audience was not polite with him. They rushed into his broadcast room one after another, demanding that he apologize. If he didn't apologize, they would blast him. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Lin. Kneel down and apologize. People nowadays are shameless. They will do anything. How dare they question others when they are clearly ignorant? They keep saying that they have bought millions of dollars worth of Hermes, but they can't even recognize a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars? This is clearly ignorance plus stupid. What a trashy anchor, what a stench. Obviously, he doesn't know a real Hermes bag when he sees one, and yet he dares to say that this is fake. It's disgusting. Does it mean that rich people can just slander people at will? Li Wenchao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but the next barrage of comments completely took him by surprise. What rich people? I think he's just a clown looking for attention. And that Lamborghini, I bet he rented it too. His whole persona as a rich kid is a lie. Right, you didn't rent the supercar, did you? If not, then prove it to us. That's right, you actually questioned Brother Lin, so now it's your turn to prove yourself. Didn't you say you were a rich kid? Prove it quickly, or we won't believe you. Ha, as everyone knows, liars like to call others liars. I think this supercar was rented by him to deceive the audience, and I suspect that the lottery draws in his live broadcast room are probably all insider deals. Holy cow, that's disgusting, liar anchor reported. There is a good karma. The barrage of comments exploded again and again. This time, Lin Yan's fans in the live broadcast room demanded that Li Wenchao produce evidence to prove that the Lamborghini was his own. Not only that, but because someone had questioned it, Li Wenchao's lottery draws were all insider deals. This time, even his own fan group exploded. The reason these fans watched Li Wenchao's live broadcast was because he was a rich second generation, and they had more or less given him gifts and participated in the lottery draws. If the persona of a rich second generation is fake, and even the lottery is rigged, doesn't that mean they have been deceived all along, and they have been stupid to give him money? No, I am really a rich second generation. Don't listen to these black fans talking nonsense. Seeing that his fan group was questioning him, Li Wenchao looked uncomfortable and hurriedly explained. But with skeptical fans, how would they believe him just because of a word? They demanded that he prove himself, just like Lin Yan. Li Wenchao had no way to prove that he had rented the supercar, so he could only find all kinds of excuses to get out of it. As he watched Li Wenchao argue with the comments, Lin Yan suddenly suggested. I remember you saying that you were a VIP member of Hermes. Since Manager Zhao is here, why don't you report your membership number and let Manager Zhao prove to you whether or not you are a real VIP member? To become a VLP member of a luxury brand like Hermes, the minimum threshold is to spend millions to be eligible. If you really are a VLP member of Hermes, it can also prove your identity as a second-generation rich kid, and at the same time prove that this supercar is yours. Lin Yan's words made everyone flinch, and then they all felt that it made sense. Wow, is this Lin Ge's bearing? Even if he is being questioned, he won't get angry. I'm a fan, I'll watch every one of your live streams in the future. Did the anchorman on the other side hear that? Don't just thank Lin Gu for his kindness, but quickly tell us your membership number. Brother Chow, just say it, didn't you say you were really a second-generation rich kid? Now you can prove it to us. Yes, as long as you're not lying to us, we'll still support you, but if you dare to lie to us, Did Lin Yan really want to help him prove it? Of course not. Seeing Li Wenchao's face, which was getting uglier by the second, Lin Yan was certain that, just as the barrage of comments said, his persona as a rich second generation was completely fake. Zhao Yaowei, who had not yet hung up the link, paused for a moment. Naturally, she would not refuse Lin Yan's proposal. Sir, you can tell me your membership number, and I will help you verify it and prove it for you. If you feel uncomfortable saying it in the live broadcast, you can send it to Mr. Lin first, and Mr. Lin can tell me. Compared to her attitude towards Lin Yan, Zhao Yaowei's barrage of comments towards Li Wenchao was much more formulaic and even more indifferent. Who let Li Wenchao offend her big client, and she doesn't feel at all that Li Wenchao is a VLP member of Hermes. Zhao Yaowei has already used another phone to find Lin Yan's live broadcast room. Lin Yan's live broadcast room is now the most popular live broadcast room on the entire Shark platform, high on the homepage, and she clicked into the app and saw it as soon as she clicked in. It attracted countless passers-by. Seeing the appearance of Li Wenchao on the screen. It's not like him at all. This was Zhao Yaowei's feeling after taking a quick look at Li Wenchao. As the manager of a luxury goods store, Zhao Yaowei has a very good eye for people. At a glance, she could tell that Li Wenchao had the air of a nouveau riche about him. If someone like this can really afford a high-end brand like Hermes, I'm afraid they'll want to wear it as much as possible, so how could they not wear it? Instead, they'd wear some second-tier brand. The second-tier brand products that Li Wenchao is wearing cost more than 1,000 yuan in total, which is not cheap, but compared to a brand like Hermes, which costs tens of thousands of yuan for a single piece of clothing, the difference is too great. Hearing Lin Yan and Zhao Yaowei's words, and looking at the reactions of the audience and fans, all of whom are telling him to reveal his membership number, the cold sweat on Li Wenchao's face is getting more and more. Where did he get a membership number? What Hermes VLP membership? He was just making it up. How could he possibly have that kind of money to spend $1 million on luxury goods? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments had only gotten more intense. What are you waiting for? Just say it. Don't be a drag. You're not going to say you forgot what the membership number is, are you? It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but the fact was that he wasn't even a Hermes VLP member. It is really possible that the fake rich second generation live streamer is just trying to scam money, and he is not even comparable to a real big shot like Lin Gu. He really brags about anything, and now he has been exposed. Li Wenchao's expression was so awkward that he couldn't say a word. With a hidden bite, Li Wenchao suddenly made an expression of having a stomachache. My stomach hurts so much, I'm sorry everyone, I'm not feeling well, I'll go offline first. After saying that, Li Wenchao hastily closed the live stream. He's finished. Li Wenchao, who had turned off the live broadcast, was pale, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he then cursed, throwing the phone in his hand hard to the ground. He knew he was finished this time. His persona had collapsed, and even if it wasn't cool, a large number of fans would leave him, and he could only turn off the broadcast for a while to avoid the storm. Just as he expected. After Li Wenchao's live broadcast was closed, the fans in the broadcast room, after a moment of shock, all exploded. The fans were not stupid, and naturally they could tell, Li Wenchao had run away. Since he had run away, it meant that he really was a liar. He had no way to prove that he was a rich second generation, so he chose to run away. What second generation, what supercar, what Hermes VLP membership, all fake. Even the lottery was fake, it was an insider arrangement made long ago. The fans immediately started to curse. Damn it, Asema, you liar of an anchor. You dog-faced liar, you've been lying to us the whole time. Give back the money I rewarded you with. Liar anchor, give me back my hard-earned money. Pay up. Pay up. I hate liars the most in this life, you son of a bitch. Report him, brothers, report him and let the sharks ban his account. Chapter 29, Back to the Top. Brother Chow, the fans are all cursing, what should we do? The assistant asked anxiously and nervously. The assistant stared at his phone. In the black screen of the live broadcast room, the fans of the fan group had now completely turned into black fans, attacking and cursing furiously on the pop-up screen. The various greetings were simply unbearable. I didn't expect him to actually be able to produce evidence, and he even turned the tables on me. This time, I'm at a loss. Li Wenchao gritted his teeth. What should I do now? The fans have reacted strongly. If I don't handle this well, it will have a huge impact, and it might even affect your live streaming career. Affecting his live streaming career was the thing he was most worried about. Li Wenchao said with self-confidence and composure, don't worry so much. The worst that can happen is that I have to stop streaming for a while. After all, netizens don't have long memories. In a month or two, after the storm has passed, I'll come back and everything will be the same as before. Now I'll give Brother Wang a call. He took out another phone and was about to make the call when the phone rang first. Brother Wang. Pick up the phone. Li Wenchao just wanted to speak when he was interrupted by a loud yell. Li Wenchao, look at what you've done. Annal's cooperation with you ends here. The guild gave you 400,000 to spend, and if you don't pay it back within a week, you'll be in trouble with the law. After letting Li Wenchao go to the microphone, Brother Wang gave him another 100 superfires, 200,000 yuan, to let him regain the lead and become number one again. But this money is now likely unrecoverable. As soon as he heard that the guild was terminating the contract with him and demanding compensation of 200,000 yuan, Li Wenchao panicked completely. Brother Wang, although I have crashed this time, it's not that bad. I can continue streaming after I've avoided the storm. Just read the announcement yourself. After saying this, he didn't give Li Wenchao another chance to speak and hung up the phone. On the other side, at Annal Guild, after hanging up the phone, Brother Wang had cold sweat dripping from his head and was seething inside. Damn Li Wenchao, he's ruined me this time. He knew that Li Wenchao was finished this time, completely finished. He had just received a notice from Shark Management. Li Wenchao had maliciously plotted, hyped, deceived the audience, deliberately slandered other anchors on the same platform, challenged the bottom line of the public, and caused serious adverse effects. The circumstances were serious, and he would be permanently banned from the entire network. When Li Wenchao logged back into Shark, he saw the designated announcement hanging on the homepage. He turned pale and collapsed on the ground. What? Avoid the storm and come back to broadcast. He has no chance of coming back at all. In fact, he won't be able to receive any gifts from his fans for his live streams this month. He will also have to repay the 400,000 debt to the Annal Guild. It's over, completely over. Li Wenchao has been banned, and the viewers in his live broadcast room, after venting for a while, have also poured into Lin Yan's live broadcast room. The live broadcast room's popularity has reached a new high, current number of viewers, 185,122/200,000. He was not far from completing the task. He disconnected from Zhao Yaowei's joint broadcast and resumed the original broadcast. Seeing the task progress, Lin Yan said with a smile, "I just lost a lot of time, so let's start the lottery again. The prize is these 8 bags on the table. The lottery has already started. Everyone can participate for free by clicking to follow and sending a comment." The comments in the broadcast room instantly became as dense as an erupting volcano. The audience was incredibly excited, as they were entering a free prize draw with prizes worth over 30,000 yuan each. In particular, those who had just entered the live broadcast room and didn't know what had happened previously found it even more incredible. "Holy cow, this is the most extravagant prize draw in the history of Shark, isn't it? Who says it isn't? Not only is it the most extravagant, it's also free. There are no other anchors as conscientious as Brother Lin, and in the past, it was the fans who rewarded the anchors. Have you ever seen an anchor give money to a fan? This is 400,000 yuan. I don't ask for much, as long as I can win one. I swear to the lamp that if I win, I will watch Lin Ji's future live streams every day, even if he sleeps and snores during the broadcast. Add me, I'll watch every day too. What a character! The one upstairs has no character at all. I'll tell you what, whether I win or not, I'll definitely watch every single one of them, without missing a single broadcast. Why is the host called Lin Gu? Are you new here? Let me, an old hand who has been watching for half an hour, tell you, because the anchor is Lin Gu." As the lottery draws proceeded, more and more spectators who had heard the news kept streaming into the broadcast room. Lin Yan estimated that if the pace continued, the task would be completed by the end of the 10-minute lottery. "I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll leave for a while. The lottery will last for 10 minutes, so I'd also like to ask everyone to help repost the broadcast room and help me increase the heat." "No problem, leave it to us." Seeing that the live broadcast room was full of pop-up screens conducting the lottery, everything was normal. Lin Yan had been holding it in for a long time, and finally he was able to go to the bathroom. Before and after leaving the computer. "Everyone, don't just keep posting pop-up screens for the lottery, our number 1 spot has been taken away. Everyone, support Lin Gu and get it back." Seeing this pop-up screen, the excited audience members suddenly remembered that the first place in the Newcomer of the Year competition had been taken away by that liar anchor. How could they stand for this? Brothers and sisters, those who can, please vote for Brother Lin. Those who can't, please give him the free glow sticks in your hands to help him regain first place in the Rookie of the Year competition. Yes, we must never let that liar take first place. It has to be said that Shark's management is very sneaky. Although Li Wenchao has just been banned, there has been no change in the rankings for the Rookie of the Year competition for the time being. The official hasn't removed him from the competition list. Everyone, come on, Lin's contribution is not that far off, and we can take back first place with a little push. Roger that, gifts away, this event ends in a few hours, let's take first place for Lin. I think this Rookie King fan card is very nice, I like it, I'm going to get it, no one can stop me from taking Lin's Rookie King fan card. The enthusiasm of the fans has also been aroused, and many passers-by and viewers have also participated, speaking up. Many people also started to send gifts. One after the other, cards were issued and planes flew up in the broadcast room. Occasionally, a rocket would also be launched. The value of the gifts sent by the Sharks, 6 yuan for a card, 100 yuan for a plane, and 500 yuan for a rocket. But these gifts alone were not decisive. After all, Anil had just sent 200,000 yuan, and Li Wenchao's contribution had now reached 600,000 yuan. Just as the fans were getting anxious, suddenly the effect of a super rocket rose in the live broadcast room. As if giving orders, once the golden super fire effect lit up, it never stopped. With the appearance of this super fire, more and more super fires rose at the same time. Shout Chi-Chi in the anchor, if you can talk, you will publish a book. The live broadcast room will give away a super rocket *1, come and watch. Shout Chi-Chi in the anchor, if you can talk, you will publish a book. The live broadcast room will give away a super rocket *2, come and watch. Wilderness, in the live broadcast room of the anchor who will publish a book if he can talk, a super rocket *10 is given away, come and watch. Wilderness, in the live broadcast room of the anchor who will publish a book if he can talk, a super rocket *20 is given away, come and watch. One after another, the golden, glittering station-wide announcements directly scrolled across the screens in the live broadcast rooms of the major anchors, attracting the attention of even more people. 666. The big shots are awesome. The boss is generous. This is the only time I've seen a big shot give a gift to an anchor without feeling sour. In an instant, the rankings changed again, and Lin Yan's ranking returned to first place. Second place was banned, third place gave up struggling, and the new anchors further back were completely uncompetitive. No one will be able to compete with him this time, and he can easily secure the title of Rookie of the Year. Chapter 30, Mission Accomplished. Lin Yan has been broadcasting for nearly 2 hours. Those who can attract traffic have already been drawn to his broadcast room, and the rest are netizens who are not very interested. The broadcasters of the Xingyi Guild have done what they can. Therefore, those who are off the air are either going off the air or going to their own broadcasts. Of course, there are still a few broadcasters who are still hanging in his broadcast room, continuing to broadcast, and have completely given up their own original broadcasts. For example, Xiao Qiqi, Wilderness, and others. At this time, Xia Yuqi's live broadcast room. Holy cow! Xiao Qiqi, didn't you just refresh a super fire? Why refresh it again? Xiao Qiqi, you're rich? You refreshed 10 super fires? It's confirmed, Xiao Qiqi is a rich woman, 10 super fires is 20,000 yuan. She gave it away without blinking an eye. I feel so bad. Xiao Yuki might have a crush on the host. No way. Although I admit that Lin's voice is very pleasant and his hands are very nice, but he didn't show his face. Xiao Yuki, are you falling for him already? Xia Yuqi was the first to act, giving Lin Yan 9 super rockets. This ignited a rain of superfires in his live broadcast room. Apart from a very small number of big spending viewers, most of those who sent superfires in Lin Yan's live broadcast room were broadcasters from the Xingyi Guild. Seeing Xia Yuqi's actions, Zhao Yi and other powerful broadcasters in the Xingyi Guild were unwilling to lag behind and immediately followed suit. This gift was not arranged by the guild. Sun Hong did not ask these guild broadcasters to send any gifts, but there was no need to say anything about this kind of thing at all. It all depended on personal stature and the ability to pay. Everyone is not stupid. Those with a big stature might not get anything now, but they will definitely benefit in the future. Xia Yuqi did not have the same financial resources as Zhao Yi and was able to send 150,000 at once. But she is at least a big anchor in the 90s. 20,000 is still not a problem for her. We are all anchors of the same guild, we are all colleagues. As an old member of the guild, it is only normal to take care of the newcomers. Xia Yuqi smiled at the camera and said half-truthfully. She did not mention Lin Yan's real identity, just that he was a new anchor in the same guild who needed help. That's true, and I don't like that liar anchor either. I'm rooting for Lin. Xia Qiqi said honestly, are you jealous? A new anchor has received so many gifts. I just saw several planes and rockets crash. That's outrageous. By crash, I mean the gifts were just sent, and the gift effect notification just appeared, but they were instantly covered by other gifts. Xia Yuqi joked, I'm jealous. This night has cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my losses. Ha ha ha. Little Kiki, seeing that you were so pitiful, I'll give you a weak gift. A gift worth 0.2 yuan. You're so mean, killing someone and also attacking their heart. I love it. Xia Yuqi is not angry, she knows exactly what kind of people her fans are. I told you I wouldn't let you down during this house inspection, didn't I? Now that you've had your fill, everyone go to the live broadcast room across the street to get some free glow sticks. You can also enter a lucky draw, and you might just win, it's Hermes and Chanel. With that, Xia Yuqi also sent a barrage of comments to enter the lucky draw. After all, it's a Hermes or Chanel bag, who wouldn't want it? It was indeed a lively event, with free bags worth 400,000 yuan. Poverty limits my imagination. There was also a big drama about authenticity, comparable to the six-eared monkey. Alas, the industry of being an anchor is so competitive, and the new anchor was actually taken advantage of on the first day. You don't have to tell me, I've already participated in the lucky draw. But there were too many people, I feel that I can win the prize. I'm a loser when it comes to winning prizes, I've never won one. Xiao Qiqi, if I win, I'll give it to you. Whether you win or not, the most important thing is to participate. Xiao Qiqi, wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll be right back. Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room plummet, Sayuchi's face did not change the slightest, and she still wore a smile. She knew exactly where these viewers had gone. They had all gone to Lin Yan's live broadcast room to participate in the lucky draw. Similar things were also happening with the other anchors. With the arrival of this group of viewers, the popularity of the live broadcast room finally broke through the 200,000 mark. Back at his computer, Lin Yan noticed that the number of superfans on the screen was rapidly increasing, while a large number of passers-by were streaming into his broadcast room. Before he could be surprised, a system prompt sounded in his ear that shocked him even more. Ding, current number of viewers, 218,521/200,000, debut mission completed, now starting to distribute rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, physical fitness improvement, top special forces. Ding, congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, 5A Grade A office building, Wanhua building. Ding, congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Bamboo Forest Wonderland. The relevant transfer agreements, documents and contracts have been added to the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Holy cow! There are actually 3 rewards. Lin Yan was very excited. The first reward was actually a physical fitness boost. This is a good thing. You need to have life to spend money. Once a person becomes rich, the thing they care about most is of course their health and physical condition. In order to have good health, many rich people like to go to the gym and take care of their health, just so they can live a few more years and live a life of abundance. And now the system has directly helped him achieve this in one step. This mission reward is really something, it's on a completely different level from the afternoon's temporary mission. Suddenly, a strange feeling came from all over Lin Yan's body, as if a warm current had entered his body and was swimming around inside him. It was like being in a comfortable hot spring, with countless pairs of soft hands massaging him continuously, relieving the aches and pains in his body. Warmth. Comfort. The feeling came quickly, and it went just as quickly. When Lin Yan reopened his eyes, he felt full of energy. Fist clenched, Lin Yan was very clear that in this short moment, his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Compared to a minute ago, he was a completely different person. Now, he has a physique comparable to that of top-level Special Forces soldiers. With a little practice, he can easily do the same things those Special Forces soldiers can do. Looking at the other 2 rewards, they are also very powerful. 5A Grade A office building, Wanhua building. Lin Yan has heard of this office building. It is the most famous top-level office building in Zhonghai. It is also one of Zhonghai's landmark buildings. As for the Bamboo Grove Wonderland, he is not at all sure, and has never heard of it. Lin Yan googled it. There was nothing. The keyword Bamboo Grove Fairyland couldn't find any relevant information. This was a bit of a surprise. Fortunately, the system gave him the address of the Bamboo Grove Fairyland, so he could go there sometime to find out what it was like.